infinity, infinity plus 1, infinity plus 2, infinity plus 3, infinity plus pi, infinity plus 4, infinity plus 5, infinity plus 6, infinity plus 7, infinity plus 8, infinity plus 9, infinity plus 10, infinity plus 100, infinity plus 1000, infinity plus million, infinity plus billion, infinity plus trillion, infinity plus quadrillion, infinity plus quintillion, infinity plus sextillion, infinity plus septillion, infinity plus octillion, infinity plus nonillion, infinity plus decillion, infinity plus vigintillion, infinity plus trigintillion, infinity plus Giggol, infinity plus quadrigintillion, infinity plus centillion, infinity plus ducentillion, infinity plus trecentillion, infinity plus millillion, infinity plus merillion, infinity plus micrillion, infinity plus Giggolplex, infinity plus Giggol, infinity plus Giggolplex, infinity plus grams number, infinity plus general, infinity plus Giggol, infinity plus Tetherothoth, infinity plus terrible Tetherothoth, infinity plus tritar, infinity plus loader's number, infinity plus Yudkowsky's number, infinity plus Ryo's number, infinity plus oblivion, infinity plus finity, infinity times 2, infinity times 3, infinity times pi, infinity times 4, infinity times 5, infinity times 6, infinity times 7, infinity times 8, infinity times 9, infinity times 10, infinity times 100, infinity times 1000, infinity times million, infinity times billion, infinity times trillion, infinity times quadrillion, infinity times quintillion, infinity times sextillion, infinity times septillion, infinity times octillion, infinity times nonillion, infinity times decillion, infinity times vigintillion, infinity times trigintillion, infinity times Giggol, infinity times quadrigintillion, infinity times centillion, infinity times ducentillion, infinity times trecentillion, infinity times millillion, infinity times merillion, infinity times micrillion, infinity times Giggolplex, infinity times Giggol, infinity times Giggolplex, infinity times grams number, infinity times general, infinity times Giggol, infinity times Tetherothoth, infinity times terrible Tetherothoth, infinity times tritar, infinity times loader's number, infinity times Yudkowsky's number, infinity times Ryo's number, infinity times oblivion, infinity times finity, infinity to the power of 2, infinity to the power of 3, infinity to the power of pi, infinity to the power of 4, infinity to the power of 5, infinity to the power of 6, infinity to the power of 7, infinity to the power of 8, infinity to the power of 9, infinity to the power of 10, infinity to the power of 100, infinity to the power of 1000, infinity to the power of million, infinity to the power of billion, infinity to the power of trillion, infinity to the power of quadrillion, infinity to the power of quintillion, infinity to the power of sextillion, infinity to the power of septillion, infinity to the power of octillion, infinity to the power of nonillion, infinity to the power of decillion, infinity to the power of vigintillion, infinity to the power of trigintillion, infinity to the power of Giggol, infinity to the power of quadrigintillion, infinity to the power of centillion, infinity to the power of ducentillion, infinity to the power of trecentillion, infinity to the power of millillion, infinity to the power of merillion, infinity to the power of micrillion, infinity to the power of Giggolplex, infinity to the power of Giggol, infinity to the power of Giggolplex, infinity to the power of grams number, infinity to the power of general, infinity to the power of Giggol, infinity to the power of Tetherothoth, infinity to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, infinity to the power of tritar, infinity to the power of loader's number, infinity to the power of Yudkowsky's number, infinity to the power of Ryo's number, infinity to the power of oblivion, infinity to the power of finity, infinity tet rated to 2, infinity tet rated to 3, infinity tet rated to pi, infinity tet rated to 4, infinity tet rated to 5, infinity tet rated to 6, infinity tet rated to 7, infinity tet rated to 8, infinity tet rated to 9, infinity tet rated to 10, infinity tet rated to 100, infinity tet rated to 1000, infinity tet rated to million, infinity tet rated to billion, infinity tet rated to trillion, infinity tet rated to quadrillion, infinity tet rated to quintillion, infinity tet rated to sextillion, infinity tet rated to septillion, infinity tet rated to octillion, infinity tet rated to nonillion, infinity tet rated to decillion, infinity tet rated to vigintillion, infinity tet rated to trigintillion, infinity tet rated to Giggol, infinity tet rated to quadrigintillion, infinity tet rated to centillion, infinity tet rated to ducentillion, infinity tet rated to trecentillion, infinity tet rated to millillion, infinity tet rated to merillion, infinity tet rated to micrillion, infinity tet rated to Giggolplex, infinity tet rated to Giggol, infinity tetrated to Bugolplex, infinity tetrated to Graham's number, infinity tetrated to General, infinity tetrated to Giggol, infinity tetrated to Tetherothoth, infinity tetrated to Terrible Tetherothoth, infinity tetrated to Tritar, infinity tetrated to Loader's number, infinity tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, infinity tetrated to Ryo's number, infinity tetrated to Oblivion, infinity tetrated to Finity. Aleph 0, Aleph 0 plus 1, Aleph 0 plus 2, Aleph 0 plus 3, Aleph 0 plus pi, Aleph 0 plus 4, Aleph 0 plus 5, Aleph 0 plus 6, Aleph 0 plus 7, Aleph 0 plus 8, Aleph 0 plus 9, Aleph 0 plus 10, Aleph 0 plus 100, Aleph 0 plus 1000, Aleph 0 plus million, Aleph 0 plus billion, Aleph 0 plus trillion, Aleph 0 plus quadrillion, Aleph 0 plus quintillion, Aleph 0 plus sextillion, Aleph 0 plus septillion, Aleph 0 plus octillion, Aleph 0 plus nonillion, Aleph 0 plus decillion, Aleph 0 plus vigintillion, Aleph 0 plus trigintillion, Aleph 0 plus Giggol, Aleph 0 plus quadrigintillion, Aleph 0 plus centillion, Aleph 0 plus ducentillion, Aleph 0 plus trecentillion, Aleph 0 plus milillion, Aleph 0 plus merillion, Aleph 0 plus micrillion, Aleph 0 plus Gugolplex, Aleph 0 plus Bugol, Aleph 0 plus Bugolplex, Aleph 0 plus Graham's number, Aleph 0 plus General, Aleph 0 plus Giggol, Aleph 0 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 0 plus Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 0 plus Tritar, Aleph 0 plus Loader's number, Aleph 0 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 0 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 0 plus Oblivion, Aleph 0 plus Finity, Aleph 0 plus Infinity, Aleph 0 times 2, Aleph 0 times 3, Aleph 0 times pi, Aleph 0 times 4, Aleph 0 times 5, Aleph 0 times 6, Aleph 0 times 7, Aleph 0 times 8, Aleph 0 times 9, Aleph 0 times 10, Aleph 0 times 100, Aleph 0 times 1000, Aleph 0 times million, Aleph 0 times billion, Aleph 0 times trillion, Aleph 0 times quadrillion, Aleph 0 times quintillion, Aleph 0 times sextillion, Aleph 0 times septillion, Aleph 0 times octillion, Aleph 0 times nonillion, Aleph 0 times decillion, Aleph 0 times vigintillion, Aleph 0 times trigintillion, Aleph 0 times Giggol, Aleph 0 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 0 times centillion, Aleph 0 times ducentillion, Aleph 0 times trecentillion, Aleph 0 times milillion, Aleph 0 times merillion, Aleph 0 times micrillion, Aleph 0 times Gugolplex, Aleph 0 times Bugol, Aleph 0 times Bugolplex, Aleph 0 times Graham's number, Aleph 0 times General, Aleph 0 times Giggol, Aleph 0 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 0 times Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 0 times Tritar, Aleph 0 times Loader's number, Aleph 0 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 0 times Ryo's number, Aleph 0 times Oblivion, Aleph 0 times Finity, Aleph 0 times Infinity, Aleph 0 to the power of 2, Aleph 0 to the power of 3, Aleph 0 to the power of pi, Aleph 0 to the power of 4, Aleph 0 to the power of 5, Aleph 0 to the power of 6, Aleph 0 to the power of 7, Aleph 0 to the power of 8, Aleph 0 to the power of 9, Aleph 0 to the power of 10, Aleph 0 to the power of 100, Aleph 0 to the power of 1000, Aleph 0 to the power of million, Aleph 0 to the power of billion, Aleph 0 to the power of trillion, Aleph 0 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 0 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 0 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 0 to the power of septillion, Aleph 0 to the power of octillion, Aleph 0 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 0 to the power of decillion, Aleph 0 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 0 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 0 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 0 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 0 to the power of centillion, Aleph 0 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 0 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 0 to the power of milillion, Aleph 0 to the power of merillion, Aleph 0 to the power of micrillion, Aleph 0 to the power of Gugolplex, Aleph 0 to the power of Bugol, Aleph 0 to the power of Bugolplex, Aleph 0 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 0 to the power of General, Aleph 0 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 0 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 0 to the power of Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 0 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 0 to the power of Loader's number, Aleph 0 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 0 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 0 to the power of Oblivion, Aleph 0 to the power of Finity, Aleph 0 to the power of Infinity, Aleph 0 tetrated to 2, Aleph 0 tetrated to 3, Aleph 0 tetrated to pi, Aleph 0 tetrated to 4, Aleph 0 tetrated to 5, Aleph 0 tetrated to 6, Aleph 0 tetrated to 7, Aleph 0 tetrated to 8, Aleph 0 tetrated to 9, Aleph 0 tetrated to 10, Aleph 0 tetrated to 100, Aleph 0 tetrated to 1000, Aleph 0 tetrated to million, Aleph 0 tetrated to billion, Aleph 0 tetrated to trillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to quadrillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to quintillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to sextillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to septillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to octillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to nonillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to decillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to vigintillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to trigintillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 0 tetrated to quadrigintillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to centillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to ducentillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to trecentillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to millillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to merillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to micrillion, Aleph 0 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 0 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 0 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 0 tetrated to Graham's number, Aleph 0 tetrated to general, Aleph 0 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 0 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 0 tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 0 tetrated to Tritar, Aleph 0 tetrated to Loader's number, Aleph 0 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 0 tetrated to Ryo's number, Aleph 0 tetrated to oblivion, Aleph 0 tetrated to finity, Aleph 0 tetrated to infinity. Aleph 1, Aleph 1 plus 1, Aleph 1 plus 2, Aleph 1 plus 3, Aleph 1 plus pi, Aleph 1 plus 4, Aleph 1 plus 5, Aleph 1 plus 6, Aleph 1 plus 7, Aleph 1 plus 8, Aleph 1 plus 9, Aleph 1 plus 10, Aleph 1 plus 100, Aleph 1 plus 1000, Aleph 1 plus million, Aleph 1 plus billion, Aleph 1 plus trillion, Aleph 1 plus quadrillion, Aleph 1 plus quintillion, Aleph 1 plus sextillion, Aleph 1 plus septillion, Aleph 1 plus octillion, Aleph 1 plus nonillion, Aleph 1 plus decillion, Aleph 1 plus vigintillion, Aleph 1 plus trigintillion, Aleph 1 plus Giggol, Aleph 1 plus quadrigintillion, Aleph 1 plus centillion, Aleph 1 plus ducentillion, Aleph 1 plus trecentillion, Aleph 1 plus millillion, Aleph 1 plus merillion, Aleph 1 plus micrillion, Aleph 1 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 1 plus Giggol, Aleph 1 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 1 plus Graham's number, Aleph 1 plus general, Aleph 1 plus Giggol, Aleph 1 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 1 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 1 plus Tritar, Aleph 1 plus Loader's number, Aleph 1 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 1 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 1 plus oblivion, Aleph 1 plus finity, Aleph 1 plus infinity, Aleph 1 times 2, Aleph 1 times 3, Aleph 1 times pi, Aleph 1 times 4, Aleph 1 times 5, Aleph 1 times 6, Aleph 1 times 7, Aleph 1 times 8, Aleph 1 times 9, Aleph 1 times 10, Aleph 1 times 100, Aleph 1 times 1000, Aleph 1 times million, Aleph 1 times billion, Aleph 1 times trillion, Aleph 1 times quadrillion, Aleph 1 times quintillion, Aleph 1 times sextillion, Aleph 1 times septillion, Aleph 1 times octillion, Aleph 1 times nonillion, Aleph 1 times decillion, Aleph 1 times vigintillion, Aleph 1 times trigintillion, Aleph 1 times Giggol, Aleph 1 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 1 times centillion, Aleph 1 times ducentillion, Aleph 1 times trecentillion, Aleph 1 times millillion, Aleph 1 times merillion, Aleph 1 times micrillion, Aleph 1 times Giggolplex, Aleph 1 times Giggol, Aleph 1 times Giggolplex, Aleph 1 times Graham's number, Aleph 1 times general, Aleph 1 times Giggol, Aleph 1 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 1 times terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 1 times Tritar, Aleph 1 times Loader's number, Aleph 1 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 1 times Ryo's number, Aleph 1 times oblivion, Aleph 1 times finity, Aleph 1 times infinity, Aleph 1 to the power of 2, Aleph 1 to the power of 3, Aleph 1 to the power of pi, Aleph 1 to the power of 4, Aleph 1 to the power of 5, Aleph 1 to the power of 6, Aleph 1 to the power of 7, Aleph 1 to the power of 8, Aleph 1 to the power of 9, Aleph 1 to the power of 10, Aleph 1 to the power of 100, Aleph 1 to the power of 1000, Aleph 1 to the power of million, Aleph 1 to the power of billion, Aleph 1 to the power of trillion, Aleph 1 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 1 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 1 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 1 to the power of septillion, Aleph 1 to the power of octillion, Aleph 1 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 1 to the power of decillion, Aleph 1 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 1 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 1 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 1 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 1 to the power of centillion, Aleph 1 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 1 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 1 to the power of millillion, Aleph 1 to the power of merillion, Aleph 1 to the power of micrillion, Aleph 1 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 1 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 1 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 1 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 1 to the power of general, Aleph 1 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 1 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 1 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 1 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 1 to the power of Loader's number, Aleph 1 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 1 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 1 to the power of oblivion, Aleph 1 to the power of finity, Aleph 1 to the power of infinity, Aleph 1 tet rated to 2, Aleph 1 tet rated to 3, Aleph 1 tet rated to pi, Aleph 1 tet rated to 4, Aleph 1 tet rated to 5, Aleph 1 tet rated to 6, Aleph 1 tet rated to 7, Aleph 1 tet rated to 8, Aleph 1 tet rated to 9, Aleph 1 tet rated to 10, Aleph 1 tet rated to 100, Aleph 1 tet rated to 1000, Aleph 1 tet rated to million, Aleph 1 tet rated to billion, Aleph 1 tet rated to trillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to quadrillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to quintillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to sextillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to septillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to octillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to nonillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to decillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to vigintillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to trigintillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to Giggol, Aleph 1 tet rated to quadrigintillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to centillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to ducentillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to trecentillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to millillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to merillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to micrillion, Aleph 1 tet rated to Giggolplex, Aleph 1 tet rated to Bugol, Aleph 1 tet rated to Bugolplex, Aleph 1 tet rated to Graham's number, Aleph 1 tet rated to general, Aleph 1 tet rated to Giggol, Aleph 1 tet rated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 1 tet rated to terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 1 tet rated to Tritar, Aleph 1 tet rated to Loader's number, Aleph 1 tet rated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 1 tet rated to Ryo's number, Aleph 1 tet rated to oblivion, Aleph 1 tet rated to finity, Aleph 1 tet rated to infinity. Aleph 2 plus 1, Aleph 2 plus 2, Aleph 2 plus 3, Aleph 2 plus pi, Aleph 2 plus 4, Aleph 2 plus 5, Aleph 2 plus 6, Aleph 2 plus 7, Aleph 2 plus 8, Aleph 2 plus 9, Aleph 2 plus 10, Aleph 2 plus 100, Aleph 2 plus 1000, Aleph 2 plus million, Aleph 2 plus billion, Aleph 2 plus trillion, Aleph 2 plus quadrillion, Aleph 2 plus quintillion, Aleph 2 plus sextillion, Aleph 2 plus septillion, Aleph 2 plus octillion, Aleph 2 plus nonillion, Aleph 2 plus decillion, Aleph 2 plus vigintillion, Aleph 2 plus trigintillion, Aleph 2 plus Giggol, Aleph 2 plus quadrigintillion, Aleph 2 plus centillion, Aleph 2 plus ducentillion, Aleph 2 plus trecentillion, Aleph 2 plus millillion, Aleph 2 plus merillion, Aleph 2 plus micrillion, Aleph 2 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 2 plus Bugol, Aleph 2 plus Bugolplex, Aleph 2 plus Graham's number, Aleph 2 plus general, Aleph 2 plus Giggol, Aleph 2 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 2 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 2 plus Tritar, Aleph 2 plus Loader's number, Aleph 2 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 2 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 2 plus oblivion, Aleph 2 plus finity, Aleph 2 plus infinity, Aleph 2 times 2, Aleph 2 times 3, Aleph 2 times pi, Aleph 2 times 4, Aleph 2 times 5, Aleph 2 times 6, Aleph 2 times 7, Aleph 2 times 8, Aleph 2 times 9, Aleph 2 times 10, Aleph 2 times 100, Aleph 2 times 1000, Aleph 2 times million, Aleph 2 times billion, Aleph 2 times trillion, Aleph 2 times quadrillion, Aleph 2 times quintillion, Aleph 2 times sextillion, Aleph 2 times septillion, Aleph 2 times octillion, Aleph 2 times nonillion, Aleph 2 times decillion, Aleph 2 times vigintillion, Aleph 2 times trigintillion, Aleph 2 times Giggol, Aleph 2 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 2 times centillion, Aleph 2 times ducentillion, Aleph 2 times trecentillion, Aleph 2 times millillion, Aleph 2 times merillion, Aleph 2 times micrillion, Aleph 2 times Giggolplex, Aleph 2 times Bugol, Aleph 2 times Bugolplex, Aleph 2 times Graham's number, Aleph 2 times general, Aleph 2 times Giggol, Aleph 2 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 2 times terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 2 times Tritar, Aleph 2 times Loader's number, Aleph 2 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 2 times Ryo's number, Aleph 2 times oblivion, Aleph 2 times finity, Aleph 2 times infinity, Aleph 2 to the power of 2, Aleph 2 to the power of 3, Aleph 2 to the power of pi, Aleph 2 to the power of 4, Aleph 2 to the power of 5, Aleph 2 to the power of 6, Aleph 2 to the power of 7, Aleph 2 to the power of 8, Aleph 2 to the power of 9, Aleph 2 to the power of 10, Aleph 2 to the power of 100, Aleph 2 to the power of 1000, Aleph 2 to the power of million, Aleph 2 to the power of billion, Aleph 2 to the power of trillion, Aleph 2 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 2 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 2 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 2 to the power of septillion, Aleph 2 to the power of octillion, Aleph 2 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 2 to the power of decillion, Aleph 2 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 2 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 2 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 2 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 2 to the power of centillion, Aleph 2 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 2 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 2 to the power of Millionth, Aleph 2 to the power of Marillion, Aleph 2 to the power of Micrillion, Aleph 2 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 2 to the power of Bugol, Aleph 2 to the power of Bugolplex, Aleph 2 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 2 to the power of General, Aleph 2 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 2 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 2 to the power of Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 2 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 2 to the power of Loader's number, Aleph 2 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 2 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 2 to the power of Oblivion, Aleph 2 to the power of Finity, Aleph 2 to the power of Infinity, Aleph 2 tetrated to 2, Aleph 2 tetrated to 3, Aleph 2 tetrated to pi, Aleph 2 tetrated to 4, Aleph 2 tetrated to 5, Aleph 2 tetrated to 6, Aleph 2 tetrated to 7, Aleph 2 tetrated to 8, Aleph 2 tetrated to 9, Aleph 2 tetrated to 10, Aleph 2 tetrated to 100, Aleph 2 tetrated to 1000, Aleph 2 tetrated to million, Aleph 2 tetrated to billion, Aleph 2 tetrated to trillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to quadrillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to quintillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to sextillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to septillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to octillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to nonillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to decillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to bigentillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to trigentillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 2 tetrated to quadrigentillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to centillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to ducentillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to trecentillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to millillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to Marillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to Micrillion, Aleph 2 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 2 tetrated to Bugol, Aleph 2 tetrated to Bugolplex, Aleph 2 tetrated to Graham's number, Aleph 2 tetrated to General, Aleph 2 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 2 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 2 tetrated to Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 2 tetrated to Tritar, Aleph 2 tetrated to Loader's number, Aleph 2 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 2 tetrated to Ryo's number, Aleph 2 tetrated to Oblivion, Aleph 2 tetrated to Finity, Aleph 2 tetrated to Infinity. Aleph 3 plus 1, Aleph 3 plus 2, Aleph 3 plus 3, Aleph 3 plus pi, Aleph 3 plus 4, Aleph 3 plus 5, Aleph 3 plus 6, Aleph 3 plus 7, Aleph 3 plus 8, Aleph 3 plus 9, Aleph 3 plus 10, Aleph 3 plus 100, Aleph 3 plus 1000, Aleph 3 plus million, Aleph 3 plus billion, Aleph 3 plus trillion, Aleph 3 plus quadrillion, Aleph 3 plus quintillion, Aleph 3 plus sextillion, Aleph 3 plus septillion, Aleph 3 plus octillion, Aleph 3 plus nonillion, Aleph 3 plus decillion, Aleph 3 plus vigentillion, Aleph 3 plus trigentillion, Aleph 3 plus Giggol, Aleph 3 plus quadrigentillion, Aleph 3 plus centillion, Aleph 3 plus ducentillion, Aleph 3 plus trecentillion, Aleph 3 plus millillion, Aleph 3 plus Marillion, Aleph 3 plus Micrillion, Aleph 3 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 3 plus Bugol, Aleph 3 plus Bugolplex, Aleph 3 plus Graham's number, Aleph 3 plus General, Aleph 3 plus Giggol, Aleph 3 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 3 plus Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 3 plus Tritar, Aleph 3 plus Loader's number, Aleph 3 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 3 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 3 plus Oblivion, Aleph 3 plus Finity, Aleph 3 plus Infinity, Aleph 3 times 2, Aleph 3 times 3, Aleph 3 times pi, Aleph 3 times 4, Aleph 3 times 5, Aleph 3 times 6, Aleph 3 times 7, Aleph 3 times 8, Aleph 3 times 9, Aleph 3 times 10, Aleph 3 times 100, Aleph 3 times 1000, Aleph 3 times million, Aleph 3 times billion, Aleph 3 times trillion, Aleph 3 times quadrillion, Aleph 3 times quintillion, Aleph 3 times sextillion, Aleph 3 times septillion, Aleph 3 times octillion, Aleph 3 times nonillion, Aleph 3 times decillion, Aleph 3 times vigentillion, Aleph 3 times trigentillion, Aleph 3 times Giggol, Aleph 3 times quadrigentillion, Aleph 3 times centillion, Aleph 3 times ducentillion, Aleph 3 times trecentillion, Aleph 3 times millillion, Aleph 3 times Marillion, Aleph 3 times Micrillion, Aleph 3 times Giggolplex, Aleph 3 times Bugol, Aleph 3 times Bugolplex, Aleph 3 times Graham's number, Aleph 3 times General, Aleph 3 times Giggol, Aleph 3 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 3 times Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 3 times Tritar, Aleph 3 times Loader's number, Aleph 3 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 3 times Ryo's number, Aleph 3 times Oblivion, Aleph 3 times Finity, Aleph 3 times Infinity, Aleph 3 to the power of 2, Aleph 3 to the power of 3, Aleph 3 to the power of pi, Aleph 3 to the power of 4, Aleph 3 to the power of 5, Aleph 3 to the power of 6, Aleph 3 to the power of 7, Aleph 3 to the power of 8, Aleph 3 to the power of 9, Aleph 3 to the power of 10, Aleph 3 to the power of 100, Aleph 3 to the power of 1000, Aleph 3 to the power of million, Aleph 3 to the power of billion, Aleph 3 to the power of trillion, Aleph 3 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 3 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 3 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 3 to the power of septillion, Aleph 3 to the power of octillion, Aleph 3 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 3 to the power of decillion, Aleph 3 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 3 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 3 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 3 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 3 to the power of centillion, Aleph 3 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 3 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 3 to the power of milillion, Aleph 3 to the power of merillion, Aleph 3 to the power of micrillion, Aleph 3 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 3 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 3 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 3 to the power of grams. Number, Aleph 3 to the power of general, Aleph 3 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 3 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 3 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 3 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 3 to the power of Loder's number, Aleph 3 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 3 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 3 to the power of oblivion, Aleph 3 to the power of finity, Aleph 3 to the power of infinity, Aleph 3 tetrated to 2, Aleph 3 tetrated to 3, Aleph 3 tetrated to pi, Aleph 3 tetrated to 4, Aleph 3 tetrated to 5, Aleph 3 tetrated to 6, Aleph 3 tetrated to 7, Aleph 3 tetrated to 8, Aleph 3 tetrated to 9, Aleph 3 tetrated to 10, Aleph 3 tetrated to 100, Aleph 3 tetrated to 1000, Aleph 3 tetrated to million, Aleph 3 tetrated to billion, Aleph 3 tetrated to trillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to quadrillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to quintillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to sextillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to septillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to octillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to nonillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to decillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to vigintillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to trigintillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 3 tetrated to quadrigintillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to centillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to ducentillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to trecentillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to milillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to merillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to micrillion, Aleph 3 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 3 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 3 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 3 tetrated to grams number, Aleph 3 tetrated to general, Aleph 3 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 3 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 3 tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 3 tetrated to Tritar, Aleph 3 tetrated to Loder's number, Aleph 3 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 3 tetrated to Ryo's number, Aleph 3 tetrated to oblivion, Aleph 3 tetrated to finity, Aleph 3 tetrated to infinity. Aleph 4 plus 1, Aleph 4 plus 2, Aleph 4 plus 3, Aleph 4 plus pi, Aleph 4 plus 4, Aleph 4 plus 5, Aleph 4 plus 6, Aleph 4 plus 7, Aleph 4 plus 8, Aleph 4 plus 9, Aleph 4 plus 10, Aleph 4 plus 100, Aleph 4 plus 1000, Aleph 4 plus million, Aleph 4 plus billion, Aleph 4 plus trillion, Aleph 4 plus quadrillion, Aleph 4 plus quintillion, Aleph 4 plus sextillion, Aleph 4 plus septillion, Aleph 4 plus octillion, Aleph 4 plus nonillion, Aleph 4 plus decillion, Aleph 4 plus vigintillion, Aleph 4 plus trigintillion, Aleph 4 plus Giggol, Aleph 4 plus quadrigintillion, Aleph 4 plus centillion, Aleph 4 plus ducentillion, Aleph 4 plus trecentillion, Aleph 4 plus milillion, Aleph 4 plus merillion, Aleph 4 plus micrillion, Aleph 4 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 4 plus Giggol, Aleph 4 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 4 plus grams number, Aleph 4 plus general, Aleph 4 plus Giggol, Aleph 4 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 4 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 4 plus Tritar, Aleph 4 plus Loder's number, Aleph 4 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 4 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 4 plus oblivion, Aleph 4 plus finity, Aleph 4 plus infinity, Aleph 4 times 2, Aleph 4 times 3, Aleph 4 times pi, Aleph 4 times 4, Aleph 4 times 5, Aleph 4 times 6, Aleph 4 times 7, Aleph 4 times 8, Aleph 4 times 9, Aleph 4 times 10, Aleph 4 times 100, Aleph 4 times 1000, Aleph 4 times million, Aleph 4 times billion, Aleph 4 times trillion, Aleph 4 times quadrillion, Aleph 4 times quintillion, Aleph 4 times sextillion, Aleph 4 times septillion, Aleph 4 times octillion, Aleph 4 times nonillion, Aleph 4 times decillion, Aleph 4 times vigintillion, Aleph 4 times trigintillion, Aleph 4 times Giggol, Aleph 4 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 4 times centillion, Aleph 4 times ducentillion, Aleph 4 times trecentillion, Aleph 4 times milillion, Aleph 4 times merillion, Aleph 4 times micrillion, Aleph 4 times Giggolplex, Aleph 4 times Giggol, Aleph 4 times Giggolplex, Aleph 4 times grams number, Aleph 4 times general, Aleph 4 times Giggol, Aleph 4 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 4 times terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 4 times Tritar, Aleph 4 times Loder's number, Aleph 4 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 4 times Ryo's number, Aleph 4 times oblivion, Aleph 4 times finity, Aleph 4 times infinity, Aleph 4 to the power of 2, Aleph 4 to the power of 3, Aleph 4 to the power of pi, Aleph 4 to the power of 4, Aleph 4 to the power of 5, Aleph 4 to the power of 6, Aleph 4 to the power of 7, Aleph 4 to the power of 8, Aleph 4 to the power of 9, Aleph 4 to the power of 10, Aleph 4 to the power of 100, Aleph 4 to the power of 1000, Aleph 4 to the power of million, Aleph 4 to the power of billion, Aleph 4 to the power of trillion, Aleph 4 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 4 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 4 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 4 to the power of septillion, Aleph 4 to the power of octillion, Aleph 4 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 4 to the power of decillion, Aleph 4 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 4 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 4 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 4 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 4 to the power of centillion, Aleph 4 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 4 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 4 to the power of milillion, Aleph 4 to the power of merillion, Aleph 4 to the power of micrillion, Aleph 4 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 4 to the power of Bugol, Aleph 4 to the power of Bugolplex, Aleph 4 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 4 to the power of general, Aleph 4 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 4 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 4 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 4 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 4 to the power of Loder's number, Aleph 4 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 4 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 4 to the power of oblivion, Aleph 4 to the power of finity, Aleph 4 to the power of infinity, Aleph 4 tet rated to 2, Aleph 4 tet rated to 3, Aleph 4 tet rated to pi, Aleph 4 tet rated to 4, Aleph 4 tet rated to 5, Aleph 4 tet rated to 6, Aleph 4 tet rated to 7, Aleph 4 tet rated to 8, Aleph 4 tet rated to 9, Aleph 4 tet rated to 10, Aleph 4 tet rated to 100, Aleph 4 tet rated to 1000, Aleph 4 tet rated to million, Aleph 4 tet rated to billion, Aleph 4 tet rated to trillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to quadrillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to quintillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to sextillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to septillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to octillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to nonillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to decillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to vigintillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to trigintillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to Giggol, Aleph 4 tet rated to quadrigintillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to centillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to ducentillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to trecentillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to milillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to merillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to micrillion, Aleph 4 tet rated to Giggolplex, Aleph 4 tet rated to Bugol, Aleph 4 tet rated to Bugolplex, Aleph 4 tet rated to Graham's number, Aleph 4 tet rated to general, Aleph 4 tet rated to Giggol, Aleph 4 tet rated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 4 tet rated to terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 4 tet rated to Tritar, Aleph 4 tet rated to Loder's number, Aleph 4 tet rated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 4 tet rated to Ryo's number, Aleph 4 tet rated to oblivion, Aleph 4 tet rated to finity, Aleph 4 tet rated to infinity. Aleph 5, Aleph 5 plus 1, Aleph 5 plus 2, Aleph 5 plus 3, Aleph 5 plus pi, Aleph 5 plus 4, Aleph 5 plus 5, Aleph 5 plus 6, Aleph 5 plus 7, Aleph 5 plus 8, Aleph 5 plus 9, Aleph 5 plus 10, Aleph 5 plus 100, Aleph 5 plus 1000, Aleph 5 plus million, Aleph 5 plus billion, Aleph 5 plus trillion, Aleph 5 plus quadrillion, Aleph 5 plus quintillion, Aleph 5 plus sextillion, Aleph 5 plus septillion, Aleph 5 plus octillion, Aleph 5 plus nonillion, Aleph 5 plus decillion, Aleph 5 plus vigintillion, Aleph 5 plus trigintillion, Aleph 5 plus Giggol, Aleph 5 plus quadrigintillion, Aleph 5 plus centillion, Aleph 5 plus ducentillion, Aleph 5 plus trecentillion, Aleph 5 plus milillion, Aleph 5 plus merillion, Aleph 5 plus micrillion, Aleph 5 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 5 plus Bugol, Aleph 5 plus Bugolplex, Aleph 5 plus Graham's number, Aleph 5 plus general, Aleph 5 plus Giggol, Aleph 5 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 5 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 5 plus Tritar, Aleph 5 plus Loder's number, Aleph 5 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 5 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 5 plus oblivion, Aleph 5 plus finity, Aleph 5 plus infinity, Aleph 5 times 2, Aleph 5 times 3, Aleph 5 times pi, Aleph 5 times 4, Aleph 5 times 5, Aleph 5 times 6, Aleph 5 times 7, Aleph 5 times 8, Aleph 5 times 9, Aleph 5 times 10, Aleph 5 times 100, Aleph 5 times 1000, Aleph 5 times million, Aleph 5 times billion, Aleph 5 times trillion, Aleph 5 times quadrillion, Aleph 5 times quintillion, Aleph 5 times sextillion, Aleph 5 times septillion, Aleph 5 times octillion, Aleph 5 times nonillion, Aleph 5 times decillion, Aleph 5 times vigintillion, Aleph 5 times trigintillion, Aleph 5 times Giggol, Aleph 5 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 5 times centillion, Aleph 5 times ducentillion, Aleph 5 times Trecentillion, Aleph 5 times Millionth, Aleph 5 times Marillion, Aleph 5 times Micrillion, Aleph 5 times Giggolplex, Aleph 5 times Buggol, Aleph 5 times Buggolplex, Aleph 5 times Graham's number, Aleph 5 times General, Aleph 5 times Giggol, Aleph 5 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 5 times Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 5 times Tritar, Aleph 5 times Loader's number, Aleph 5 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 5 times Ryo's number, Aleph 5 times Oblivion, Aleph 5 times Finity, Aleph 5 times Infinity, Aleph 5 to the power of 2, Aleph 5 to the power of 3, Aleph 5 to the power of pi, Aleph 5 to the power of 4, Aleph 5 to the power of 5, Aleph 5 to the power of 6, Aleph 5 to the power of 7, Aleph 5 to the power of 8, Aleph 5 to the power of 9, Aleph 5 to the power of 10, Aleph 5 to the power of 100, Aleph 5 to the power of 1000, Aleph 5 to the power of million, Aleph 5 to the power of billion, Aleph 5 to the power of trillion, Aleph 5 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 5 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 5 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 5 to the power of septillion, Aleph 5 to the power of octillion, Aleph 5 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 5 to the power of decillion, Aleph 5 to the power of bigentillion, Aleph 5 to the power of trigentillion, Aleph 5 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 5 to the power of quadrigentillion, Aleph 5 to the power of centillion, Aleph 5 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 5 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 5 to the power of Millionth, Aleph 5 to the power of Marillion, Aleph 5 to the power of Micrillion, Aleph 5 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 5 to the power of Buggol, Aleph 5 to the power of Buggolplex, Aleph 5 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 5 to the power of General, Aleph 5 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 5 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 5 to the power of Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 5 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 5 to the power of Loader's number, Aleph 5 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 5 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 5 to the power of Oblivion, Aleph 5 to the power of Finity, Aleph 5 to the power of Infinity, Aleph 5 tetrated to 2, Aleph 5 tetrated to 3, Aleph 5 tetrated to pi, Aleph 5 tetrated to 4, Aleph 5 tetrated to 5, Aleph 5 tetrated to 6, Aleph 5 tetrated to 7, Aleph 5 tetrated to 8, Aleph 5 tetrated to 9, Aleph 5 tetrated to 10, Aleph 5 tetrated to 100, Aleph 5 tetrated to 1000, Aleph 5 tetrated to million, Aleph 5 tetrated to billion, Aleph 5 tetrated to trillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to quadrillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to quintillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to sextillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to septillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to octillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to nonillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to decillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to bigentillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to trigentillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 5 tetrated to quadrigentillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to centillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to ducentillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to trecentillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to Millionth, Aleph 5 tetrated to Marillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to Micrillion, Aleph 5 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 5 tetrated to Buggol, Aleph 5 tetrated to Buggolplex, Aleph 5 tetrated to Graham's number, Aleph 5 tetrated to General, Aleph 5 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 5 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 5 tetrated to Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 5 tetrated to Tritar, Aleph 5 tetrated to Loader's number, Aleph 5 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 5 tetrated to Ryo's number, Aleph 5 tetrated to Oblivion, Aleph 5 tetrated to Finity, Aleph 5 tetrated to Infinity. Aleph 6 plus 1, Aleph 6 plus 2, Aleph 6 plus 3, Aleph 6 plus pi, Aleph 6 plus 4, Aleph 6 plus 5, Aleph 6 plus 6, Aleph 6 plus 7, Aleph 6 plus 8, Aleph 6 plus 9, Aleph 6 plus 10, Aleph 6 plus 100, Aleph 6 plus 1000, Aleph 6 plus million, Aleph 6 plus billion, Aleph 6 plus trillion, Aleph 6 plus quadrillion, Aleph 6 plus quintillion, Aleph 6 plus sextillion, Aleph 6 plus septillion, Aleph 6 plus octillion, Aleph 6 plus nonillion, Aleph 6 plus decillion, Aleph 6 plus bigentillion, Aleph 6 plus trigentillion, Aleph 6 plus Giggol, Aleph 6 plus quadrigentillion, Aleph 6 plus centillion, Aleph 6 plus ducentillion, Aleph 6 plus trecentillion, Aleph 6 plus Millionth, Aleph 6 plus Marillion, Aleph 6 plus Micrillion, Aleph 6 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 6 plus Buggol, Aleph 6 plus Buggolplex, Aleph 6 plus Graham's number, Aleph 6 plus General, Aleph 6 plus Giggol, Aleph 6 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 6 plus Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 6 plus Tritar, Aleph 6 plus Loader's number, Aleph 6 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 6 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 6 plus Oblivion, Aleph 6 plus Finity, Aleph 6 plus Infinity, Aleph 6 times 2, Aleph 6 times 3, Aleph 6 times pi, Aleph 6 times 4, Aleph 6 times 5, Aleph 6 times 6, Aleph 6 times 7, Aleph 6 times 8, Aleph 6 times 9, Aleph 6 times 10, Aleph 6 times 100, Aleph 6 times 1000, Aleph 6 times million, Aleph 6 times billion, Aleph 6 times trillion, Aleph 6 times quadrillion, Aleph 6 times quintillion, Aleph 6 times sextillion, Aleph 6 times septillion, Aleph 6 times octillion, Aleph 6 times nonillion, Aleph 6 times decillion, Aleph 6 times vigintillion, Aleph 6 times trigintillion, Aleph 6 times Giggol, Aleph 6 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 6 times centillion, Aleph 6 times ducentillion, Aleph 6 times trecentillion, Aleph 6 times milillion, Aleph 6 times merillion, Aleph 6 times micrillion, Aleph 6 times Giggolplex, Aleph 6 times Bugol, Aleph 6 times Bugolplex, Aleph 6 times Graham's number, Aleph 6 times general, Aleph 6 times Gubol, Aleph 6 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 6 times terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 6 times Tritar, Aleph 6 times Loader's number, Aleph 6 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 6 times Ryo's number, Aleph 6 times oblivion, Aleph 6 times finity, Aleph 6 times infinity, Aleph 6 to the power of 2, Aleph 6 to the power of 3, Aleph 6 to the power of pi, Aleph 6 to the power of 4, Aleph 6 to the power of 5, Aleph 6 to the power of 6, Aleph 6 to the power of 7, Aleph 6 to the power of 8, Aleph 6 to the power of 9, Aleph 6 to the power of 10, Aleph 6 to the power of 100, Aleph 6 to the power of 1000, Aleph 6 to the power of million, Aleph 6 to the power of billion, Aleph 6 to the power of trillion, Aleph 6 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 6 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 6 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 6 to the power of septillion, Aleph 6 to the power of octillion, Aleph 6 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 6 to the power of decillion, Aleph 6 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 6 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 6 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 6 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 6 to the power of centillion, Aleph 6 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 6 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 6 to the power of milillion, Aleph 6 to the power of merillion, Aleph 6 to the power of micrillion, Aleph 6 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 6 to the power of Bugol, Aleph 6 to the power of Bugolplex, Aleph 6 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 6 to the power of general, Aleph 6 to the power of Gubol, Aleph 6 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 6 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 6 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 6 to the power of Loader's number, Aleph 6 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 6 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 6 to the power of oblivion, Aleph 6 to the power of finity, Aleph 6 to the power of infinity, Aleph 6 tetrated to 2, Aleph 6 tetrated to 3, Aleph 6 tetrated to pi, Aleph 6 tetrated to 4, Aleph 6 tetrated to 5, Aleph 6 tetrated to 6, Aleph 6 tetrated to 7, Aleph 6 tetrated to 8, Aleph 6 tetrated to 9, Aleph 6 tetrated to 10, Aleph 6 tetrated to 100, Aleph 6 tetrated to 1000, Aleph 6 tetrated to million, Aleph 6 tetrated to billion, Aleph 6 tetrated to trillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to quadrillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to quintillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to sextillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to septillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to octillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to nonillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to decillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to vigintillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to trigintillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 6 tetrated to quadrigintillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to centillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to ducentillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to trecentillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to milillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to merillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to micrillion, Aleph 6 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 6 tetrated to Bugol, Aleph 6 tetrated to Bugolplex, Aleph 6 tetrated to Graham's number, Aleph 6 tetrated to general, Aleph 6 tetrated to Gubol, Aleph 6 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 6 tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 6 tetrated to Tritar, Aleph 6 tetrated to Loader's number, Aleph 6 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 6 tetrated to Ryo's number, Aleph 6 tetrated to oblivion, Aleph 6 tetrated to finity, Aleph 6 tetrated to infinity. Aleph 7 plus 1, Aleph 7 plus 2, Aleph 7 plus 3, Aleph 7 plus pi, Aleph 7 plus 4, Aleph 7 plus 5, Aleph 7 plus 6, Aleph 7 plus 7, Aleph 7 plus 8, Aleph 7 plus 9, Aleph 7 plus 10, Aleph 7 plus 100, Aleph 7 plus 1000, Aleph 7 plus million, Aleph 7 plus billion, Aleph 7 plus trillion, Aleph 7 plus quadrillion, Aleph 7 plus quintillion, Aleph 7 plus sextillion, Aleph 7 plus septillion, Aleph 7 plus octillion, Aleph 7 plus nonillion, Aleph 7 plus decillion, Aleph 7 plus vigintillion, Aleph 7 plus trigintillion, Aleph 7 plus Giggol, Aleph 7 plus quadrigintillion, Aleph 7 plus centillion, Aleph 7 plus ducentillion, Aleph 7 plus trecentillion, Aleph 7 plus milillion, Aleph 7 plus merillion, Aleph 7 plus micrillion, Aleph 7 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 7 plus Bugol, Aleph 7 plus Bugolplex, Aleph 7 plus Graham's number, Aleph 7 plus general, Aleph 7 plus Giggol, Aleph 7 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 7 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 7 plus Tritar, Aleph 7 plus Loader's number, Aleph 7 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 7 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 7 plus Oblivion, Aleph 7 plus Finity, Aleph 7 plus Infinity, Aleph 7 times 2, Aleph 7 times 3, Aleph 7 times pi, Aleph 7 times 4, Aleph 7 times 5, Aleph 7 times 6, Aleph 7 times 7, Aleph 7 times 8, Aleph 7 times 9, Aleph 7 times 10, Aleph 7 times 100, Aleph 7 times 1000, Aleph 7 times million, Aleph 7 times billion, Aleph 7 times trillion, Aleph 7 times quadrillion, Aleph 7 times quintillion, Aleph 7 times sextillion, Aleph 7 times septillion, Aleph 7 times octillion, Aleph 7 times nonillion, Aleph 7 times decillion, Aleph 7 times vigintillion, Aleph 7 times trigintillion, Aleph 7 times Giggol, Aleph 7 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 7 times centillion, Aleph 7 times ducentillion, Aleph 7 times trecentillion, Aleph 7 times milillion, Aleph 7 times merillion, Aleph 7 times micrillion, Aleph 7 times Giggolplex, Aleph 7 times Giggol, Aleph 7 times Giggolplex, Aleph 7 times Graham's number, Aleph 7 times general, Aleph 7 times Giggol, Aleph 7 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 7 times terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 7 times Tritar, Aleph 7 times Loader's number, Aleph 7 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 7 times Ryo's number, Aleph 7 times Oblivion, Aleph 7 times Finity, Aleph 7 times Infinity, Aleph 7 to the power of 2, Aleph 7 to the power of 3, Aleph 7 to the power of pi, Aleph 7 to the power of 4, Aleph 7 to the power of 5, Aleph 7 to the power of 6, Aleph 7 to the power of 7, Aleph 7 to the power of 8, Aleph 7 to the power of 9, Aleph 7 to the power of 10, Aleph 7 to the power of 100, Aleph 7 to the power of 1000, Aleph 7 to the power of million, Aleph 7 to the power of billion, Aleph 7 to the power of trillion, Aleph 7 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 7 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 7 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 7 to the power of septillion, Aleph 7 to the power of octillion, Aleph 7 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 7 to the power of decillion, Aleph 7 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 7 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 7 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 7 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 7 to the power of centillion, Aleph 7 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 7 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 7 to the power of milillion, Aleph 7 to the power of merillion, Aleph 7 to the power of micrillion, Aleph 7 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 7 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 7 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 7 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 7 to the power of general, Aleph 7 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 7 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 7 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 7 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 7 to the power of Loader's number, Aleph 7 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 7 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 7 to the power of Oblivion, Aleph 7 to the power of Finity, Aleph 7 to the power of Infinity, Aleph 7 tetrated to 2, Aleph 7 tetrated to 3, Aleph 7 tetrated to pi, Aleph 7 tetrated to 4, Aleph 7 tetrated to 5, Aleph 7 tetrated to 6, Aleph 7 tetrated to 7, Aleph 7 tetrated to 8, Aleph 7 tetrated to 9, Aleph 7 tetrated to 10, Aleph 7 tetrated to 100, Aleph 7 tetrated to 1000, Aleph 7 tetrated to million, Aleph 7 tetrated to billion, Aleph 7 tetrated to trillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to quadrillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to quintillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to sextillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to septillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to octillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to nonillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to decillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to vigintillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to trigintillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 7 tetrated to quadrigintillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to centillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to ducentillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to trecentillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to milillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to merillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to micrillion, Aleph 7 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 7 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 7 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 7 tetrated to Graham's number, Aleph 7 tetrated to general, Aleph 7 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 7 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 7 tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 7 tetrated to Tritar, Aleph 7 tetrated to Loader's number, Aleph 7 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 7 tetrated to Ryo's number, Aleph 7 tetrated to Oblivion, Aleph 7 tetrated to Finity, Aleph 7 tetrated to Infinity. Aleph 8 plus 1, Aleph 8 plus 2, Aleph 8 plus 3, Aleph 8 plus pi, Aleph 8 plus 4, Aleph 8 plus 5, Aleph 8 plus 6, Aleph 8 plus 7, Aleph 8 plus 8, Aleph 8 plus 9, Aleph 8 plus 10, Aleph 8 plus 100, Aleph 8 plus 1000, Aleph 8 plus million, Aleph 8 plus billion, Aleph 8 plus trillion, Aleph 8 plus quadrillion, Aleph 8 plus quintillion, Aleph 8 plus sextillion, Aleph 8 plus septillion, Aleph 8 plus octillion, Aleph 8 plus nonillion, Aleph 8 plus decillion, Aleph 8 plus vigintillion, Aleph 8 plus trigintillion, Aleph 8 plus Giggol, Aleph 8 plus quadrigintillion, Aleph 8 plus centillion, Aleph 8 plus ducentillion, Aleph 8 plus trecentillion, Aleph 8 plus milillion, Aleph 8 plus merillion, Aleph 8 plus micrillion, Aleph 8 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 8 plus Bugol, Aleph 8 plus Bugolplex, Aleph 8 plus Graham's number, Aleph 8 plus General, Aleph 8 plus Giggol, Aleph 8 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 8 plus Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 8 plus Tritar, Aleph 8 plus Loader's number, Aleph 8 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 8 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 8 plus Oblivion, Aleph 8 plus Finity, Aleph 8 plus Infinity, Aleph 8 times 2, Aleph 8 times 3, Aleph 8 times pi, Aleph 8 times 4, Aleph 8 times 5, Aleph 8 times 6, Aleph 8 times 7, Aleph 8 times 8, Aleph 8 times 9, Aleph 8 times 10, Aleph 8 times 100, Aleph 8 times 1000, Aleph 8 times million, Aleph 8 times billion, Aleph 8 times trillion, Aleph 8 times quadrillion, Aleph 8 times quintillion, Aleph 8 times sextillion, Aleph 8 times septillion, Aleph 8 times octillion, Aleph 8 times nonillion, Aleph 8 times decillion, Aleph 8 times vigintillion, Aleph 8 times trigintillion, Aleph 8 times Giggol, Aleph 8 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 8 times centillion, Aleph 8 times ducentillion, Aleph 8 times trecentillion, Aleph 8 times milillion, Aleph 8 times merillion, Aleph 8 times micrillion, Aleph 8 times Giggolplex, Aleph 8 times Bugol, Aleph 8 times Bugolplex, Aleph 8 times Graham's number, Aleph 8 times General, Aleph 8 times Giggol, Aleph 8 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 8 times Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 8 times Tritar, Aleph 8 times Loader's number, Aleph 8 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 8 times Ryo's number, Aleph 8 times Oblivion, Aleph 8 times Finity, Aleph 8 times Infinity, Aleph 8 to the power of 2, Aleph 8 to the power of 3, Aleph 8 to the power of pi, Aleph 8 to the power of 4, Aleph 8 to the power of 5, Aleph 8 to the power of 6, Aleph 8 to the power of 7, Aleph 8 to the power of 8, Aleph 8 to the power of 9, Aleph 8 to the power of 10, Aleph 8 to the power of 100, Aleph 8 to the power of 1000, Aleph 8 to the power of million, Aleph 8 to the power of billion, Aleph 8 to the power of trillion, Aleph 8 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 8 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 8 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 8 to the power of septillion, Aleph 8 to the power of octillion, Aleph 8 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 8 to the power of decillion, Aleph 8 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 8 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 8 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 8 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 8 to the power of centillion, Aleph 8 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 8 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 8 to the power of milillion, Aleph 8 to the power of merillion, Aleph 8 to the power of micrillion, Aleph 8 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 8 to the power of Bugol, Aleph 8 to the power of Bugolplex, Aleph 8 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 8 to the power of General, Aleph 8 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 8 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 8 to the power of Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 8 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 8 to the power of Loader's number, Aleph 8 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 8 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 8 to the power of Oblivion, Aleph 8 to the power of Finity, Aleph 8 to the power of Infinity, Aleph 8 tet rated to 2, Aleph 8 tet rated to 3, Aleph 8 tet rated to pi, Aleph 8 tet rated to 4, Aleph 8 tet rated to 5, Aleph 8 tet rated to 6, Aleph 8 tet rated to 7, Aleph 8 tet rated to 8, Aleph 8 tet rated to 9, Aleph 8 tet rated to 10, Aleph 8 tet rated to 100, Aleph 8 tet rated to 1000, Aleph 8 tet rated to million, Aleph 8 tet rated to billion, Aleph 8 tet rated to trillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to quadrillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to quintillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to sextillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to septillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to octillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to nonillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to decillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to vigintillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to trigintillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to Giggol, Aleph 8 tet rated to quadrigintillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to centillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to ducentillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to trecentillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to milillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to merillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to micrillion, Aleph 8 tet rated to Giggolplex, Aleph 8 tet rated to Bugol, Aleph 8 tet rated to Bugolplex, Aleph 8 tet rated to Graham's number, Aleph 8 tet rated to General, Aleph 8 tet rated to Giggol, Aleph 8 tet rated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 8 tet rated to Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 8 tet rated to Tritar, Aleph 8 tet rated to Loader's number, Aleph 8 tet rated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 8 tet rated to Ryo's number, Aleph 8 tet rated to Oblivion, Aleph 8 tet rated to Finity, Aleph 8 tet rated to Infinity. Aleph 9, Aleph 9 plus 1, Aleph 9 plus 2, Aleph 9 plus 3, Aleph 9 plus pi, Aleph 9 plus 4, Aleph 9 plus 5, Aleph 9 plus 6, Aleph 9 plus 7, Aleph 9 plus 8, Aleph 9 plus 9, Aleph 9 plus 10, Aleph 9 plus 100, Aleph 9 plus 1000, Aleph 9 plus million, Aleph 9 plus billion, Aleph 9 plus trillion, Aleph 9 plus quadrillion, Aleph 9 plus quintillion, Aleph 9 plus sextillion, Aleph 9 plus septillion, Aleph 9 plus octillion, Aleph 9 plus nonillion, Aleph 9 plus decillion, Aleph 9 plus vigintillion, Aleph 9 plus trigintillion, Aleph 9 plus Giggol, Aleph 9 plus quadrigintillion, Aleph 9 plus centillion, Aleph 9 plus ducentillion, Aleph 9 plus trecentillion, Aleph 9 plus millillion, Aleph 9 plus merillion, Aleph 9 plus micrillion, Aleph 9 plus Giggolplex, Aleph 9 plus Bugol, Aleph 9 plus Bugolplex, Aleph 9 plus Graham's number, Aleph 9 plus general, Aleph 9 plus Gubol, Aleph 9 plus Tetherothoth, Aleph 9 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 9 plus Tritar, Aleph 9 plus Loader's number, Aleph 9 plus Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 9 plus Ryo's number, Aleph 9 plus Oblivion, Aleph 9 plus Finity, Aleph 9 plus Infinity, Aleph 9 times 2, Aleph 9 times 3, Aleph 9 times pi, Aleph 9 times 4, Aleph 9 times 5, Aleph 9 times 6, Aleph 9 times 7, Aleph 9 times 8, Aleph 9 times 9, Aleph 9 times 10, Aleph 9 times 100, Aleph 9 times 1000, Aleph 9 times million, Aleph 9 times billion, Aleph 9 times trillion, Aleph 9 times quadrillion, Aleph 9 times quintillion, Aleph 9 times sextillion, Aleph 9 times septillion, Aleph 9 times octillion, Aleph 9 times nonillion, Aleph 9 times decillion, Aleph 9 times vigintillion, Aleph 9 times trigintillion, Aleph 9 times Giggol, Aleph 9 times quadrigintillion, Aleph 9 times centillion, Aleph 9 times ducentillion, Aleph 9 times trecentillion, Aleph 9 times millillion, Aleph 9 times merillion, Aleph 9 times micrillion, Aleph 9 times Giggolplex, Aleph 9 times Bugol, Aleph 9 times Bugolplex, Aleph 9 times Graham's number, Aleph 9 times general, Aleph 9 times Gubol, Aleph 9 times Tetherothoth, Aleph 9 times terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 9 times Tritar, Aleph 9 times Loader's number, Aleph 9 times Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 9 times Ryo's number, Aleph 9 times Oblivion, Aleph 9 times Finity, Aleph 9 times Infinity, Aleph 9 to the power of 2, Aleph 9 to the power of 3, Aleph 9 to the power of pi, Aleph 9 to the power of 4, Aleph 9 to the power of 5, Aleph 9 to the power of 6, Aleph 9 to the power of 7, Aleph 9 to the power of 8, Aleph 9 to the power of 9, Aleph 9 to the power of 10, Aleph 9 to the power of 100, Aleph 9 to the power of 1000, Aleph 9 to the power of million, Aleph 9 to the power of billion, Aleph 9 to the power of trillion, Aleph 9 to the power of quadrillion, Aleph 9 to the power of quintillion, Aleph 9 to the power of sextillion, Aleph 9 to the power of septillion, Aleph 9 to the power of octillion, Aleph 9 to the power of nonillion, Aleph 9 to the power of decillion, Aleph 9 to the power of vigintillion, Aleph 9 to the power of trigintillion, Aleph 9 to the power of Giggol, Aleph 9 to the power of quadrigintillion, Aleph 9 to the power of centillion, Aleph 9 to the power of ducentillion, Aleph 9 to the power of trecentillion, Aleph 9 to the power of millillion, Aleph 9 to the power of merillion, Aleph 9 to the power of micrillion, Aleph 9 to the power of Giggolplex, Aleph 9 to the power of Bugol, Aleph 9 to the power of Bugolplex, Aleph 9 to the power of Graham's number, Aleph 9 to the power of general, Aleph 9 to the power of Gubol, Aleph 9 to the power of Tetherothoth, Aleph 9 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 9 to the power of Tritar, Aleph 9 to the power of Loader's number, Aleph 9 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 9 to the power of Ryo's number, Aleph 9 to the power of Oblivion, Aleph 9 to the power of Finity, Aleph 9 to the power of Infinity, Aleph 9 tetrated to 2, Aleph 9 tetrated to 3, Aleph 9 tetrated to pi, Aleph 9 tetrated to 4, Aleph 9 tetrated to 5, Aleph 9 tetrated to 6, Aleph 9 tetrated to 7, Aleph 9 tetrated to 8, Aleph 9 tetrated to 9, Aleph 9 tetrated to 10, Aleph 9 tetrated to 100, Aleph 9 tetrated to 1000, Aleph 9 tetrated to million, Aleph 9 tetrated to billion, Aleph 9 tetrated to trillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to quadrillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to quintillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to sextillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to septillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to octillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to nonillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to decillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to vigintillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to trigintillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 9 tetrated to quadrigintillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to centillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to ducentillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to trecentillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to millillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to merillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to micrillion, Aleph 9 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 9 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 9 tetrated to Giggolplex, Aleph 9 tetrated to Graham's number, Aleph 9 tetrated to General, Aleph 9 tetrated to Giggol, Aleph 9 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Aleph 9 tetrated to Terrible Tetherothoth, Aleph 9 tetrated to Tritar, Aleph 9 tetrated to Loader's number, Aleph 9 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Aleph 9 tetrated to Ryo's number, Aleph 9 tetrated to Oblivion, Aleph 9 tetrated to Finity, Aleph 9 tetrated to Infinity. Omega, Omega plus 1, Omega plus 2, Omega plus 3, Omega plus pi, Omega plus 4, Omega plus 5, Omega plus 6, Omega plus 7, Omega plus 8, Omega plus 9, Omega plus 10, Omega plus 100, Omega plus 1000, Omega plus million, Omega plus billion, Omega plus trillion, Omega plus quadrillion, Omega plus quintillion, Omega plus sextillion, Omega plus septillion, Omega plus octillion, Omega plus nonillion, Omega plus decillion, Omega plus vigintillion, Omega plus trigintillion, Omega plus Giggol, Omega plus quadrigintillion, Omega plus centillion, Omega plus ducentillion, Omega plus trecentillion, Omega plus milillion, Omega plus merillion, Omega plus micrillion, Omega plus Giggolplex, Omega plus Giggol, Omega plus Giggolplex, Omega plus Graham's number, Omega plus General, Omega plus Giggol, Omega plus Tetherothoth, Omega plus Terrible Tetherothoth, Omega plus Tritar, Omega plus Loader's number, Omega plus Yudkowsky's number, Omega plus Ryo's number, Omega plus Oblivion, Omega plus Finity, Omega plus Infinity, Omega plus Aleph 0, Omega times 2, Omega times 3, Omega times pi, Omega times 4, Omega times 5, Omega times 6, Omega times 7, Omega times 8, Omega times 9, Omega times 10, Omega times 100, Omega times 1000, Omega times million, Omega times billion, Omega times trillion, Omega times quadrillion, Omega times quintillion, Omega times sextillion, Omega times septillion, Omega times octillion, Omega times nonillion, Omega times decillion, Omega times vigintillion, Omega times trigintillion, Omega times Giggol, Omega times quadrigintillion, Omega times centillion, Omega times ducentillion, Omega times trecentillion, Omega times milillion, Omega times merillion, Omega times micrillion, Omega times Giggolplex, Omega times Giggol, Omega times Giggolplex, Omega times Graham's number, Omega times General, Omega times Giggol, Omega times Tetherothoth, Omega times Terrible Tetherothoth, Omega times Tritar, Omega times Loader's number, Omega times Yudkowsky's number, Omega times Ryo's number, Omega times Oblivion, Omega times Finity, Omega times Infinity, Omega times Aleph 0, Omega to the power of 2, Omega to the power of 3, Omega to the power of pi, Omega to the power of 4, Omega to the power of 5, Omega to the power of 6, Omega to the power of 7, Omega to the power of 8, Omega to the power of 9, Omega to the power of 10, Omega to the power of 100, Omega to the power of 1000, Omega to the power of million, Omega to the power of billion, Omega to the power of trillion, Omega to the power of quadrillion, Omega to the power of quintillion, Omega to the power of sextillion, Omega to the power of septillion, Omega to the power of octillion, Omega to the power of nonillion, Omega to the power of decillion, Omega to the power of vigintillion, Omega to the power of trigintillion, Omega to the power of Giggol, Omega to the power of quadrigintillion, Omega to the power of centillion, Omega to the power of ducentillion, Omega to the power of trecentillion, Omega to the power of milillion, Omega to the power of merillion, Omega to the power of micrillion, Omega to the power of Giggolplex, Omega to the power of Giggol, Omega to the power of Giggolplex, Omega to the power of Graham's number, Omega to the power of General, Omega to the power of Giggol, Omega to the power of Tetherothoth, Omega to the power of Terrible Tetherothoth, Omega to the power of Tritar, Omega to the power of Loader's number, Omega to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Omega to the power of Ryo's number, Omega to the power of Oblivion, Omega to the power of Finity, Omega to the power of Infinity, Omega to the power of Aleph 0, Omega tetrated to 2, Omega tetrated to 3, Omega tetrated to pi, Omega tetrated to 4, Omega tetrated to 5, Omega tetrated to 6, Omega tetrated to 7, Omega tetrated to 8, Omega tetrated to 9, Omega tetrated to 10, Omega tetrated to 100, Omega tetrated to 1000, Omega tetrated to million, Omega tetrated to billion, Omega tetrated to trillion, Omega tetrated to quadrillion, Omega tetrated to quintillion, Omega tetrated to sextillion, Omega tetrated to septillion, Omega tetrated to octillion, Omega tetrated to nonillion, Omega tetrated to decillion, Omega tetrated to vigintillion, Omega tetrated to trigintillion, Omega tetrated to Giggol, Omega tetrated to quadrigintillion, omega tetrated to centillion, omega tetrated to ducentillion, omega tetrated to trecentillion, omega tetrated to millillion, omega tetrated to merillion, omega tetrated to micrillion, omega tetrated to googolplex, omega tetrated to bugol, omega tetrated to bugolplex, omega tetrated to grams number, omega tetrated to general, omega tetrated to goobol, omega tetrated to tetherothoth, omega tetrated to terrible tetherothoth, omega tetrated to tritar, omega tetrated to loader's number, omega tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, omega tetrated to Ryo's number, omega tetrated to oblivion, omega tetrated to finity, omega tetrated to infinity, omega tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon-null plus 1, Epsilon-null plus 2, Epsilon-null plus 3, Epsilon-null plus pi, Epsilon-null plus 4, Epsilon-null plus 5, Epsilon-null plus 6, Epsilon-null plus 7, Epsilon-null plus 8, Epsilon-null plus 9, Epsilon-null plus 10, Epsilon-null plus 100, Epsilon-null plus 1000, Epsilon-null plus million, Epsilon-null plus billion, Epsilon-null plus trillion, Epsilon-null plus quadrillion, Epsilon-null plus quintillion, Epsilon-null plus sextillion, Epsilon-null plus septillion, Epsilon-null plus octillion, Epsilon-null plus nonillion, Epsilon-null plus decillion, Epsilon-null plus vigintillion, Epsilon-null plus trigintillion, Epsilon-null plus googol, Epsilon-null plus quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null plus centillion, Epsilon-null plus ducentillion, Epsilon-null plus trecentillion, Epsilon-null plus millillion, Epsilon-null plus merillion, Epsilon-null plus micrillion, Epsilon-null plus googolplex, Epsilon-null plus bugol, Epsilon-null plus bugolplex, Epsilon-null plus grams number, Epsilon-null plus general, Epsilon-null plus goobol, Epsilon-null plus tetherothoth, Epsilon-null plus terrible tetherothoth, Epsilon-null plus tritar, Epsilon-null plus loader's number, Epsilon-null plus Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null plus Ryo's number, Epsilon-null plus oblivion, Epsilon-null plus finity, Epsilon-null plus infinity, Epsilon-null plus Aleph 0, Epsilon-null times 2, Epsilon-null times 3, Epsilon-null times pi, Epsilon-null times 4, Epsilon-null times 5, Epsilon-null times 6, Epsilon-null times 7, Epsilon-null times 8, Epsilon-null times 9, Epsilon-null times 10, Epsilon-null times 100, Epsilon-null times 1000, Epsilon-null times million, Epsilon-null times billion, Epsilon-null times trillion, Epsilon-null times quadrillion, Epsilon-null times quintillion, Epsilon-null times sextillion, Epsilon-null times septillion, Epsilon-null times octillion, Epsilon-null times nonillion, Epsilon-null times decillion, Epsilon-null times vigintillion, Epsilon-null times trigintillion, Epsilon-null times googol, Epsilon-null times quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null times centillion, Epsilon-null times ducentillion, Epsilon-null times trecentillion, Epsilon-null times millillion, Epsilon-null times merillion, Epsilon-null times micrillion, Epsilon-null times googolplex, Epsilon-null times bugol, Epsilon-null times bugolplex, Epsilon-null times grams number, Epsilon-null times general, Epsilon-null times goobol, Epsilon-null times tetherothoth, Epsilon-null times terrible tetherothoth, Epsilon-null times tritar, Epsilon-null times loader's number, Epsilon-null times Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null times Ryo's number, Epsilon-null times oblivion, Epsilon-null times finity, Epsilon-null times infinity, Epsilon-null times Aleph 0, Epsilon-null to the power of 2, Epsilon-null to the power of 3, Epsilon-null to the power of pi, Epsilon-null to the power of 4, Epsilon-null to the power of 5, Epsilon-null to the power of 6, Epsilon-null to the power of 7, Epsilon-null to the power of 8, Epsilon-null to the power of 9, Epsilon-null to the power of 10, Epsilon-null to the power of 100, Epsilon-null to the power of 1000, Epsilon-null to the power of million, Epsilon-null to the power of billion, Epsilon-null to the power of trillion, Epsilon-null to the power of quadrillion, Epsilon-null to the power of quintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of sextillion, Epsilon-null to the power of septillion, Epsilon-null to the power of octillion, Epsilon-null to the power of nonillion, Epsilon-null to the power of decillion, Epsilon-null to the power of vigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of trigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of googol, Epsilon-null to the power of quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of centillion, Epsilon-null to the power of ducentillion, Epsilon-null to the power of trecentillion, Epsilon-null to the power of millillion, Epsilon-null to the power of merillion, Epsilon-null to the power of micrillion, Epsilon-null to the power of googolplex, Epsilon-null to the power of bugol, Epsilon-null to the power of bugolplex, Epsilon-null to the power of grams number, Epsilon-null to the power of general, Epsilon-null to the power of goobol, Epsilon-null to the power of tetherothoth, Epsilon-null to the power of terrible tetherothoth, Epsilon-null to the power of tritar, Epsilon-null to the power of loader's number, Epsilon-null to the power of Yudkowsky's Number, Epsilon-null to the power of Rio's number, Epsilon-null to the power of oblivion, Epsilon-null to the power of finity, Epsilon-null to the power of infinity, Epsilon-null to the power of Aleph 0, Epsilon-null tetrated to 2, Epsilon-null tetrated to 3, Epsilon-null tetrated to pi, Epsilon-null tetrated to 4, Epsilon-null tetrated to 5, Epsilon-null tetrated to 6, Epsilon-null tetrated to 7, Epsilon-null tetrated to 8, Epsilon-null tetrated to 9, Epsilon-null tetrated to 10, Epsilon-null tetrated to 100, Epsilon-null tetrated to 1000, Epsilon-null tetrated to million, Epsilon-null tetrated to billion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to quadrillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to quintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to sextillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to septillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to octillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to nonillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to decillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to vigintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trigintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to quadrigentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to centillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to ducentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trecentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to milillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to merillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to micrillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Epsilon-null tetrated to Bugol, Epsilon-null tetrated to Bugolplex, Epsilon-null tetrated to Graham's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to general, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null tetrated to Tritar, Epsilon-null tetrated to Loder's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Rio's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to oblivion, Epsilon-null tetrated to finity, Epsilon-null tetrated to infinity, Epsilon-null tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon 1, Epsilon 1 plus 1, Epsilon 1 plus 2, Epsilon 1 plus 3, Epsilon 1 plus pi, Epsilon 1 plus 4, Epsilon 1 plus 5, Epsilon 1 plus 6, Epsilon 1 plus 7, Epsilon 1 plus 8, Epsilon 1 plus 9, Epsilon 1 plus 10, Epsilon 1 plus 100, Epsilon 1 plus 1000, Epsilon 1 plus million, Epsilon 1 plus billion, Epsilon 1 plus trillion, Epsilon 1 plus quadrillion, Epsilon 1 plus quintillion, Epsilon 1 plus sextillion, Epsilon 1 plus septillion, Epsilon 1 plus octillion, Epsilon 1 plus nonillion, Epsilon 1 plus decillion, Epsilon 1 plus vigintillion, Epsilon 1 plus trigintillion, Epsilon 1 plus Giggol, Epsilon 1 plus quadrigentillion, Epsilon 1 plus centillion, Epsilon 1 plus ducentillion, Epsilon 1 plus trecentillion, Epsilon 1 plus milillion, Epsilon 1 plus merillion, Epsilon 1 plus micrillion, Epsilon 1 plus Giggolplex, Epsilon 1 plus Bugol, Epsilon 1 plus Bugolplex, Epsilon 1 plus Graham's number, Epsilon 1 plus general, Epsilon 1 plus Giggol, Epsilon 1 plus Tetherothoth, Epsilon 1 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon 1 plus Tritar, Epsilon 1 plus Loder's number, Epsilon 1 plus Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon 1 plus Rio's number, Epsilon 1 plus oblivion, Epsilon 1 plus finity, Epsilon 1 plus infinity, Epsilon 1 plus Aleph 0, Epsilon 1 times 2, Epsilon 1 times 3, Epsilon 1 times pi, Epsilon 1 times 4, Epsilon 1 times 5, Epsilon 1 times 6, Epsilon 1 times 7, Epsilon 1 times 8, Epsilon 1 times 9, Epsilon 1 times 10, Epsilon 1 times 100, Epsilon 1 times 1000, Epsilon 1 times million, Epsilon 1 times billion, Epsilon 1 times trillion, Epsilon 1 times quadrillion, Epsilon 1 times quintillion, Epsilon 1 times sextillion, Epsilon 1 times septillion, Epsilon 1 times octillion, Epsilon 1 times nonillion, Epsilon 1 times decillion, Epsilon 1 times vigintillion, Epsilon 1 times trigintillion, Epsilon 1 times Giggol, Epsilon 1 times quadrigentillion, Epsilon 1 times centillion, Epsilon 1 times ducentillion, Epsilon 1 times trecentillion, Epsilon 1 times milillion, Epsilon 1 times merillion, Epsilon 1 times micrillion, Epsilon 1 times Giggolplex, Epsilon 1 times Bugol, Epsilon 1 times Bugolplex, Epsilon 1 times Graham's number, Epsilon 1 times general, Epsilon 1 times Giggol, Epsilon 1 times Tetherothoth, Epsilon 1 times terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon 1 times Tritar, Epsilon 1 times Loder's number, Epsilon 1 times Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon 1 times Rio's number, Epsilon 1 times oblivion, Epsilon 1 times finity, Epsilon 1 times infinity, Epsilon 1 times Aleph 0, Epsilon 1 to the power of 2, Epsilon 1 to the power of 3, Epsilon 1 to the power of pi, Epsilon 1 to the power of 4, Epsilon 1 to the power of 5, Epsilon 1 to the power of 6, Epsilon 1 to the power of 7, Epsilon 1 to the power of 8, Epsilon 1 to the power of 9, Epsilon 1 to the power of 10, epsilon 1 to the power of 100, epsilon 1 to the power of 1000, epsilon 1 to the power of million, epsilon 1 to the power of billion, epsilon 1 to the power of trillion, epsilon 1 to the power of quadrillion, epsilon 1 to the power of quintillion, epsilon 1 to the power of sextillion, epsilon 1 to the power of septillion, epsilon 1 to the power of octillion, epsilon 1 to the power of nonillion, epsilon 1 to the power of decillion, epsilon 1 to the power of vigintillion, epsilon 1 to the power of trigintillion, epsilon 1 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 1 to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon 1 to the power of centillion, epsilon 1 to the power of ducentillion, epsilon 1 to the power of trecentillion, epsilon 1 to the power of millillion, epsilon 1 to the power of merillion, epsilon 1 to the power of micrillion, epsilon 1 to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon 1 to the power of Bugol, epsilon 1 to the power of Bugolplex, epsilon 1 to the power of Graham's number, epsilon 1 to the power of general, epsilon 1 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 1 to the power of Tetherothoth, epsilon 1 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 1 to the power of Tritar, epsilon 1 to the power of Loder's number, epsilon 1 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 1 to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon 1 to the power of oblivion, epsilon 1 to the power of finity, epsilon 1 to the power of infinity, epsilon 1 to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon 1 tet rated to 2, epsilon 1 tet rated to 3, epsilon 1 tet rated to pi, epsilon 1 tet rated to 4, epsilon 1 tet rated to 5, epsilon 1 tet rated to 6, epsilon 1 tet rated to 7, epsilon 1 tet rated to 8, epsilon 1 tet rated to 9, epsilon 1 tet rated to 10, epsilon 1 tet rated to 100, epsilon 1 tet rated to 1000, epsilon 1 tet rated to million, epsilon 1 tet rated to billion, epsilon 1 tet rated to trillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to quadrillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to quintillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to sextillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to septillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to octillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to nonillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to decillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to vigintillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to trigintillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 1 tet rated to quadrigintillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to centillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to ducentillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to trecentillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to millillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to merillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to micrillion, epsilon 1 tet rated to Giggolplex, epsilon 1 tet rated to Bugol, epsilon 1 tet rated to Bugolplex, epsilon 1 tet rated to Graham's number, epsilon 1 tet rated to general, epsilon 1 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 1 tet rated to Tetherothoth, epsilon 1 tet rated to terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 1 tet rated to Tritar, epsilon 1 tet rated to Loder's number, epsilon 1 tet rated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 1 tet rated to Ryo's number, epsilon 1 tet rated to oblivion, epsilon 1 tet rated to finity, epsilon 1 tet rated to infinity, epsilon 1 tet rated to Aleph 0. Epsilon 2 plus 1, epsilon 2 plus 2, epsilon 2 plus 3, epsilon 2 plus pi, epsilon 2 plus 4, epsilon 2 plus 5, epsilon 2 plus 6, epsilon 2 plus 7, epsilon 2 plus 8, epsilon 2 plus 9, epsilon 2 plus 10, epsilon 2 plus 100, epsilon 2 plus 1000, epsilon 2 plus million, epsilon 2 plus billion, epsilon 2 plus trillion, epsilon 2 plus quadrillion, epsilon 2 plus quintillion, epsilon 2 plus sextillion, epsilon 2 plus septillion, epsilon 2 plus octillion, epsilon 2 plus nonillion, epsilon 2 plus decillion, epsilon 2 plus vigintillion, epsilon 2 plus trigintillion, epsilon 2 plus Giggol, epsilon 2 plus quadrigintillion, epsilon 2 plus centillion, epsilon 2 plus ducentillion, epsilon 2 plus trecentillion, epsilon 2 plus millillion, epsilon 2 plus merillion, epsilon 2 plus micrillion, epsilon 2 plus Giggolplex, epsilon 2 plus Bugol, epsilon 2 plus Bugolplex, epsilon 2 plus Graham's number, epsilon 2 plus general, epsilon 2 plus Giggol, epsilon 2 plus Tetherothoth, epsilon 2 plus terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 2 plus Tritar, epsilon 2 plus Loder's number, epsilon 2 plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 2 plus Ryo's number, epsilon 2 plus oblivion, epsilon 2 plus finity, epsilon 2 plus infinity, epsilon 2 plus Aleph 0, epsilon 2 times 2, epsilon 2 times 3, epsilon 2 times pi, epsilon 2 times 4, epsilon 2 times 5, epsilon 2 times 6, epsilon 2 times 7, epsilon 2 times 8, epsilon 2 times 9, epsilon 2 times 10, epsilon 2 times 100, epsilon 2 times 1000, epsilon 2 times million, epsilon 2 times billion, epsilon 2 times trillion, epsilon 2 times quadrillion, epsilon 2 times quintillion, epsilon 2 times sextillion, epsilon 2 times septillion, epsilon 2 times octillion, epsilon 2 times nonillion, epsilon 2 times decillion, epsilon 2 times vigintillion, epsilon 2 times trigintillion, epsilon 2 times Giggol, epsilon 2 times quadrigentillion, epsilon 2 times centillion, epsilon 2 times ducentillion, epsilon 2 times trecentillion, epsilon 2 times millillion, epsilon 2 times merillion, epsilon 2 times micrillion, epsilon 2 times googolplex, epsilon 2 times bugol, epsilon 2 times bugolplex, epsilon 2 times grams number, epsilon 2 times general, epsilon 2 times gubol, epsilon 2 times tetherothoth, epsilon 2 times terrible tetherothoth, epsilon 2 times tritar, epsilon 2 times loader's number, epsilon 2 times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 2 times Ryo's number, epsilon 2 times oblivion, epsilon 2 times finity, epsilon 2 times infinity, epsilon 2 times Aleph 0, epsilon 2 to the power of 2, epsilon 2 to the power of 3, epsilon 2 to the power of pi, epsilon 2 to the power of 4, epsilon 2 to the power of 5, epsilon 2 to the power of 6, epsilon 2 to the power of 7, epsilon 2 to the power of 8, epsilon 2 to the power of 9, epsilon 2 to the power of 10, epsilon 2 to the power of 100, epsilon 2 to the power of 1000, epsilon 2 to the power of million, epsilon 2 to the power of billion, epsilon 2 to the power of trillion, epsilon 2 to the power of quadrillion, epsilon 2 to the power of quintillion, epsilon 2 to the power of sextillion, epsilon 2 to the power of septillion, epsilon 2 to the power of octillion, epsilon 2 to the power of nonillion, epsilon 2 to the power of decillion, epsilon 2 to the power of vigintillion, epsilon 2 to the power of trigentillion, epsilon 2 to the power of gugol, epsilon 2 to the power of quadrigentillion, epsilon 2 to the power of centillion, epsilon 2 to the power of ducentillion, epsilon 2 to the power of trecentillion, epsilon 2 to the power of millillion, epsilon 2 to the power of merillion, epsilon 2 to the power of micrillion, epsilon 2 to the power of gugolplex, epsilon 2 to the power of bugol, epsilon 2 to the power of bugolplex, epsilon 2 to the power of grams number, epsilon 2 to the power of general, epsilon 2 to the power of gubol, epsilon 2 to the power of tetherothoth, epsilon 2 to the power of terrible tetherothoth, epsilon 2 to the power of tritar, epsilon 2 to the power of loader's number, epsilon 2 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 2 to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon 2 to the power of oblivion, epsilon 2 to the power of finity, epsilon 2 to the power of infinity, epsilon 2 to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon 2 tetrated to 2, epsilon 2 tetrated to 3, epsilon 2 tetrated to pi, epsilon 2 tetrated to 4, epsilon 2 tetrated to 5, epsilon 2 tetrated to 6, epsilon 2 tetrated to 7, epsilon 2 tetrated to 8, epsilon 2 tetrated to 9, epsilon 2 tetrated to 10, epsilon 2 tetrated to 100. Epsilon 2 tetrated to 1000, epsilon 2 tetrated to million, epsilon 2 tetrated to billion, epsilon 2 tetrated to trillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to quadrillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to quintillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to sextillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to septillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to octillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to nonillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to decillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to vigintillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to trigentillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to gugol, epsilon 2 tetrated to quadrigentillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to centillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to ducentillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to trecentillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to millillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to merillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to micrillion, epsilon 2 tetrated to gugolplex, epsilon 2 tetrated to bugol, epsilon 2 tetrated to bugolplex, epsilon 2 tetrated to grams number, epsilon 2 tetrated to general, epsilon 2 tetrated to gubol, epsilon 2 tetrated to tetherothoth, epsilon 2 tetrated to terrible tetherothoth, epsilon 2 tetrated to tritar, epsilon 2 tetrated to loader's number, epsilon 2 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 2 tetrated to Ryo's number, epsilon 2 tetrated to oblivion, epsilon 2 tetrated to finity, epsilon 2 tetrated to infinity, epsilon 2 tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon 3 plus 1, epsilon 3 plus 2, epsilon 3 plus 3, epsilon 3 plus pi, epsilon 3 plus 4, epsilon 3 plus 5, epsilon 3 plus 6, epsilon 3 plus 7, epsilon 3 plus 8, epsilon 3 plus 9, epsilon 3 plus 10, epsilon 3 plus 100, epsilon 3 plus 1000, epsilon 3 plus million, epsilon 3 plus billion, epsilon 3 plus trillion, epsilon 3 plus quadrillion, epsilon 3 plus quintillion, epsilon 3 plus sextillion, epsilon 3 plus septillion, epsilon 3 plus octillion, epsilon 3 plus nonillion, epsilon 3 plus decillion, epsilon 3 plus vigintillion, epsilon 3 plus trigentillion, epsilon 3 plus gugol, epsilon 3 plus quadrigentillion, epsilon 3 plus centillion, epsilon 3 plus ducentillion, epsilon 3 plus trecentillion, epsilon 3 plus millillion, epsilon 3 plus merillion, epsilon 3 plus micrillion, epsilon 3 plus gugolplex, epsilon 3 plus bugol. Epsilon-3 plus Bugolplex, Epsilon-3 plus Graham's number, Epsilon-3 plus General, Epsilon-3 plus Giggol, Epsilon-3 plus Tetherothoth, Epsilon-3 plus Terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-3 plus Tritar, Epsilon-3 plus Loader's number, Epsilon-3 plus Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-3 plus Ryo's number, Epsilon-3 plus Oblivion, Epsilon-3 plus Finity, Epsilon-3 plus Infinity, Epsilon-3 plus Aleph 0, Epsilon-3 times 2, Epsilon-3 times 3, Epsilon-3 times pi, Epsilon-3 times 4, Epsilon-3 times 5, Epsilon-3 times 6, Epsilon-3 times 7, Epsilon-3 times 8, Epsilon-3 times 9, Epsilon-3 times 10, Epsilon-3 times 100, Epsilon-3 times 1000, Epsilon-3 times million, Epsilon-3 times billion, Epsilon-3 times trillion, Epsilon-3 times quadrillion, Epsilon-3 times quintillion, Epsilon-3 times sextillion, Epsilon-3 times septillion, Epsilon-3 times octillion, Epsilon-3 times nonillion, Epsilon-3 times decillion, Epsilon-3 times vigintillion, Epsilon-3 times trigintillion, Epsilon-3 times Giggol, Epsilon-3 times quadrigintillion, Epsilon-3 times centillion, Epsilon-3 times ducentillion, Epsilon-3 times trecentillion, Epsilon-3 times millillion, Epsilon-3 times merillion, Epsilon-3 times micrillion, Epsilon-3 times Giggolplex, Epsilon-3 times Bugol, Epsilon-3 times Bugolplex, Epsilon-3 times Graham's number, Epsilon-3 times General, Epsilon-3 times Giggol, Epsilon-3 times Tetherothoth, Epsilon-3 times Terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-3 times Tritar, Epsilon-3 times Loader's number, Epsilon-3 times Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-3 times Ryo's number, Epsilon-3 times Oblivion, Epsilon-3 times Finity, Epsilon-3 times Infinity, Epsilon-3 times Aleph 0, Epsilon-3 to the power of 2, Epsilon-3 to the power of 3, Epsilon-3 to the power of pi, Epsilon-3 to the power of 4, Epsilon-3 to the power of 5, Epsilon-3 to the power of 6, Epsilon-3 to the power of 7, Epsilon-3 to the power of 8, Epsilon-3 to the power of 9, Epsilon-3 to the power of 10, Epsilon-3 to the power of 100, Epsilon-3 to the power of 1000, Epsilon-3 to the power of million, Epsilon-3 to the power of billion, Epsilon-3 to the power of trillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of quadrillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of quintillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of sextillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of septillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of octillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of nonillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of decillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of vigintillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of trigintillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-3 to the power of quadrigintillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of centillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of ducentillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of trecentillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of millillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of merillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of micrillion, Epsilon-3 to the power of Giggolplex, Epsilon-3 to the power of Bugol, Epsilon-3 to the power of Bugolplex, Epsilon-3 to the power of Graham's number, Epsilon-3 to the power of General, Epsilon-3 to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-3 to the power of Tetherothoth, Epsilon-3 to the power of Terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-3 to the power of Tritar, Epsilon-3 to the power of Loader's number, Epsilon-3 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-3 to the power of Ryo's number, Epsilon-3 to the power of Oblivion, Epsilon-3 to the power of Finity, Epsilon-3 to the power of Infinity, Epsilon-3 to the power of Aleph 0, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 2, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 3, Epsilon-3 tetrated to pi, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 4, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 5. Epsilon-3 tetrated to 6, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 7, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 8, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 9, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 10, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 100, Epsilon-3 tetrated to 1000, Epsilon-3 tetrated to million, Epsilon-3 tetrated to billion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to trillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to quadrillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to quintillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to sextillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to septillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to octillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to nonillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to decillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to vigintillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to trigintillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-3 tetrated to quadrigintillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to centillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to ducentillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to trecentillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to millillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to merillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to micrillion, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Giggolplex, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Bugol, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Bugolplex, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Graham's number, Epsilon-3 tetrated to General, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Tritar, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Loader's number, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Ryo's number, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Oblivion. Epsilon-3 tetrated to finity, Epsilon-3 tetrated to infinity, Epsilon-3 tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon-4, Epsilon-4 plus 1, Epsilon-4 plus 2, Epsilon-4 plus 3, Epsilon-4 plus pi, Epsilon-4 plus 4, Epsilon-4 plus 5, Epsilon-4 plus 6, Epsilon-4 plus 7, Epsilon-4 plus 8, Epsilon-4 plus 9, Epsilon-4 plus 10, Epsilon-4 plus 100, Epsilon-4 plus 1000, Epsilon-4 plus million, Epsilon-4 plus billion, Epsilon-4 plus trillion, Epsilon-4 plus quadrillion, Epsilon-4 plus quintillion, Epsilon-4 plus sextillion, Epsilon-4 plus septillion, Epsilon-4 plus octillion, Epsilon-4 plus nonillion, Epsilon-4 plus decillion, Epsilon-4 plus vigintillion, Epsilon-4 plus trigintillion, Epsilon-4 plus Giggol, Epsilon-4 plus quadrigintillion, Epsilon-4 plus centillion, Epsilon-4 plus ducentillion, Epsilon-4 plus trecentillion, Epsilon-4 plus millillion, Epsilon-4 plus merillion, Epsilon-4 plus micrillion, Epsilon-4 plus Giggolplex, Epsilon-4 plus Giggol, Epsilon-4 plus Giggolplex. Epsilon-4 plus grams number, Epsilon-4 plus general, Epsilon-4 plus Giggol, Epsilon-4 plus Tetherothoth, Epsilon-4 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-4 plus tritar, Epsilon-4 plus loader's number, Epsilon-4 plus Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-4 plus Ryo's number, Epsilon-4 plus oblivion, Epsilon-4 plus finity, Epsilon-4 plus infinity, Epsilon-4 plus Aleph 0, Epsilon-4 times 2, Epsilon-4 times 3, Epsilon-4 times pi, Epsilon-4 times 4, Epsilon 4 times 5, Epsilon-4 times 6, Epsilon-4 times 7, Epsilon-4 times 8, Epsilon-4 times 9, Epsilon-4 times 10, Epsilon-4 times 100, Epsilon-4 times 1000, Epsilon-4 times million, Epsilon-4 times billion, Epsilon-4 times trillion, Epsilon-4 times quadrillion, Epsilon-4 times quintillion, Epsilon-4 times sextillion, Epsilon-4 times septillion, Epsilon-4 times octillion, Epsilon-4 times nonillion, Epsilon-4 times decillion, Epsilon-4 times vigintillion, Epsilon-4 times trigintillion, Epsilon-4 times Giggol, Epsilon-4 times quadrigintillion, Epsilon-4 times centillion, Epsilon-4 times ducentillion, Epsilon-4 times trecentillion, Epsilon-4 times millillion, Epsilon-4 times merillion, Epsilon-4 times micrillion, Epsilon-4 times Giggolplex, Epsilon-4 times Giggol, Epsilon-4 times Giggolplex, Epsilon-4 times grams number, Epsilon-4 times general, Epsilon-4 times Giggol, Epsilon-4 times Tetherothoth, Epsilon-4 times terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-4 times tritar, Epsilon-4 times loader's number, Epsilon-4 times Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-4 times Ryo's number, Epsilon-4 times oblivion, Epsilon-4 times finity, Epsilon-4 times infinity, Epsilon-4 times Aleph 0, Epsilon-4 to the power of 2, Epsilon-4 to the power of 3, Epsilon-4 to the power of pi, Epsilon-4 to the power of 4, Epsilon-4 to the power of 5, Epsilon-4 to the power of 6, Epsilon-4 to the power of 7, Epsilon-4 to the power of 8, Epsilon-4 to the power of 9, Epsilon-4 to the power of 10, Epsilon-4 to the power of 100, Epsilon-4 to the power of 1000, Epsilon-4 to the power of million, Epsilon-4 to the power of billion, Epsilon-4 to the power of trillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of quadrillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of quintillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of sextillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of septillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of octillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of nonillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of decillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of vigintillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of trigintillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-4 to the power of quadrigintillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of centillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of ducentillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of trecentillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of millillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of merillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of micrillion, Epsilon-4 to the power of Giggolplex, Epsilon-4 to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-4 to the power of Giggolplex, Epsilon-4 to the power of grams number, Epsilon-4 to the power of general, Epsilon-4 to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-4 to the power of Tetherothoth, Epsilon-4 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-4 to the power of tritar, Epsilon-4 to the power of loader's number, Epsilon-4 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-4 to the power of Ryo's number, Epsilon-4 to the power of oblivion, Epsilon-4 to the power of finity, Epsilon-4 to the power of infinity, Epsilon-4 to the power of Aleph 0, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 2, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 3, Epsilon-4 tetrated to pi, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 4, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 5, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 6, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 7, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 8, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 9, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 10, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 100, Epsilon-4 tetrated to 1000, epsilon-4 tetrated to million, epsilon-4 tetrated to billion, epsilon-4 tetrated to trillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to quadrillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to quintillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to sextillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to septillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to octillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to nonillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to decillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to vigintillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to trigintillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to Giggol, epsilon-4 tetrated to quadrigintillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to centillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to ducentillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to trecentillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to milillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to merillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to micrillion, epsilon-4 tetrated to Giggolplex, epsilon-4 tetrated to Giggol, epsilon-4 tetrated to Giggolplex, epsilon-4 tetrated to Graham's number, epsilon-4 tetrated to general, epsilon-4 tetrated to Giggol, epsilon-4 tetrated to Tetherothoth, epsilon-4 tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon-4 tetrated to Tritar, epsilon-4 tetrated to Loder's number, epsilon-4 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon-4 tetrated to Ryo's number, epsilon-4 tetrated to oblivion, epsilon-4 tetrated to finity, epsilon-4 tetrated to infinity, epsilon-4 tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon-5, epsilon-5 plus 1, epsilon-5 plus 2, epsilon-5 plus 3, epsilon-5 plus pi, epsilon-5 plus 4, epsilon-5 plus 5, epsilon-5 plus 6, epsilon-5 plus 7, epsilon-5 plus 8, epsilon-5 plus 9, epsilon-5 plus 10, epsilon-5 plus 100, epsilon-5 plus 1000, epsilon-5 plus million, epsilon-5 plus billion, epsilon-5 plus trillion, epsilon-5 plus quadrillion, epsilon-5 plus quintillion, epsilon-5 plus sextillion, epsilon-5 plus septillion, epsilon-5 plus octillion, epsilon-5 plus nonillion, epsilon-5 plus decillion, epsilon-5 plus vigintillion, epsilon-5 plus trigintillion, epsilon-5 plus Giggol, epsilon-5 plus quadrigintillion, epsilon-5 plus centillion, epsilon-5 plus ducentillion, epsilon-5 plus trecentillion, epsilon-5 plus milillion, epsilon-5 plus merillion, epsilon-5 plus micrillion, epsilon-5 plus Giggolplex, epsilon-5 plus Giggol, epsilon-5 plus Giggolplex, epsilon-5 plus Graham's number, epsilon-5 plus general, epsilon-5 plus Giggol, epsilon-5 plus Tetherothoth, epsilon-5 plus terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon-5 plus Tritar, epsilon-5 plus Loder's number, epsilon-5 plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon-5 plus Ryo's number, epsilon-5 plus oblivion, epsilon-5 plus finity, epsilon-5 plus infinity, epsilon-5 plus Aleph 0, epsilon-5 times 2, epsilon-5 times 3, epsilon-5 times pi, epsilon-5 times 4, epsilon-5 times 5, epsilon-5 times 6, epsilon-5 times 7, epsilon-5 times 8, epsilon-5 times 9, epsilon-5 times 10, epsilon-5 times 100, epsilon-5 times 1000, epsilon-5 times million, epsilon-5 times billion, epsilon-5 times trillion, epsilon-5 times quadrillion, epsilon-5 times quintillion, epsilon-5 times sextillion, epsilon-5 times septillion, epsilon-5 times octillion, epsilon-5 times nonillion, epsilon-5 times decillion, epsilon-5 times vigintillion, epsilon-5 times trigintillion, epsilon-5 times Giggol, epsilon-5 times quadrigintillion, epsilon-5 times centillion, epsilon-5 times ducentillion, epsilon-5 times trecentillion, epsilon-5 times milillion, epsilon-5 times merillion, epsilon-5 times micrillion, epsilon-5 times Giggolplex, epsilon-5 times Giggol, epsilon-5 times Giggolplex, epsilon-5 times Graham's number, epsilon-5 times general, epsilon-5 times Giggol, epsilon-5 times Tetherothoth, epsilon-5 times terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon-5 times Tritar, epsilon-5 times Loder's number, epsilon-5 times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon-5 times Ryo's number, epsilon-5 times oblivion, epsilon-5 times finity, epsilon-5 times infinity, epsilon-5 times Aleph 0, epsilon-5 to the power of 2, epsilon-5 to the power of 3, epsilon-5 to the power of pi, epsilon-5 to the power of 4, epsilon-5 to the power of 5, epsilon-5 to the power of 6, epsilon-5 to the power of 7, epsilon-5 to the power of 8, epsilon-5 to the power of 9, epsilon-5 to the power of 10, epsilon-5 to the power of 100, epsilon-5 to the power of 1000, epsilon-5 to the power of million, epsilon-5 to the power of billion, epsilon-5 to the power of trillion, epsilon-5 to the power of quadrillion, epsilon-5 to the power of quintillion, epsilon-5 to the power of sextillion, epsilon-5 to the power of septillion, epsilon-5 5 to the power of octillion, epsilon 5 to the power of nonillion, epsilon 5 to the power of decillion, epsilon 5 to the power of vigintillion, epsilon 5 to the power of trigintillion, epsilon 5 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 5 to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon 5 to the power of centillion, epsilon 5 to the power of ducentillion, epsilon 5 to the power of trecentillion, epsilon 5 to the power of milillion, epsilon 5 to the power of merillion, epsilon 5 to the power of micrillion, epsilon 5 to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon 5 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 5 to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon 5 to the power of Graham's number, epsilon 5 to the power of general, epsilon 5 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 5 to the power of Tetherothoth, epsilon 5 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 5 to the power of Tritar, epsilon 5 to the power of Loder's number, epsilon 5 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 5 to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon 5 to the power of oblivion, epsilon 5 to the power of finity, epsilon 5 to the power of infinity, epsilon 5 to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon 5 tet rated to 2, epsilon 5 tet rated to 3, epsilon 5 tet rated to pi, epsilon 5 tet rated to 4, epsilon 5 tet rated to 5, epsilon 5 tet rated to 6, epsilon 5 tet rated to 7, epsilon 5 tet rated to 8, epsilon 5 tet rated to 9, epsilon 5 tet rated to 10, epsilon 5 tet rated to 100, epsilon 5 tet rated to 1000, epsilon 5 tet rated to million, epsilon 5 tet rated to billion, epsilon 5 tet rated to trillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to quadrillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to quintillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to sextillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to septillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to octillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to nonillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to decillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to vigintillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to trigintillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 5 tet rated to quadrigintillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to centillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to ducentillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to trecentillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to milillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to merillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to micrillion, epsilon 5 tet rated to Giggolplex, epsilon 5 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 5 tet rated to Giggolplex, epsilon 5 tet rated to Graham's number, epsilon 5 tet rated to general, epsilon 5 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 5 tet rated to Tetherothoth, epsilon 5 tet rated to terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 5 tet rated to Tritar, epsilon 5 tet rated to Loder's number, epsilon 5 tet rated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 5 tet rated to Ryo's number, epsilon 5 tet rated to oblivion, epsilon 5 tet rated to finity, epsilon 5 tet rated to infinity, epsilon 5 tet rated to Aleph 0. Epsilon 10 plus 1, epsilon 10 plus 2, epsilon 10 plus 3, epsilon 10 plus pi, epsilon 10 plus 4, epsilon 10 plus 5, epsilon 10 plus 6, epsilon 10 plus 7, epsilon 10 plus 8, epsilon 10 plus 9, epsilon 10 plus 10, epsilon 10 plus 100, epsilon 10 plus 1000, epsilon 10 plus million, epsilon 10 plus billion, epsilon 10 plus trillion, epsilon 10 plus quadrillion, epsilon 10 plus quintillion, epsilon 10 plus sextillion, epsilon 10 plus septillion, epsilon 10 plus octillion, epsilon 10 plus nonillion, epsilon 10 plus decillion, epsilon 10 plus vigintillion, epsilon 10 plus trigintillion, epsilon 10 plus Giggol, epsilon 10 plus quadrigintillion, epsilon 10 plus centillion, epsilon 10 plus ducentillion, epsilon 10 plus trecentillion, epsilon 10 plus milillion, epsilon 10 plus merillion, epsilon 10 plus micrillion, epsilon 10 plus Giggolplex, epsilon 10 plus Giggol, epsilon 10 plus Giggolplex, epsilon 10 plus Graham's number, epsilon 10 plus general, epsilon 10 plus Giggol, epsilon 10 plus Tetherothoth, epsilon 10 plus terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 10 plus Tritar, epsilon 10 plus Loder's number, epsilon 10 plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 10 plus Ryo's number, epsilon 10 plus oblivion, epsilon 10 plus finity, epsilon 10 plus infinity, epsilon 10 plus Aleph 0, epsilon 10 times 2, epsilon 10 times 3, epsilon 10 times pi, epsilon 10 times 4, epsilon 10 times 5, epsilon 10 times 6, epsilon 10 times 7, epsilon 10 times 8, epsilon 10 times 9, epsilon 10 times 10, epsilon 10 times 100, epsilon 10 times 1000, epsilon 10 times million, epsilon 10 times billion, epsilon 10 times trillion, epsilon 10 times quadrillion, epsilon 10 times quintillion, epsilon 10 times sextillion, epsilon 10 times septillion, epsilon 10 times octillion, epsilon 10 times nonillion, epsilon 10 times decillion, epsilon 10 times vigintillion, epsilon 10 times trigintillion, epsilon 10 times Giggol, epsilon 10 times quadrigintillion, epsilon 10 times centillion, epsilon 10 times ducentillion, epsilon 10 times trillion, epsilon 10 times millillion, epsilon 10 times merillion, epsilon 10 times micrillion, epsilon 10 times googolplex, epsilon 10 times bugol, epsilon 10 times bugolplex, epsilon 10 times grams number, epsilon 10 times general, epsilon 10 times goobol, epsilon 10 times tetherothoth, epsilon 10 times terrible tetherothoth, epsilon 10 times tritar, epsilon 10 times loader's number, epsilon 10 times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 10 times Ryo's number, epsilon 10 times oblivion, epsilon 10 times finity, epsilon 10 times infinity, epsilon 10 times Aleph 0, epsilon 10 to the power of 2, epsilon 10 to the power of 3, epsilon 10 to the power of pi, epsilon 10 to the power of 4, epsilon 10 to the power of 5, epsilon 10 to the power of 6, epsilon 10 to the power of 7, epsilon 10 to the power of 8, epsilon 10 to the power of 9, epsilon 10 to the power of 10, epsilon 10 to the power of 100, epsilon 10 to the power of 1000, epsilon 10 to the power of million, epsilon 10 to the power of billion, epsilon 10 to the power of trillion, epsilon 10 to the power of quadrillion, epsilon 10 to the power of quintillion, epsilon 10 to the power of sextillion, epsilon 10 to the power of septillion, epsilon 10 to the power of octillion, epsilon 10 to the power of nonillion, epsilon 10 to the power of decillion, epsilon 10 to the power of vigintillion, epsilon 10 to the power of trigintillion, epsilon 10 to the power of googol, epsilon 10 to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon 10 to the power of centillion, epsilon 10 to the power of ducentillion, epsilon 10 to the power of trecentillion, epsilon 10 to the power of millillion, epsilon 10 to the power of merillion, epsilon 10 to the power of micrillion, epsilon 10 to the power of googolplex, epsilon 10 to the power of bugol, epsilon 10 to the power of bugolplex, epsilon 10 to the power of grams number, epsilon 10 to the power of general, epsilon 10 to the power of goobol, epsilon 10 to the power of tetherothoth, epsilon 10 to the power of terrible tetherothoth, epsilon 10 to the power of tritar, epsilon 10 to the power of loader's number, epsilon 10 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 10 to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon 10 to the power of oblivion, epsilon 10 to the power of finity, epsilon 10 to the power of infinity, epsilon 10 to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon 10 tetrated to 2, epsilon 10 tetrated to 3, epsilon 10 tetrated to pi, epsilon 10 tetrated to 4, epsilon 10 tetrated to 5, epsilon 10 tetrated to 6, epsilon 10 tetrated to 7, epsilon 10 tetrated to 8, epsilon 10 tetrated to 9, epsilon 10 tetrated to 10, epsilon 10 tetrated to 100, epsilon 10 tetrated to 1000, epsilon 10 tetrated to million, epsilon 10 tetrated to billion, epsilon 10 tetrated to trillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to quadrillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to quintillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to sextillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to septillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to octillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to nonillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to decillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to vigintillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to trigintillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to googol, epsilon 10 tetrated to quadrigintillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to centillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to ducentillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to trecentillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to millillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to merillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to micrillion, epsilon 10 tetrated to googolplex, epsilon 10 tetrated to bugol, epsilon 10 tetrated to bugolplex, epsilon 10 tetrated to grams number, epsilon 10 tetrated to general, epsilon 10 tetrated to goobol, epsilon 10 tetrated to tetherothoth, epsilon 10 tetrated to terrible tetherothoth, epsilon 10 tetrated to tritar, epsilon 10 tetrated to loader's number, epsilon 10 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 10 tetrated to Ryo's number, epsilon 10 tetrated to oblivion, epsilon 10 tetrated to finity, epsilon 10 tetrated to infinity, epsilon 10 tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon 100 plus 1, epsilon 100 plus 2, epsilon 100 plus 3, epsilon 100 plus pi, epsilon 100 plus 4, epsilon 100 plus 5, epsilon 100 plus 6, epsilon 100 plus 7, epsilon 100 plus 8, epsilon 100 plus 9, epsilon 100 plus 10, epsilon 100 plus 100, epsilon 100 plus 1000, epsilon 100 plus million, epsilon 100 plus billion, epsilon 100 plus trillion, epsilon 100 plus quadrillion, epsilon 100 plus quintillion, epsilon 100 plus sextillion, epsilon 100 plus septillion, epsilon 100 plus octillion, epsilon 100 plus nonillion, epsilon 100 plus decillion, epsilon 100 plus vigintillion, epsilon 100 plus trigintillion, epsilon 100 plus googol, epsilon 100 plus quadrigintillion, epsilon 100 plus centillion, epsilon 100 plus ducentillion, epsilon 100 plus trecentillion, epsilon 100 plus millillion, epsilon 100 plus merillion, epsilon 100 plus micrillion, epsilon 100 plus googolplex, epsilon 100 plus bugol, epsilon 100 plus bugolplex, epsilon 100 plus grams number, epsilon 100 plus general, epsilon 100 plus goobol, epsilon 100 plus tetherothoth, epsilon 100 plus terrible tetherothoth, epsilon 100 plus tritar, epsilon 100 plus loader's number, epsilon 100 plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 100 plus Ryo's number, epsilon 100 plus oblivion, epsilon 100 plus finity, epsilon 100 plus infinity, epsilon 100 plus Aleph 0, epsilon 100 times 2, epsilon 100 times 3, epsilon 100 times pi, epsilon 100 times 4, epsilon 100 times 5, epsilon 100 times 6, epsilon 100 times 7, epsilon 100 times 8, epsilon 100 times 9, epsilon 100 times 10, epsilon 100 times 100, epsilon 100 times 1000, epsilon 100 times million, epsilon 100 times billion, epsilon 100 times trillion, epsilon 100 times quadrillion, epsilon 100 times quintillion, epsilon 100 times sextillion, epsilon 100 times septillion, epsilon 100 times octillion, epsilon 100 times nonillion, epsilon 100 times decillion, epsilon 100 times vigintillion, epsilon 100 times trigintillion, epsilon 100 times Giggol, epsilon 100 times quadrigintillion, epsilon 100 times centillion, epsilon 100 times ducentillion, epsilon 100 times trecentillion, epsilon 100 times millillion, epsilon 100 times merillion, epsilon 100 times micrillion, epsilon 100 times Giggolplex, epsilon 100 times Bugol, epsilon 100 times Bugolplex, epsilon 100 times Graham's number, epsilon 100 times general, epsilon 100 times Giggol, epsilon 100 times Tetherothoth, epsilon 100 times terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 100 times tritar, epsilon 100 times loader's number, epsilon 100 times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 100 times Ryo's number, epsilon 100 times oblivion, epsilon 100 times finity, epsilon 100 times infinity, epsilon 100 times Aleph 0, epsilon 100 to the power of 2, epsilon 100 to the power of 3, epsilon 100 to the power of pi, epsilon 100 to the power of 4, epsilon 100 to the power of 5, epsilon 100 to the power of 6, epsilon 100 to the power of 7, epsilon 100 to the power of 8, epsilon 100 to the power of 9, epsilon 100 to the power of 10, epsilon 100 to the power of 100. Epsilon 100 to the power of 1000, epsilon 100 to the power of million, epsilon 100 to the power of billion, epsilon 100 to the power of trillion, epsilon 100 to the power of quadrillion, epsilon 100 to the power of quintillion, epsilon 100 to the power of sextillion, epsilon 100 to the power of septillion, epsilon 100 to the power of octillion, epsilon 100 to the power of nonillion, epsilon 100 to the power of decillion, epsilon 100 to the power of vigintillion, epsilon 100 to the power of trigintillion, epsilon 100 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 100 to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon 100 to the power of centillion, epsilon 100 to the power of ducentillion, epsilon 100 to the power of trecentillion, epsilon 100 to the power of millillion, epsilon 100 to the power of merillion, epsilon 100 to the power of micrillion, epsilon 100 to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon 100 to the power of Bugol, epsilon 100 to the power of Bugolplex, epsilon 100 to the power of Graham's number, epsilon 100 to the power of general, epsilon 100 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 100 to the power of Tetherothoth, epsilon 100 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 100 to the power of tritar, epsilon 100 to the power of loader's number, epsilon 100 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 100 to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon 100 to the power of oblivion, epsilon 100 to the power of finity, epsilon 100 to the power of infinity, epsilon 100 to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon 100 tet rated to 2, epsilon 100 tet rated to 3, epsilon 100 tet rated to pi, epsilon 100 tet rated to 4, epsilon 100 tet rated to 5, epsilon 100 tet rated to 6, epsilon 100 tet rated to 7, epsilon 100 tet rated to 8, epsilon 100 tet rated to 9, epsilon 100 tet rated to 10, epsilon 100 tet rated to 100. Epsilon 100 tet rated to 1000, epsilon 100 tet rated to million, epsilon 100 tet rated to billion, epsilon 100 tet rated to trillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to quadrillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to quintillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to sextillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to septillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to octillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to nonillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to decillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to vigintillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to trigintillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 100 tet rated to quadrigintillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to centillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to ducentillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to trecentillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to millillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to merillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to micrillion, epsilon 100 tet rated to Giggolplex, epsilon 100 tet rated to Bugol, epsilon 100 tet rated to Bugolplex, epsilon 100 tet rated to Graham's number, epsilon 100 tet rated to general, epsilon 100 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 100 tet rated to Tetherothoth, epsilon 100 tet rated to terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 100 tet rated to tritar, epsilon 100 tet rated to loader's number, epsilon 100 tet rated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 100 tet rated to Ryo's number, epsilon 100 tet rated to oblivion, epsilon 100 tet rated to finity, epsilon 100 tet rated to infinity, epsilon 100 tet rated to Aleph 0. epsilon 1000, epsilon 1000 plus 1, epsilon 1000 plus 2, epsilon 1000 plus 3, epsilon 1000 plus pi, epsilon 1000 plus 4, epsilon 1000 plus 5, epsilon 1000 plus 6, epsilon 1000 plus 7, epsilon 1000 plus 8, epsilon 1000 plus 9, epsilon 1000 plus 10, epsilon 1000 plus 100, epsilon 1000 plus 1000, epsilon 1000 plus million, epsilon 1000 plus billion, epsilon 1000 plus trillion, epsilon 1000 plus quadrillion, epsilon 1000 plus quintillion, epsilon 1000 plus sextillion, epsilon 1000 plus septillion, epsilon 1000 plus octillion, epsilon 1000 plus nonillion, epsilon 1000 plus decillion, epsilon 1000 plus vigintillion, epsilon 1000 plus trigintillion, epsilon 1000 plus Giggol, epsilon 1000 plus quadrigintillion, epsilon 1000 plus centillion, epsilon 1000 plus ducentillion, epsilon 1000 plus trecentillion, epsilon 1000 plus millillion, epsilon 1000 plus merillion, epsilon 1000 plus micrillion, epsilon 1000 plus Giggolplex, epsilon 1000 plus Giggol, epsilon 1000 plus Giggolplex, epsilon 1000 plus grams number, epsilon 1000 plus general, epsilon 1000 plus Giggol, epsilon 1000 plus Tetherothoth, epsilon 1000 plus terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 1000 plus tritar, epsilon 1000 plus loader's number, epsilon 1000 plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 1000 plus Ryo's number, epsilon 1000 plus oblivion, epsilon 1000 plus finity, epsilon 1000 plus infinity, epsilon 1000 plus Aleph 0, epsilon 1000 times 2, epsilon 1000 times 3, epsilon 1000 times pi, epsilon 1000 times 4, epsilon 1000 times 5, epsilon 1000 times 6, epsilon 1000 times 7, epsilon 1000 times 8, epsilon 1000 times 9, epsilon 1000 times 10, epsilon 1000 times 100, epsilon 1000 times 1000, epsilon 1000 times million, epsilon 1000 times billion, epsilon 1000 times trillion, epsilon 1000 times quadrillion, epsilon 1000 times quintillion, epsilon 1000 times sextillion, epsilon 1000 times septillion, epsilon 1000 times octillion, epsilon 1000 times nonillion, epsilon 1000 times decillion, epsilon 1000 times vigintillion, epsilon 1000 times trigintillion, epsilon 1000 times Giggol, epsilon 1000 times quadrigintillion, epsilon 1000 times centillion, epsilon 1000 times ducentillion, epsilon 1000 times trecentillion, epsilon 1000 times millillion, epsilon 1000 times merillion, epsilon 1000 times micrillion, epsilon 1000 times Giggolplex, epsilon 1000 times Giggol, epsilon 1000 times Giggolplex, epsilon 1000 times grams number, epsilon 1000 times general, epsilon 1000 times Giggol, epsilon 1000 times Tetherothoth, epsilon 1000 times terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 1000 times tritar, epsilon 1000 times loader's number, epsilon 1000 times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 1000 times Ryo's number, epsilon 1000 times oblivion, epsilon 1000 times finity, epsilon 1000 times infinity, epsilon 1000 times Aleph 0, epsilon 1000 to the power of 2, epsilon 1000 to the power of 3, epsilon 1000 to the power of pi, epsilon 1000 to the power of 4, epsilon 1000 to the power of 5, epsilon 1000 to the power of 6, epsilon 1000 to the power of 7, epsilon 1000 to the power of 8. Epsilon 1000 to the power of 9, epsilon 1000 to the power of 10, epsilon 1000 to the power of 100, epsilon 1000 to the power of 1000, epsilon 1000 to the power of million, epsilon 1000 to the power of billion, epsilon 1000 to the power of trillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of quadrillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of quintillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of sextillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of septillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of octillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of nonillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of decillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of vigintillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of trigintillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 1000 to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of centillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of ducentillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of trecentillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of millillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of merillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of micrillion, epsilon 1000 to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon 1000 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 1000 to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon 1000 to the power of grams number, epsilon 1000 to the power of general, epsilon 1000 to the power of Giggol, epsilon 1000 to the power of Tetherothoth, epsilon 1000 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 1000 to the power of tritar, epsilon 1000 to the power of loader's number, epsilon 1000 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 1000 to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon 1000 to the power of oblivion, epsilon 1000 to the power of finity, epsilon 1000 to the power of infinity, epsilon 1000 to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon 1000 tetrated to 2, epsilon 1000 tetrated to 3, epsilon 1000 tetrated to pi, epsilon 1000 tetrated to 4, epsilon 1000 tetrated to 5, epsilon 1000 tetrated to 6, epsilon 1000 tet rated to 7, epsilon 1000 tet rated to 8, epsilon 1000 tet rated to 9, epsilon 1000 tet rated to 10, epsilon 1000 tet rated to 100, epsilon 1000 tet rated to 1000, epsilon 1000 tet rated to million, epsilon 1000 tet rated to billion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to trillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to quadrillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to quintillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to sextillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to septillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to octillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to nonillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to decillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to vigintillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to trigintillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 1000 tet rated to quadrigintillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to centillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to ducentillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to trecentillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to milillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to merillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to micrillion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Giggolplex, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Bugol, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Bugolplex, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Graham's number, epsilon 1000 tet rated to General, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Giggol, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Tetherothoth, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Tritar, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Loader's number, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Ryo's number, epsilon 1000 tet rated to oblivion, epsilon 1000 tet rated to finity, epsilon 1000 tet rated to infinity, epsilon 1000 tet rated to Aleph 0. Epsilon million plus 1, epsilon million plus 2, epsilon million plus 3, epsilon million plus pi, epsilon million plus 4, epsilon million plus 5, epsilon million plus 6, epsilon million plus 7, epsilon million plus 8, epsilon million plus 9, epsilon million plus 10, epsilon million plus 100, epsilon million plus 1000, epsilon million plus million, epsilon million plus billion, epsilon million plus trillion, epsilon million plus quadrillion, epsilon million plus quintillion, epsilon million plus sextillion, epsilon million plus septillion, epsilon million plus octillion, epsilon million plus nonillion, epsilon million plus decillion, epsilon million plus vigintillion, epsilon million plus trigintillion, epsilon million plus Giggol, epsilon million plus quadrigintillion, epsilon million plus centillion, epsilon million plus ducentillion, epsilon million plus trecentillion, epsilon million plus milillion, epsilon million plus merillion, epsilon million plus micrillion, epsilon million plus Giggolplex, epsilon million plus Bugol, epsilon million plus Bugolplex, epsilon million plus Graham's number, epsilon million plus General, epsilon million plus Giggol, epsilon million plus Tetherothoth, epsilon million plus Terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon million plus Tritar, epsilon million plus Loader's number, epsilon million plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon million plus Ryo's number, epsilon million plus oblivion, epsilon million plus finity, epsilon million plus infinity, epsilon million plus Aleph 0, epsilon million times 2, epsilon million times 3, epsilon million times pi, epsilon million times 4, epsilon million times 5, epsilon million times 6, epsilon million times 7, epsilon million times 8, epsilon million times 9, epsilon million times 10, epsilon million times 100, epsilon million times 1000, epsilon million times million, epsilon million times billion, epsilon million times trillion, epsilon million times quadrillion, epsilon million times quintillion, epsilon million times sextillion, epsilon million times septillion, epsilon million times octillion, epsilon million times nonillion, epsilon million times decillion, epsilon million times vigintillion, epsilon million times trigintillion, epsilon million times Giggol, epsilon million times quadrigintillion, epsilon million times centillion, epsilon million times ducentillion, epsilon million times trecentillion, epsilon million times milillion, epsilon million times merillion, epsilon million times micrillion, epsilon million times Giggolplex, epsilon million times Bugol, epsilon million times Bugolplex, epsilon million times Graham's number, epsilon million times General, epsilon million times Giggol, epsilon million times Tetherothoth, epsilon million times Terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon million times Tritar, epsilon million times Loader's number, epsilon million times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon million times Ryo's number, epsilon million times oblivion, epsilon million times finity, epsilon million times infinity, epsilon million times Aleph 0, epsilon million to the power of 2, epsilon million to the power of 3, epsilon million to the power of pi, epsilon million to the power of 4, epsilon million to the power of 5, epsilon million to the power of 6, epsilon million to the power of 7, epsilon million to the power of 8, epsilon million to the power of 9, epsilon million to the power of 10, epsilon million to the power of 100. epsilon million to the power of 1000, epsilon million to the power of million, epsilon million to the power of billion, epsilon million to the power of trillion, epsilon million to the power of quadrillion, epsilon million to the power of quintillion, epsilon million to the power of sextillion, epsilon million to the power of septillion, epsilon million to the power of octillion, epsilon million to the power of nonillion, epsilon million to the power of decillion, epsilon million to the power of vigintillion, epsilon million to the power of trigintillion, epsilon million to the power of Giggol, epsilon million to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon million to the power of centillion, epsilon million to the power of ducentillion, epsilon million to the power of trecentillion, epsilon million to the power of milillion, epsilon million to the power of merillion, epsilon million to the power of micrillion, epsilon million to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon million to the power of Giggol, epsilon million to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon million to the power of Graham's number, epsilon million to the power of general, epsilon million to the power of Giggol, epsilon million to the power of Tetherothoth, epsilon million to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon million to the power of Tritar, epsilon million to the power of Loder's number, epsilon million to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon million to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon million to the power of oblivion, epsilon million to the power of finity, epsilon million to the power of infinity, epsilon million to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon million tet rated to 2, epsilon million tet rated to 3, epsilon million tet rated to pi, epsilon million tet rated to 4, epsilon million tet rated to 5, epsilon million tet rated to 6, epsilon million tet rated to 7, epsilon million tet rated to 8, epsilon million tet rated to 9, epsilon million tet rated to 10, epsilon million tet rated to 100. Epsilon million tet rated to 1000, epsilon million tet rated to million, epsilon million tet rated to billion, epsilon million tet rated to trillion, epsilon million tet rated to quadrillion, epsilon million tet rated to quintillion, epsilon million tet rated to sextillion, epsilon million tet rated to septillion, epsilon million tet rated to octillion, epsilon million tet rated to nonillion, epsilon million tet rated to decillion, epsilon million tet rated to vigintillion, epsilon million tet rated to trigintillion, epsilon million tet rated to Giggol, epsilon million tet rated to quadrigintillion, epsilon million tet rated to centillion, epsilon million tet rated to ducentillion, epsilon million tet rated to trecentillion, epsilon million tet rated to milillion, epsilon million tet rated to merillion, epsilon million tet rated to micrillion, epsilon million tet rated to Giggolplex, epsilon million tet rated to Giggol, epsilon million tet rated to Giggolplex, epsilon million tet rated to Graham's number, epsilon million tet rated to general, epsilon million tet rated to Giggol, epsilon million tet rated to Tetherothoth, epsilon million tet rated to terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon million tet rated to Tritar, epsilon million tet rated to Loder's number, epsilon million tet rated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon million tet rated to Ryo's number, epsilon million tet rated to oblivion, epsilon million tet rated to finity, epsilon million tet rated to infinity, epsilon million tet rated to Aleph 0. Epsilon omega plus 1, epsilon omega plus 2, epsilon omega plus 3, epsilon omega plus pi, epsilon omega plus 4, epsilon omega plus 5, epsilon omega plus 6, epsilon omega plus 7, epsilon omega plus 8, epsilon omega plus 9, epsilon omega plus 10, epsilon omega plus 100, epsilon omega plus 1000, epsilon omega plus million, epsilon omega plus billion, epsilon omega plus trillion, epsilon omega plus quadrillion, epsilon omega plus quintillion, epsilon omega plus sextillion, epsilon omega plus septillion, epsilon omega plus octillion, epsilon omega plus nonillion, epsilon omega plus decillion, epsilon omega plus vigintillion, epsilon omega plus trigintillion, epsilon omega plus Giggol, epsilon omega plus quadrigintillion, epsilon omega plus centillion, epsilon omega plus ducentillion, epsilon omega plus trecentillion, epsilon omega plus milillion, epsilon omega plus merillion, epsilon omega plus micrillion, epsilon omega plus Giggolplex, epsilon omega plus Giggol, epsilon omega plus Giggolplex, epsilon omega plus Graham's number, epsilon omega plus general, epsilon omega plus Giggol, epsilon omega plus Tetherothoth, epsilon omega plus terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon omega plus Tritar, epsilon omega plus Loder's number, epsilon omega plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon omega plus Ryo's number, epsilon omega plus oblivion, epsilon omega plus finity, epsilon omega plus infinity, epsilon omega plus Aleph 0, epsilon omega times 2, epsilon omega times 3, epsilon omega times pi, epsilon omega times 4, epsilon omega times 5, epsilon omega times 6, epsilon omega times 7, epsilon omega times 8, epsilon omega times 9, epsilon omega times 10, epsilon omega times 100, epsilon omega times 1000, epsilon omega times million, epsilon omega times billion, epsilon omega times trillion, epsilon omega times quadrillion, epsilon omega times quintillion, epsilon omega times sextillion, epsilon omega times septillion, epsilon omega times octillion, epsilon omega times nonillion, epsilon omega times decillion, epsilon omega times vigintillion, epsilon omega times trigintillion, epsilon omega times Giggol, epsilon omega times quadrigintillion, epsilon omega times centillion, epsilon omega times ducentillion, epsilon omega times trecentillion, epsilon omega times milillion, epsilon omega times merillion, epsilon omega times micrillion, epsilon omega times Giggolplex, epsilon omega times Giggol, epsilon omega times Giggolplex, epsilon omega times grams number, epsilon omega times general, epsilon omega times Giggol, epsilon omega times Tetherothoth, epsilon omega times terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon omega times tritar, epsilon omega times loader's number, epsilon omega times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon omega times Ryo's number, epsilon omega times oblivion, epsilon omega times finity, epsilon omega times infinity, epsilon omega times Aleph 0, epsilon omega to the power of 2, epsilon omega to the power of 3, epsilon omega to the power of p, epsilon omega to the power of 4, epsilon omega to the power of 5, epsilon omega to the power of 6, epsilon omega to the power of 7, epsilon omega to the power of 8, epsilon omega to the power of 9, epsilon omega to the power of 10, epsilon omega to the power of 100, epsilon omega to the power of 1000, epsilon omega to the power of million, epsilon omega to the power of billion, epsilon omega to the power of trillion, epsilon omega to the power of quadrillion, epsilon omega to the power of quintillion, epsilon omega to the power of sextillion, epsilon omega to the power of septillion, epsilon omega to the power of octillion, epsilon omega to the power of nonillion, epsilon omega to the power of decillion, epsilon omega to the power of vigintillion, epsilon omega to the power of trigintillion, epsilon omega to the power of Giggol, epsilon omega to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon omega to the power of centillion, epsilon omega to the power of ducentillion, epsilon omega to the power of trecentillion, epsilon omega to the power of milillion, epsilon omega to the power of merillion, epsilon omega to the power of micrillion, epsilon omega to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon omega to the power of Giggol, epsilon omega to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon omega to the power of grams number, epsilon omega to the power of general, epsilon omega to the power of Giggol, epsilon omega to the power of Tetherothoth, epsilon omega to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon omega to the power of tritar, epsilon omega to the power of loader's number, epsilon omega to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon omega to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon omega to the power of oblivion, epsilon omega to the power of finity, epsilon omega to the power of infinity, epsilon omega to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon omega tetrated to 2, epsilon omega tetrated to 3, epsilon omega tetrated to pi, epsilon omega tetrated to 4, epsilon omega tetrated to 5. Epsilon omega tetrated to 6, epsilon omega tetrated to 7, epsilon omega tetrated to 8, epsilon omega tetrated to 9, epsilon omega tetrated to 10, epsilon omega tetrated to 100, epsilon omega tetrated to 1000, epsilon omega tetrated to million, epsilon omega tetrated to billion, epsilon omega tetrated to trillion, epsilon omega tetrated to quadrillion, epsilon omega tetrated to quintillion, epsilon omega tetrated to sextillion, epsilon omega tetrated to septillion, epsilon omega tetrated to octillion, epsilon omega tetrated to nonillion, epsilon omega tetrated to decillion, epsilon omega tetrated to vigintillion, epsilon omega tetrated to trigintillion, epsilon omega tetrated to Giggol, epsilon omega tetrated to quadrigintillion, epsilon omega tetrated to centillion, epsilon omega tetrated to ducentillion, epsilon omega tetrated to trecentillion, epsilon omega tetrated to milillion, epsilon omega tetrated to merillion, epsilon omega tetrated to micrillion, epsilon omega tetrated to Giggolplex, epsilon omega tetrated to Giggol, epsilon omega tetrated to Giggolplex, epsilon omega tetrated to grams number, epsilon omega tetrated to general, epsilon omega tetrated to Giggol, epsilon omega tetrated to Tetherothoth, epsilon omega tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon omega tetrated to tritar, epsilon omega tetrated to loader's number, epsilon omega tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon omega tetrated to Ryo's number, epsilon omega tetrated to oblivion, epsilon omega tetrated to finity, epsilon omega tetrated to infinity, epsilon omega tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon-null, epsilon-null plus 1, epsilon-null plus 2, epsilon-null plus 3, epsilon-null plus pi, epsilon-null plus 4, epsilon-null plus 5, epsilon-null plus 6, epsilon-null plus 7, epsilon-null plus 8, epsilon-null plus 9, epsilon-null plus 10. Epsilon-null plus 100, epsilon-null plus 1000, epsilon-null plus million, epsilon-null plus billion, epsilon-null null plus trillion, epsilon-null plus quadrillion, epsilon-null plus quintillion, epsilon-null plus sextillion, epsilon-null plus septillion, epsilon-null plus octillion, epsilon-null plus nonillion, epsilon-null plus decillion, epsilon-null plus vigintillion, epsilon-null plus trigintillion, epsilon-null plus Giggol, epsilon-null plus quadrigintillion, epsilon-null plus centillion, epsilon-null plus ducentillion, epsilon-null plus trecentillion, epsilon-null plus millillion, epsilon-null plus marillion, epsilon-null plus micrillion, epsilon-null plus Giggolplex, epsilon-null plus bugol, epsilon-null plus bugolplex, epsilon-null plus Graham's number, epsilon-null plus general, epsilon-null plus Giggol, epsilon-null plus Tetherothoth, epsilon-null plus terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon-null plus tritar, epsilon-null plus loader's number, epsilon-null plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon-null plus Ryo's number, epsilon-null plus oblivion, epsilon-null plus finity, epsilon-null plus infinity, epsilon-null plus Aleph 0, epsilon-null times 2, epsilon-null times 3, epsilon-null times pi, epsilon-null times 4, epsilon-null times 5, epsilon-null times 6, epsilon-null times 7, epsilon-null times 8, epsilon-null times 9, epsilon-null times 10, epsilon-null times 100, epsilon-null times 1000, epsilon-null times million, epsilon-null times billion, epsilon-null times trillion, epsilon-null times quadrillion, epsilon-null times quintillion, epsilon-null times sextillion, epsilon-null times septillion, epsilon-null times octillion, epsilon-null times nonillion, epsilon-null times decillion, epsilon-null times vigintillion, epsilon-null times trigintillion, epsilon-null times Giggol, epsilon-null times quadrigintillion, epsilon-null times centillion, epsilon-null times ducentillion, epsilon-null times trecentillion, epsilon-null times millillion, epsilon-null times marillion, epsilon-null times micrillion, epsilon-null times Giggolplex, epsilon-null times bugol, epsilon-null times bugolplex, epsilon-null times Graham's number, epsilon-null times general, epsilon-null times Giggol, epsilon-null times Tetherothoth, epsilon-null times terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon-null times tritar, epsilon-null times loader's number, epsilon-null times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon-null times Ryo's number, epsilon-null times oblivion, epsilon-null times finity, epsilon-null times infinity, epsilon-null times Aleph 0, epsilon-null to the power of 2, epsilon-null to the power of 3, epsilon-null to the power of pi, epsilon-null to the power of 4, epsilon-null to the power of 5, epsilon-null to the power of 6, epsilon-null to the power of 7, epsilon-null to the power of 8, epsilon-null to the power of 9, epsilon-null to the power of 10, epsilon-null to the power of 100, epsilon-null to the power of 1000, epsilon-null to the power of million, epsilon-null to the power of billion, epsilon-null to the power of trillion, epsilon-null to the power of quadrillion, epsilon-null to the power of quintillion, epsilon-null to the power of sextillion, epsilon-null to the power of septillion, epsilon-null to the power of octillion, epsilon-null to the power of nonillion, epsilon-null to the power of decillion, epsilon-null to the power of vigintillion, epsilon-null to the power of trigintillion, epsilon-null to the power of Giggol, epsilon-null to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon-null to the power of centillion, epsilon-null to the power of ducentillion, epsilon-null to the power of trecentillion, epsilon-null to the power of millillion, epsilon-null to the power of marillion, epsilon-null to the power of micrillion, epsilon-null to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon-null to the power of bugol, epsilon-null to the power of bugolplex, epsilon-null to the power of Graham's number, epsilon-null to the power of general, epsilon-null to the power of Giggol, epsilon-null to the power of Tetherothoth, epsilon-null to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon-null to the power of tritar, epsilon-null to the power of loader's number, epsilon-null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon-null to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon-null to the power of oblivion, epsilon-null to the power of finity, epsilon-null to the power of infinity, epsilon-null to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon-null tetrated to 2, epsilon-null tetrated to 3, epsilon-null tetrated to pi, epsilon-null tetrated to 4, epsilon-null tetrated to 5, Epsilon-null tetrated to 6, Epsilon-null tetrated to 7, Epsilon-null tetrated to 8, Epsilon-null tetrated to 9, Epsilon-null tetrated to 10, Epsilon-null tetrated to 100, Epsilon-null tetrated to 1000. Epsilon-null tetrated to million, Epsilon-null tetrated to billion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to quadrillion. Epsilon-null tetrated to quintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to sextillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to septillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to octillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to nonillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to decillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to bigentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trigentillion. Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to quadrigentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to centillion. Epsilon-null tetrated to ducentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trecentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to milillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to merillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to micrillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggolplex. Epsilon-null tetrated to Graham's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to general, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol. Epsilon-null tetrated to Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null tetrated to Tritar, Epsilon-null tetrated to Loder's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Ryo's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to oblivion, Epsilon-null tetrated to finity, Epsilon-null tetrated to infinity, Epsilon-null tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon-1, Epsilon-1 plus 1, Epsilon-1 plus 2, Epsilon-1 plus 3, Epsilon-1 plus pi, Epsilon-1 plus 4, Epsilon-1 plus 5, Epsilon-1 plus 6, Epsilon-1 plus 7, Epsilon-1 plus 8, Epsilon-1 plus 9, Epsilon-1 plus 10, Epsilon-1 plus 100, Epsilon-1 plus 1000, Epsilon-1 plus million, Epsilon-1 plus billion, Epsilon-1 plus trillion. Epsilon-1 plus quadrillion, Epsilon-1 plus quintillion, Epsilon-1 plus sextillion, Epsilon-1 plus septillion, Epsilon-1 plus octillion, Epsilon-1 plus nonillion, Epsilon-1 plus decillion, Epsilon-1 plus vigentillion, Epsilon-1 plus trigentillion, Epsilon-1 plus Giggol, Epsilon-1 plus quadrigentillion, Epsilon-1 plus centillion, Epsilon-1 plus ducentillion, Epsilon-1 plus trecentillion, Epsilon-1 plus milillion, Epsilon-1 plus merillion, Epsilon-1 plus micrillion, Epsilon-1 plus Giggolplex, Epsilon-1 plus Giggol, Epsilon-1 plus Giggolplex, Epsilon-1 plus Graham's number, Epsilon-1 plus general, Epsilon-1 plus Giggol, Epsilon-1 plus Tetherothoth, Epsilon-1 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-1 plus Tritar, Epsilon-1 plus Loder's number, Epsilon-1 plus Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-1 plus Ryo's number, Epsilon-1 plus oblivion, Epsilon-1 plus finity, Epsilon-1 plus infinity, Epsilon-1 plus Aleph 0, Epsilon-1 times 2, Epsilon-1 times 3, Epsilon-1 times pi, Epsilon-1 times 4, Epsilon-1 times 5, Epsilon-1 times 6, Epsilon-1 times 7, Epsilon-1 times 8, Epsilon-1 times 9, Epsilon-1 times 10, Epsilon-1 times 100, Epsilon-1 times 1000, Epsilon-1 times million, Epsilon-1 times billion, Epsilon-1 times trillion, Epsilon-1 times quadrillion, Epsilon-1 times quintillion, Epsilon-1 times sextillion, Epsilon-1 times septillion, Epsilon-1 times octillion, Epsilon-1 times nonillion, Epsilon-1 times decillion, Epsilon-1 times vigentillion, Epsilon-1 times trigentillion, Epsilon-1 times Giggol, Epsilon-1 times quadrigentillion, Epsilon-1 times centillion, Epsilon-1 times ducentillion, Epsilon-1 times trecentillion, Epsilon-1 times milillion, Epsilon-1 times merillion, Epsilon-1 times micrillion, Epsilon-1 times Giggolplex, Epsilon-1 times Giggol, Epsilon-1 times Giggolplex, Epsilon-1 times Graham's number, Epsilon-1 times general, Epsilon-1 times Giggol, Epsilon-1 times Tetherothoth, Epsilon-1 times terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-1 times Tritar, Epsilon-1 times Loder's number, Epsilon-1 times Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-1 times Ryo's number, Epsilon-1 times oblivion, Epsilon 1 times infinity, Epsilon 1 times infinity, Epsilon 1 times Aleph 0 epsilon. Epsilon 1 to the power of 2, Epsilon 1 to the power of 3, Epsilon 1 to the power of pi, Epsilon 1 to the power of 4, Epsilon 1 to the power of 5, Epsilon 1 to the power of 6, Epsilon 1 to the power of 7, Epsilon 1 to the power of 8, Epsilon 1 to the power of 9. Epsilon 1 to the power of 10, Epsilon 1 to the power of 100, Epsilon 1 to the power of 1000, Epsilon 1 to the power of million, Epsilon 1 to the power of billion, Epsilon 1 to the power of trillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of quadrillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of quintillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of sextillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of septillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of octillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of nonillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of decillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of bigentillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of trigentillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of Giggol, Epsilon 1 to the power of quadrigentillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of centillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of ducentillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of trecentillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of milillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of merillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of micrillion, Epsilon 1 to the power of Giggolplex, Epsilon 1 to the power of Giggol, Epsilon 1 to the power of Giggolplex, Epsilon 1 to the power of Graham's number, Epsilon 1 to the power of general, Epsilon 1 to the power of Giggol, Epsilon 1 to the power of Tetherothoth, Epsilon 1 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon 1 to the power of Tritar, Epsilon 1 to the power of Loder's number, Epsilon 1 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon 1 to the power of Ryo's number, Epsilon 1 to the power of oblivion, Epsilon 1 to the power of finity, Epsilon 1 to the power of infinity, Epsilon 1 to the power of Aleph 0, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 2, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 3, Epsilon 1 tetrated to pi, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 4, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 5, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 6, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 7, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 8, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 9, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 10, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 100, Epsilon 1 tetrated to 1000, Epsilon 1 tetrated to million, Epsilon 1 tetrated to billion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to trillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to quadrillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to quintillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to sextillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to septillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to octillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to nonillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to decillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to bigentillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to trigentillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon 1 tetrated to quadrigentillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to centillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to ducentillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to trecentillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to milillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to merillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to micrillion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Giggolplex, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Giggolplex, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Graham's number, Epsilon 1 tetrated to general, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Epsilon 1 tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Tritar, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Loder's number, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Ryo's number, Epsilon 1 tetrated to oblivion, Epsilon 1 tetrated to finity, Epsilon 1 tetrated to infinity, Epsilon 1 tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon 10, Epsilon 10 plus 1, Epsilon 10 plus 2, Epsilon 10 plus 3, Epsilon 10 plus pi, Epsilon 10 plus 4, Epsilon 10 plus 5, Epsilon 10 plus 6, Epsilon 10 plus 7, Epsilon 10 plus 8, Epsilon 10 plus 9, Epsilon 10 plus 10, Epsilon 10 plus 100, Epsilon 10 plus 1000, Epsilon 10 plus million, Epsilon 10 plus billion, Epsilon 10 plus trillion, Epsilon 10 plus quadrillion, Epsilon 10 plus quintillion, Epsilon 10 plus sextillion, Epsilon 10 plus septillion, Epsilon 10 plus octillion, Epsilon 10 plus nonillion, Epsilon 10 plus decillion, Epsilon 10 plus vigentillion, Epsilon 10 plus trigentillion, Epsilon 10 plus Giggol, Epsilon 10 plus quadrigentillion, Epsilon 10 plus centillion, Epsilon 10 plus ducentillion, Epsilon Epsilon 10 plus trillion, Epsilon 10 plus millillion, Epsilon 10 plus merillion, Epsilon 10 plus micrillion, Epsilon 10 plus googolplex, Epsilon 10 plus bugol, Epsilon 10 plus bugolplex, Epsilon 10 plus grams number, Epsilon 10 plus general, Epsilon 10 plus goobol, Epsilon 10 plus tetherothoth, Epsilon 10 plus terrible tetherothoth, Epsilon 10 plus tritar, Epsilon 10 plus loader's number, Epsilon 10 plus Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon 10 plus Ryo's number, Epsilon 10 plus oblivion, Epsilon 10 plus finity, Epsilon 10 plus infinity, Epsilon 10 plus Aleph 0, Epsilon 10 times 2, Epsilon 10 times 3, Epsilon 10 times pi, Epsilon 10 times 4, Epsilon 10 times 5, Epsilon 10 times 6, Epsilon 10 times 7, Epsilon 10 times 8, Epsilon 10 times 9, Epsilon 10 times 10, Epsilon 10 times 100, Epsilon 10 times 1000, Epsilon 10 times million, Epsilon 10 times billion, Epsilon 10 times trillion, Epsilon 10 times quadrillion, Epsilon 10 times quintillion, Epsilon 10 times sextillion, Epsilon 10 times septillion, Epsilon 10 times octillion, Epsilon 10 times nonillion, Epsilon 10 times decillion, Epsilon 10 times vigintillion, Epsilon 10 times trigintillion, Epsilon 10 times googol, Epsilon 10 times quadrigintillion, Epsilon 10 times centillion, Epsilon 10 times ducentillion, Epsilon 10 times trecentillion, Epsilon 10 times millillion, Epsilon 10 times merillion, Epsilon 10 times micrillion, Epsilon 10 times googolplex, Epsilon 10 times bugol, Epsilon 10 times bugolplex, Epsilon 10 times grams number, Epsilon 10 times general, Epsilon 10 times goobol, Epsilon 10 times tetherothoth, Epsilon 10 times terrible tetherothoth, Epsilon 10 times tritar, Epsilon 10 times loader's number, Epsilon 10 times Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon 10 times Ryo's number, Epsilon 10 times oblivion, Epsilon 10 times finity, Epsilon 10 times infinity, Epsilon 10 times Aleph 0 Epsilon 10 to the power of 2, Epsilon 10 to the power of 3, Epsilon 10 to the power of pi, Epsilon 10 to the power of 4, Epsilon 10 to the power of 5, Epsilon 10 to the power of 6, Epsilon 10 to the power of 7, Epsilon 10 to the power of 8, Epsilon 10 to the power of 9, Epsilon 10 to the power of 10, Epsilon 10 to the power of 100, Epsilon 10 to the power of 1000, Epsilon 10 to the power of million, Epsilon 10 to the power of billion, Epsilon 10 to the power of trillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of quadrillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of quintillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of sextillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of septillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of octillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of nonillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of decillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of vigintillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of trigintillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of googol, Epsilon 10 to the power of quadrigintillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of centillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of ducentillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of trecentillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of millillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of merillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of micrillion, Epsilon 10 to the power of googolplex, Epsilon 10 to the power of bugol, Epsilon 10 to the power of bugolplex, Epsilon 10 to the power of grams number, Epsilon 10 to the power of general, Epsilon 10 to the power of goobol, Epsilon 10 to the power of tetherothoth, Epsilon 10 to the power of terrible tetherothoth, Epsilon 10 to the power of tritar, Epsilon 10 to the power of loader's number, Epsilon 10 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon 10 to the power of Ryo's number, Epsilon 10 to the power of oblivion, Epsilon 10 to the power of finity, Epsilon 10 to the power of infinity, Epsilon 10 to the power of Aleph 0, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 2, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 3, Epsilon 10 tet rated to pi, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 4, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 5, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 6, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 7, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 8, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 9, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 10, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 100, Epsilon 10 tet rated to 1000, Epsilon 10 tet rated to million, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to billion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to trillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to quadrillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to quintillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to sextillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to septillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to octillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to nonillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to decillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to vigintillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to trigintillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Giggol, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to quadrigintillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to centillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to ducentillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to trecentillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to millillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to merillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to micrillion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Giggolplex, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Bugol, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Bugolplex, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Graham's number, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to general, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Goobol, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Tritar, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Loader's number, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Ryo's number, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to oblivion, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to finity, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to infinity, epsilon epsilon 10 tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon epsilon omega, epsilon epsilon omega plus 1, epsilon epsilon omega plus 2, epsilon epsilon omega plus 3, epsilon epsilon omega plus pi, epsilon epsilon omega plus 4, epsilon epsilon omega plus 5, epsilon epsilon omega plus 6, epsilon epsilon omega plus 7, epsilon epsilon omega plus 8, epsilon epsilon omega plus 9, epsilon epsilon omega plus 10, epsilon epsilon omega plus 100, epsilon epsilon omega plus 1000, epsilon epsilon omega plus million, epsilon epsilon omega plus billion, epsilon epsilon omega plus trillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus quadrillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus quintillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus sextillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus septillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus octillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus nonillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus decillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus vigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus trigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus Giggol, epsilon epsilon omega plus quadrigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus centillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus ducentillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus trecentillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus millillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus merillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus micrillion, epsilon epsilon omega plus Giggolplex, epsilon epsilon omega plus Bugol, epsilon epsilon omega plus Bugolplex, epsilon epsilon omega plus Graham's number, epsilon epsilon omega plus general, epsilon epsilon omega plus Goobol, epsilon epsilon omega plus Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon omega plus terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon omega plus Tritar, epsilon epsilon omega plus Loader's number, epsilon epsilon omega plus Yudkowsky's number, epsilon epsilon omega plus Ryo's number, epsilon epsilon omega plus oblivion, epsilon epsilon omega plus finity, epsilon epsilon omega plus infinity, epsilon epsilon omega plus Aleph 0, epsilon epsilon omega times 2, epsilon epsilon omega times 3, epsilon epsilon omega times pi, epsilon epsilon omega times 4, epsilon epsilon omega times 5, epsilon epsilon omega times 6, epsilon epsilon omega times 7, epsilon epsilon omega times 8, epsilon epsilon omega times 9, epsilon epsilon omega times 10, epsilon epsilon omega times 100, epsilon epsilon omega times 1000, epsilon epsilon omega times million, epsilon epsilon omega times billion, epsilon epsilon omega times trillion, epsilon epsilon omega times quadrillion, epsilon epsilon omega times quintillion, epsilon epsilon omega times sextillion, epsilon epsilon omega times septillion, epsilon epsilon omega times octillion, epsilon epsilon omega times nonillion, epsilon epsilon omega times decillion, epsilon epsilon omega times vigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega times trigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega times Giggol, epsilon epsilon omega times quadrigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega times centillion, epsilon epsilon omega times ducentillion, epsilon epsilon omega times trecentillion, epsilon epsilon omega times millillion, epsilon epsilon omega times merillion, epsilon epsilon omega times micrillion, epsilon epsilon omega times Giggolplex, epsilon epsilon omega times Bugol, epsilon epsilon omega times Bugolplex, epsilon epsilon omega times Graham's number, epsilon epsilon omega times general, epsilon epsilon omega times Goobol, epsilon epsilon omega times Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon omega times terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon omega times Tritar, epsilon epsilon omega times Loader's number, epsilon epsilon omega times Yudkowsky's number, epsilon epsilon omega times Ryo's number, epsilon epsilon omega times oblivion, epsilon epsilon omega times finity, epsilon epsilon omega times infinity, epsilon epsilon omega times Aleph 0, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 2, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 3, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of pi, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 4, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 5, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 6, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 7, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 8, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 9, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 10, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 100, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of 1000, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of million, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of billion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of trillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of quadrillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of quintillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of sextillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of septillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of octillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of nonillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of decillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of vigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of trigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Giggol, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of quadrigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of centillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of ducentillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of trecentillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of milillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of merillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of micrillion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Giggol, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Giggolplex, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Graham's number, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of general, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Giggol, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Tritar, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Loder's number, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Yudkowsky's number, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Ryo's number, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of oblivion, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of finity, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of infinity, epsilon epsilon omega to the power of Aleph 0, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 2, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 3, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to pi, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 4, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 5, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 6, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 7, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 8, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 9, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 10, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 100, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to 1000, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to million, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to billion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to trillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to quadrillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to quintillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to sextillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to septillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to octillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to nonillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to decillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to vigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to trigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Giggol, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to quadrigintillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to centillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to ducentillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to trecentillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to milillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to merillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to micrillion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Giggolplex, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Giggol, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Giggolplex, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Graham's number, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to general, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Giggol, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Tritar, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Loder's number, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Ryo's number, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to oblivion, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to finity, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to infinity, epsilon epsilon omega tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon 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 null, epsilon 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 null plus 1, epsilon 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 null plus 2, epsilon 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 null plus 3, epsilon 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 null plus pi, epsilon 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 null plus 4, epsilon 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 null plus 5, epsilon 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 null plus 6, epsilon 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 null plus 7, epsilon 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 null plus 8, epsilon 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 null plus 9, epsilon 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 null plus 10, epsilon 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 null plus 100, epsilon epsilon null plus 1000, epsilon 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 null plus million, epsilon 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 null plus billion, epsilon 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 null plus trillion, epsilon 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 null plus quadrillion, epsilon 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 null plus quintillion, Epsilon-null plus sextillion, Epsilon-null plus septillion, Epsilon-null plus octillion, Epsilon-null plus nonillion, Epsilon-null plus decillion, Epsilon-null plus vigintillion, Epsilon-null plus trigintillion, Epsilon-null plus Giggol, Epsilon-null plus quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null plus centillion, Epsilon-null plus ducentillion, Epsilon-null plus trecentillion, Epsilon-null plus millillion, Epsilon-null plus merillion, Epsilon-null plus micrillion, Epsilon-null plus Giggolplex, Epsilon-null plus Giggol, Epsilon-null plus Giggolplex, Epsilon-null plus Graham's number, Epsilon-null plus general, Epsilon-null plus Giggol, Epsilon-null plus Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null plus terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null plus Tritar, Epsilon-null plus Loader's number, Epsilon-null plus Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null plus Ryo's number, Epsilon-null plus Oblivion, Epsilon-null plus Finity, Epsilon-null plus Infinity, Epsilon-null plus Aleph 0, Epsilon-null times 2, Epsilon-null times 3, Epsilon-null times pi, Epsilon-null times 4, Epsilon-null times 5, Epsilon-null times 6, Epsilon-null times 7, Epsilon-null times 8, Epsilon-null times 9, Epsilon-null times 10, Epsilon-null times 100, Epsilon-null times 1000, Epsilon-null times million, Epsilon-null times billion, Epsilon-null times trillion, Epsilon-null times quadrillion, Epsilon-null times quintillion, Epsilon-null times sextillion, Epsilon-null times septillion, Epsilon-null times octillion, Epsilon-null times nonillion, Epsilon-null times decillion, Epsilon-null times vigintillion, Epsilon-null times trigintillion, Epsilon-null times Giggol, Epsilon-null times quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null times centillion, Epsilon-null times ducentillion, Epsilon-null times trecentillion, Epsilon-null times millillion, Epsilon-null times merillion, Epsilon-null times micrillion, Epsilon-null times Giggolplex, Epsilon-null times Giggol, Epsilon-null times Giggolplex, Epsilon-null times Graham's number, Epsilon-null times general, Epsilon-null times Giggol, Epsilon-null times Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null times terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null times Tritar, Epsilon-null times Loader's number, Epsilon-null times Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null times Ryo's number, Epsilon-null times Oblivion, Epsilon-null times Finity, Epsilon-null times Infinity, Epsilon-null times Aleph 0, Epsilon-null to the power of 2, Epsilon-null to the power of 3, Epsilon-null to the power of pi, Epsilon-null to the power of 4, Epsilon-null to the power of 5, Epsilon-null to the power of 6, Epsilon-null to the power of 7, Epsilon-null to the power of 8, Epsilon-null to the power of 9, Epsilon-null to the power of 10, Epsilon-null to the power of 100, Epsilon-null to the power of 1000, Epsilon-null to the power of million, Epsilon-null to the power of billion, Epsilon-null to the power of trillion, Epsilon-null to the power of quadrillion, Epsilon-null to the power of quintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of sextillion, Epsilon-null to the power of septillion, Epsilon-null to the power of octillion, Epsilon-null to the power of nonillion, Epsilon-null to the power of decillion, Epsilon-null to the power of vigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of trigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-null to the power of quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of centillion, Epsilon-null to the power of ducentillion, Epsilon-null to the power of trecentillion, Epsilon-null to the power of Millionth, Epsilon-null to the power of Millionth, Epsilon-null to the power of Micrillion, Epsilon-null to the power of Giggolplex, Epsilon-null to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-null to the power of Giggolplex, Epsilon-null to the power of Graham's number, Epsilon-null to the power of General, Epsilon-null to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-null to the power of Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null to the power of Terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null to the power of Tritar, Epsilon-null to the power of Loader's number, Epsilon-null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null to the power of Ryo's number, Epsilon-null to the power of Oblivion, Epsilon-null to the power of Finity, Epsilon-null to the power of Infinity, Epsilon-null to the power of Aleph 0, Epsilon-null tetrated to 2, Epsilon-null tetrated to 3, Epsilon-null tetrated to pi, Epsilon-null tetrated to 4, Epsilon-null tetrated to 5, Epsilon-null tetrated to 6, Epsilon-null tetrated to 7, Epsilon-null tetrated to 8, Epsilon-null tetrated to 9, Epsilon-null tetrated to 10. Epsilon-null tetrated to 100, Epsilon-null tetrated to 1000, Epsilon-null tetrated to million, Epsilon-null tetrated to billion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to quadrillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to quintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to sextillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to septillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to octillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to nonillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to decillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to vigintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trigintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to centillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to ducentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trecentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to millillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to merillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to micrillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Epsilon-null tetrated to Graham's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to General, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null tetrated to Terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null tetrated to Tritar, Epsilon-null tetrated to Loader's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Ryo's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Oblivion, Epsilon-null tetrated to Finity, Epsilon-null tetrated to Infinity, Epsilon-null tetrated to Aleph 0. Epsilon-null, Epsilon-null plus 1, Epsilon-null plus 2, Epsilon-null plus 3, Epsilon-null plus pi, Epsilon-null plus 4, Epsilon-null plus 5, Epsilon-null plus 6, Epsilon-null plus 7, Epsilon-null plus 8, Epsilon-null plus 9, Epsilon-null plus 10, Epsilon-null plus 100, Epsilon-null plus 1000, Epsilon-null plus million, Epsilon-null plus billion, Epsilon-null plus trillion, Epsilon-null plus quadrillion, Epsilon-null plus quintillion, Epsilon-null plus sextillion, Epsilon-null plus septillion, Epsilon-null plus octillion, Epsilon-null plus nonillion, Epsilon-null plus decillion, Epsilon-null plus vigintillion, Epsilon-null plus trigintillion, Epsilon-null plus Giggol, Epsilon-null plus quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null plus centillion, Epsilon-null plus ducentillion, Epsilon-null plus trecentillion, Epsilon-null plus millillion, Epsilon-null plus merillion, Epsilon-null plus micrillion, Epsilon-null plus Giggolplex, Epsilon-null plus Giggol, Epsilon-null plus Giggolplex, Epsilon-null plus Graham's number, Epsilon-null plus General, Epsilon-null plus Giggol, Epsilon-null plus Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null plus Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null plus Tritar, Epsilon-null plus Loader's number, Epsilon-null plus Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null plus Ryo's number, Epsilon-null plus Oblivion, Epsilon-null plus Finity, Epsilon-null plus Infinity, Epsilon-null plus Aleph 0, Epsilon-null times 2, Epsilon-null times 3, Epsilon-null times pi, Epsilon-null times 4, Epsilon-null times 5, Epsilon-null times 6, Epsilon-null times 7, Epsilon-null times 8, Epsilon-null times 9, Epsilon-null times 10, Epsilon-null times 100, Epsilon-null times 1000, Epsilon-null times million, Epsilon-null times billion, Epsilon-null times trillion, Epsilon-null times quadrillion, Epsilon-null times quintillion, Epsilon-null times sextillion, Epsilon-null times septillion, Epsilon-null times octillion, Epsilon-null times nonillion, Epsilon-null times decillion, Epsilon-null times vigintillion, Epsilon-null times trigintillion, Epsilon-null times Giggol, Epsilon-null times quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null times centillion, Epsilon-null times ducentillion, Epsilon-null times trecentillion, Epsilon-null times milillion, Epsilon-null times merillion, Epsilon-null times micrillion, Epsilon-null times Giggolplex, Epsilon-null times Bugol, Epsilon-null times Bugolplex, Epsilon-null times Graham's number, Epsilon-null times general, Epsilon-null times Giggol, Epsilon-null times Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null times terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null times Tritar, Epsilon-null times Loader's number, Epsilon-null times Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null times Ryo's number, Epsilon-null times Oblivion, Epsilon-null times Finity, Epsilon-null times Infinity, Epsilon-null times Aleph 0, Epsilon-null to the power of 2, Epsilon-null to the power of 3, Epsilon-null to the power of pi, Epsilon-null to the power of 4, Epsilon-null to the power of 5, Epsilon-null to the power of 6, Epsilon-null to the power of 7, Epsilon-null to the power of 8, Epsilon-null to the power of 9, Epsilon-null to the power of 10, Epsilon-null to the power of 100, Epsilon-null to the power of 1000, Epsilon-null to the power of million, Epsilon-null to the power of billion, Epsilon-null to the power of trillion, Epsilon-null to the power of quadrillion, Epsilon-null to the power of quintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of sextillion, Epsilon-null to the power of septillion, Epsilon-null to the power of octillion, Epsilon-null to the power of nonillion, Epsilon-null to the power of decillion, Epsilon-null to the power of vigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of trigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-null to the power of quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null to the power of centillion, Epsilon-null to the power of ducentillion, Epsilon-null to the power of trecentillion, Epsilon-null to the power of milillion, Epsilon-null to the power of merillion, Epsilon-null to the power of micrillion, Epsilon-null to the power of Giggolplex, Epsilon-null to the power of Bugol, Epsilon-null to the power of Bugolplex, Epsilon-null to the power of Graham's number, Epsilon-null to the power of general, Epsilon-null to the power of Giggol, Epsilon-null to the power of Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null to the power of Tritar, Epsilon-null to the power of Loder's number, Epsilon-null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null to the power of Ryo's number, Epsilon null to the power of oblivion, Epsilon-null to the power of finity, Epsilon-null to the power of infinity, Epsilon-null to the power of Aleph 0, Epsilon-null tetrated to 2, Epsilon-null tetrated to 3, Epsilon-null tetrated to pi, Epsilon-null tetrated to 4, Epsilon-null tetrated to 5, Epsilon-null tetrated to 6, Epsilon-null tetrated to 7, Epsilon-null tetrated to 8, Epsilon-null tetrated to 9, Epsilon-null tetrated to 10, Epsilon-null tetrated to 100, Epsilon-null tetrated to 1000, Epsilon-null tetrated to million, Epsilon-null tetrated to billion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to quadrillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to quintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to sextillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to septillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to octillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to nonillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to decillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to vigintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trigintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to quadrigintillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to centillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to ducentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to trecentillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to millillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to merillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to micrillion, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Epsilon-null tetrated to Bugol, Epsilon-null tetrated to Bugolplex, Epsilon-null tetrated to Graham's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to general, Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Epsilon-null tetrated to Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Epsilon-null tetrated to Tritar, Epsilon-null tetrated to Loder's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to Ryo's number, Epsilon-null tetrated to oblivion, Epsilon-null tetrated to finity, Epsilon-null tetrated to infinity, Epsilon-null tetrated to Aleph 0. Zetanol plus 1, Zetanol plus 2, Zetanol plus 3, Zetanol plus pi, Zetanol plus 4, Zetanol plus 5, Zetanol plus 6, Zetanol plus 7, Zetanol plus 8, Zetanol plus 9, Zetanol plus 10, Zetanol plus 100, Zetanol plus 1000, Zetanol plus million, Zetanol plus billion, Zetanol plus trillion, Zetanol plus quadrillion, Zetanol plus quintillion, Zetanol plus sextillion, Zetanol plus septillion, Zetanol plus octillion, Zetanol plus nonillion, Zeta-null plus decillion, Zetanol plus vigintillion, Zetanol plus trigintillion, Zetanol plus Giggol, Zetanol plus quadrigintillion, Zetanol plus centillion, Zetanol plus ducentillion, Zetanol plus trecentillion, Zetanol plus millillion, Zetanol plus merillion, Zetanol plus micrillion, Zetanol plus Giggolplex, Zetanol plus Bugol, Zetanol plus Bugolplex, Zetanol plus Graham's number, Zetanol plus general, Zetanol plus Giggol, Zetanol plus Tetherothoth, Zetanol plus terrible Tetherothoth, Zetanol plus Tritar, Zetanol plus Loder's number, Zetanol plus Yudkowsky's number, Zetanol plus Ryo's number, Zetanol plus oblivion, Zetanol plus finity, Zetanol plus infinity, Zetanol plus Aleph 0, Zetanol times 2, Zetanol times 3, Zetanol times pi, Zetanol times 4, Zetanol times 5, Zetanol times 6, Zetanol times 7, Zetanol times 8, Zetanol times 9, Zetanol times 10, Zetanol times 100, Zetanol times 1000, Zetanol times million, Zetanol times billion, Zetanol times trillion, Zetanol times quadrillion, Zetanol times quintillion, Zetanol times sextillion, Zetanol times septillion, Zetanol times octillion, Zetanol times nonillion, Zetanol times decillion, Zetanol times vigintillion, Zetanol times trigentillion, Zetanol times Giggol, Zetanol times quadrigentillion, Zetanol times centillion, Zetanol times ducentillion, Zetanol times trecentillion, Zetanol times millillion, Zetanol times merillion, Zetanol times micrillion, Zetanol times Giggolplex, Zetanol times Bugol, Zetanol times Bugolplex, Zetanol times grams number, Zetanol times general, Zetanol times Gubol, Zetanol times Tetherothoth, Zetanol times terrible Tetherothoth, Zetanol times tritar, Zetanol times loader's number, Zetanol times Yudkowsky's number, Zetanol times Ryo's number, Zetanol times oblivion, Zetanol times finity, Zetanol times infinity, Zetanol times Aleph 0 Zetanol to the power of 2, Zetanol to the power of 3, Zetanol to the power of pi, Zetanol to the power of 4, Zetanol to the power of 5, Zetanol to the power of 6, Zetanol to the power of 7, Zetanol to the power of 8, Zetanol to the power of 9, Zetanol to the power of 10, Zetanol to the power of 100, Zetanol to the power of 1000, Zetanol to the power of million, Zetanol to the power of billion, Zetanol to the power of trillion, Zetanol to the power of quadrillion, Zetanol to the power of quintillion, Zetanol to the power of sextillion, Zetanol to the power of septillion, Zetanol to the power of octillion, Zetanol to the power of nonillion, Zetanol to the power of decillion, Zetanol to the power of vigintillion, Zetanol to the power of trigentillion, Zetanol to the power of Giggol, Zetanol to the power of quadrigentillion, Zetanol to the power of centillion, Zetanol to the power of ducentillion, Zetanol to the power of trecentillion, Zetanol to the power of millillion, Zetanol to the power of merillion, Zetanol to the power of micrillion, Zetanol to the power of Giggolplex, Zetanol to the power of Bugol, Zetanol to the power of Bugolplex, Zetanol to the power of grams number, Zetanol to the power of general, Zetanol to the power of Gubol, Zetanol to the power of Tetherothoth, Zetanol to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Zetanol to the power of tritar, Zetanol to the power of loader's number, Zetanol to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Zetanol to the power of Ryo's number, Zetanol to the power of oblivion, Zetanol to the power of finity, Zetanol to the power of infinity, Zetanol to the power of Aleph 0, Zetanol tetrated to 2, Zetanol tetrated to 3, Zetanol tetrated to pi, Zetanol tetrated to 4, Zetanol tetrated to 5, Zetanol tetrated to 6, Zetanol tetrated to 7, Zetanol tetrated to 8, Zetanol tetrated to 9, Zetanol tetrated to 10, Zetanol tetrated to 100, Zetanol tetrated to 1000, Zetanol tetrated to million, Zetanol tetrated to billion, Zetanol tetrated to trillion, Zetanol tetrated to quadrillion, Zetanol tetrated to quintillion, Zetanol tetrated to sextillion, Zetanol tetrated to septillion, Zetanol tetrated to octillion, Zetanol tetrated to nonillion, Zetanol tetrated to decillion, Zetanol tetrated to vigintillion, Zetanol tetrated to trigentillion, Zetanol tetrated to Giggol, Zetanol tetrated to quadrigentillion, Zetanol tetrated to centillion, Zetanol tetrated to ducentillion, Zetanol tetrated to trecentillion, Zetanol tetrated to millillion, Zetanol tetrated to merillion, Zetanol tetrated to micrillion, Zetanol tetrated to Giggolplex, Zetanol tetrated to Bugol, Zetanol tetrated to Bugolplex, Zetanol tetrated to grams number, Zetanol tetrated to general, Zetanol tetrated to Gubol, Zetanol tetrated to Tetherothoth, Zeta-null tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Zetanol tetrated to tritar, Zetanol tetrated to loader's number, Zetanol tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Zetanol tetrated to Ryo's number, Zetanol tetrated to oblivion, Zetanol tetrated to finity, Zetanol tetrated to infinity, Zetanol tetrated to Aleph 0. Zeta 10, Zeta 10 plus 1, Zeta 10 plus 2, Zeta 10 plus 3, Zeta 10 plus pi, Zeta 10 plus 4, Zeta 10 plus 5, Zeta 10 plus 6, Zeta 10 plus 7, Zeta 10 plus 8, Zeta 10 plus 9, Zeta 10 plus 10, Zeta 10 plus 100, Zeta 10 plus 1000, Zeta 10 plus million, Zeta 10 plus billion, Zeta 10 plus trillion, Zeta 10 plus quadrillion, Zeta 10 plus quintillion, Zeta 10 plus sextillion, Zeta 10 plus septillion, Zeta 10 plus octillion, Zeta 10 plus nonillion, Zeta 10 plus decillion, Zeta 10 plus vigintillion, Zeta 10 plus trigentillion, Zeta 10 plus Giggol, Zeta 10 plus quadrigentillion, Zeta 10 plus centillion, Zeta 10 plus ducentillion, Zeta 10 plus trecentillion, Zeta 10 plus millillion, Zeta 10 plus merillion, Zeta 10 plus micrillion, Zeta 10 plus Giggolplex, Zeta 10 plus Bugol, Zeta 10 plus Bugolplex, Zeta 10 plus grams number, Zeta 10 plus general, Zeta 10 plus Gubol, Zeta 10 plus Tetherothoth, Zeta 10 plus terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta 10 plus tritar, Zeta 10 plus loader's number, Zeta 10 plus Yudkowsky's number, Zeta 10 plus Ryo's number, Zeta 10 plus oblivion, Zeta 10 plus finity, Zeta 10 plus infinity, Zeta 10 plus Aleph 0, Zeta 10 times 2, Zeta 10 times 3, Zeta 10 times pi, Zeta 10 times 4, Zeta 10 times 5, Zeta 10 times 6, Zeta 10 times 7, Zeta 10 times 8, Zeta 10 times 9, Zeta 10 times 10, Zeta 10 times 100, Zeta 10 times 1000, Zeta 10 times million, Zeta 10 times billion, Zeta 10 times trillion, Zeta 10 times quadrillion, Zeta 10 times quintillion, Zeta 10 times sextillion, Zeta 10 times septillion, Zeta 10 times octillion, Zeta 10 times nonillion, Zeta 10 times decillion, Zeta 10 times vigintillion, Zeta 10 times trigintillion, Zeta 10 times Giggol, Zeta 10 times quadrigintillion, Zeta 10 times centillion, Zeta 10 times ducentillion, Zeta 10 times trecentillion, Zeta 10 times millillion, Zeta 10 times merillion, Zeta 10 times micrillion, Zeta 10 times Giggolplex, Zeta 10 times Giggol, Zeta 10 times Giggolplex, Zeta 10 times Graham's number, Zeta 10 times general, Zeta 10 times Giggol, Zeta 10 times Tetherothoth, Zeta 10 times terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta 10 times Tritar, Zeta 10 times Loader's number, Zeta 10 times Yudkowsky's number, Zeta 10 times Ryo's number, Zeta 10 times Oblivion, Zeta 10 times Finity, Zeta 10 times Infinity, Zeta 10 times Aleph 0, Zeta 10 to the power of 2, Zeta 10 to the power of 3, Zeta 10 to the power of pi, Zeta 10 to the power of 4, Zeta 10 to the power of 5, Zeta 10 to the power of 6, Zeta 10 to the power of 7, Zeta 10 to the power of 8, Zeta 10 to the power of 9, Zeta 10 to the power of 10, Zeta 10 to the power of 100, Zeta 10 to the power of 1000, Zeta 10 to the power of million, Zeta 10 to the power of billion, Zeta 10 to the power of trillion, Zeta 10 to the power of quadrillion, Zeta 10 to the power of quintillion, Zeta 10 to the power of sextillion, Zeta 10 to the power of septillion, Zeta 10 to the power of octillion, Zeta 10 to the power of nonillion, Zeta 10 to the power of decillion, Zeta 10 to the power of vigintillion, Zeta 10 to the power of trigintillion, Zeta 10 to the power of Giggol, Zeta 10 to the power of quadrigintillion, Zeta 10 to the power of centillion, Zeta 10 to the power of ducentillion, Zeta 10 to the power of trecentillion, Zeta 10 to the power of millillion, Zeta 10 to the power of merillion, Zeta 10 to the power of micrillion, Zeta 10 to the power of Giggolplex, Zeta 10 to the power of Giggol, Zeta 10 to the power of Giggolplex, Zeta 10 to the power of Graham's number, Zeta 10 to the power of general, Zeta 10 to the power of Giggol, Zeta 10 to the power of Tetherothoth, Zeta 10 to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta 10 to the power of Tritar, Zeta 10 to the power of Loader's number, Zeta 10 to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Zeta 10 to the power of Ryo's number, Zeta 10 to the power of Oblivion, Zeta 10 to the power of Finity, Zeta 10 to the power of Infinity, Zeta 10 to the power of Aleph 0, Zeta 10 tetrated to 2, Zeta 10 tetrated to 3, Zeta 10 tetrated to pi, Zeta 10 tetrated to 4, Zeta 10 tetrated to 5, Zeta 10 tetrated to 6, Zeta 10 tetrated to 7, Zeta 10 tetrated to 8, Zeta 10 tetrated to 9, Zeta 10 tetrated to 10, Zeta 10 tetrated to 100, Zeta 10 tetrated to 1000, Zeta 10 tetrated to million, Zeta 10 tetrated to billion, Zeta 10 tetrated to trillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to quadrillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to quintillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to sextillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to septillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to octillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to nonillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to decillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to vigintillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to trigintillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to Giggol, Zeta 10 tetrated to quadrigintillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to centillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to ducentillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to trecentillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to millillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to merillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to micrillion, Zeta 10 tetrated to Giggolplex, Zeta 10 tetrated to Giggol, Zeta 10 tetrated to Giggolplex, Zeta 10 tetrated to Graham's number, Zeta 10 tetrated to general, Zeta 10 tetrated to Giggol, Zeta 10 tetrated to Tetherothoth, Zeta 10 tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta 10 tetrated to Tritar, Zeta 10 tetrated to Loader's number, Zeta 10 tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Zeta 10 tetrated to Ryo's number, Zeta 10 tetrated to Oblivion, Zeta 10 tetrated to Finity, Zeta 10 tetrated to Infinity, Zeta 10 tetrated to Aleph 0. Zeta Omega plus 1, Zeta Omega plus 2, Zeta Omega plus 3, Zeta Omega plus pi, Zeta Omega plus 4, Zeta Omega plus 5, Zeta Omega plus 6, Zeta Omega plus 7, Zeta Omega plus 8, Zeta Omega plus 9, Zeta Omega plus 10, Zeta Omega plus 100, Zeta Omega plus 1000, Zeta Omega plus million, Zeta Omega plus billion, Zeta Omega plus trillion, Zeta Omega plus quadrillion, Zeta Omega plus quintillion, Zeta Omega plus sextillion, Zeta Omega plus septillion, Zeta Omega plus octillion, Zeta Omega plus nonillion, zeta omega plus decillion, zeta omega plus vigintillion, zeta omega plus trigintillion, zeta omega plus Giggol, zeta omega plus quadrigintillion, zeta omega plus centillion, zeta omega plus ducentillion, zeta omega plus trecentillion, zeta omega plus millillion, zeta omega plus merillion, zeta omega plus micrillion, zeta omega plus Giggolplex, zeta omega plus Giggol, zeta omega plus Giggolplex, zeta omega plus grams number, zeta omega plus general, zeta omega plus Giggol, zeta omega plus Tetherothoth, zeta omega plus terrible Tetherothoth, zeta omega plus tritar, zeta omega plus loader's number, zeta omega plus Yudkowsky's number, zeta omega plus Ryo's number, zeta omega plus oblivion, zeta omega plus finity, zeta omega plus infinity, zeta omega plus Aleph 0, zeta omega times 2, zeta omega times 3, zeta omega times pi, zeta omega times 4, zeta omega times 5, zeta omega times 6, zeta omega times 7, zeta omega times 8, zeta omega times 9, zeta omega times 10, zeta omega times 100, zeta omega times 1000, zeta omega times million, zeta omega times billion, zeta omega times trillion, zeta omega times quadrillion, zeta omega times quintillion, zeta omega times sextillion, zeta omega times septillion, zeta omega times octillion, zeta omega times nonillion, zeta omega times decillion, zeta omega times vigintillion, zeta omega times trigintillion, zeta omega times Giggol, zeta omega times quadrigintillion, zeta omega times centillion, zeta omega times ducentillion, zeta omega times trecentillion, zeta omega times millillion, zeta omega times merillion, zeta omega times micrillion, zeta omega times Giggolplex, zeta omega times Giggol, zeta omega times Giggolplex, zeta omega times grams number, zeta omega times general, zeta omega times Giggol, zeta omega times Tetherothoth, zeta omega times terrible Tetherothoth, zeta omega times tritar, zeta omega times loader's number, zeta omega times Yudkowsky's number, zeta omega times Ryo's number, zeta omega times oblivion, zeta omega times finity, zeta omega times infinity, zeta omega times Aleph 0, zeta omega to the power of 2, zeta omega to the power of 3, zeta omega to the power of pi, zeta omega to the power of 4, zeta omega to the power of 5, zeta omega to the power of 6, zeta omega to the power of 7, zeta omega to the power of 8, zeta omega to the power of 9, zeta omega to the power of 10, zeta omega to the power of 100, zeta omega to the power of 1000, zeta omega to the power of million, zeta omega to the power of billion, zeta omega to the power of trillion, zeta omega to the power of quadrillion, zeta omega to the power of quintillion, zeta omega to the power of sextillion, zeta omega to the power of septillion, zeta omega to the power of octillion, zeta omega to the power of nonillion, zeta omega to the power of decillion, zeta omega to the power of vigintillion, zeta omega to the power of trigintillion, zeta omega to the power of Giggol, zeta omega to the power of quadrigintillion, zeta omega to the power of centillion, zeta omega to the power of ducentillion, zeta omega to the power of trecentillion, zeta omega to the power of millillion, zeta omega to the power of merillion, zeta omega to the power of micrillion, zeta omega to the power of Giggolplex, zeta omega to the power of Giggol, zeta omega to the power of Giggolplex, zeta omega to the power of grams number, zeta omega to the power of general, zeta omega to the power of Giggol, zeta omega to the power of Tetherothoth, zeta omega to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, zeta omega to the power of tritar, zeta omega to the power of loader's number, zeta omega to the power of Yudkowsky's number, zeta omega to the power of Ryo's number, zeta omega to the power of oblivion, zeta omega to the power of finity, zeta omega to the power of infinity, zeta omega to the power of Aleph 0, zeta omega tet rated to 2, zeta omega tet rated to 3, zeta omega tet rated to pi, zeta omega tet rated to 4, zeta omega tet rated to 5, zeta omega tet rated to 6, zeta omega tet rated to 7, zeta omega tet rated to 8, zeta omega tet rated to 9, zeta omega tet rated to 10, zeta omega tet rated to 100, zeta omega tet rated to 1000, zeta omega tet rated to million, zeta omega tet rated to billion, zeta omega tet rated to trillion, zeta omega tet rated to quadrillion, zeta omega tet rated to quintillion, zeta omega tet rated to sextillion, zeta omega tet rated to septillion, zeta omega tet rated to octillion, zeta omega tet rated to nonillion, zeta omega tet rated to decillion, zeta omega tet rated to vigintillion, zeta omega tet rated to trigintillion, zeta omega tet rated to Giggol, zeta omega tet rated to quadrigintillion, zeta omega tet rated to centillion, zeta omega tet rated to ducentillion, zeta omega tet rated to trecentillion, zeta omega tet rated to millillion, zeta omega tet rated to merillion, zeta omega tet rated to micrillion, zeta omega tet rated to Giggolplex, zeta omega tet rated to Giggol, zeta omega tet rated to Giggolplex, zeta omega tetrated to grams number, zeta omega tetrated to general, zeta omega tetrated to Giggol, zeta omega tetrated to Tetherothoth, zeta omega tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, zeta omega tetrated to tritar, zeta omega tetrated to loader's number, zeta omega tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, zeta omega tetrated to Ryo's number, zeta omega tetrated to oblivion, zeta omega tetrated to finity, zeta omega tetrated to infinity, zeta omega tetrated to Aleph 0. Zeta Epsilon-null, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 1, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 2, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 3, Zeta Epsilon-null plus pi, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 4, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 5, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 6, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 7, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 8, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 9, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 10, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 100, Zeta Epsilon-null plus 1000, Zeta Epsilon-null plus million, Zeta Epsilon-null plus billion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus trillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus quadrillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus quintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus sextillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus septillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus octillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus nonillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus decillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus vigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus trigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Giggol, Zeta Epsilon-null plus quadrigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus centillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus ducentillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus trecentillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus milillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus merillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus micrillion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Giggolplex, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Bugol, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Bugolplex, Zeta Epsilon-null plus grams number, Zeta Epsilon-null plus general, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Giggol, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Tetherothoth, Zeta Epsilon-null plus terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta Epsilon-null plus tritar, Zeta Epsilon-null plus loader's number, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Yudkowsky's number, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Ryo's number, Zeta Epsilon-null plus oblivion, Zeta Epsilon-null plus finity, Zeta Epsilon-null plus infinity, Zeta Epsilon-null plus Aleph 0, Zeta Epsilon-null times 2, Zeta Epsilon-null times 3, Zeta Epsilon-null times pi, Zeta Epsilon-null times 4, Zeta Epsilon-null times 5, Zeta Epsilon-null times 6, Zeta Epsilon-null times 7, Zeta Epsilon-null times 8, Zeta Epsilon-null times 9, Zeta Epsilon-null times 10, Zeta Epsilon-null times 100, Zeta Epsilon-null times 1000, Zeta Epsilon-null times million, Zeta Epsilon-null times billion, Zeta Epsilon-null times trillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times quadrillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times quintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times sextillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times septillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times octillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times nonillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times decillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times vigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times trigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times Giggol, Zeta Epsilon-null times quadrigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times centillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times ducentillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times trecentillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times milillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times merillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times micrillion, Zeta Epsilon-null times Giggolplex, Zeta Epsilon-null times Bugol, Zeta Epsilon-null times Bugolplex, Zeta Epsilon-null times grams number, Zeta Epsilon-null times general, Zeta Epsilon-null times Giggol, Zeta Epsilon-null times Tetherothoth, Zeta Epsilon-null times terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta Epsilon-null times tritar, Zeta Epsilon-null times loader's number, Zeta Epsilon-null times Yudkowsky's number, Zeta Epsilon-null times Ryo's number, Zeta Epsilon-null times oblivion, Zeta Epsilon-null times finity, Zeta Epsilon-null times infinity, Zeta Epsilon-null times Aleph 0, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 2, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 3, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of pi, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 4, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 5, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 6, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 7, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 8, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 9, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 10, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 100, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of 1000, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of million, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of billion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of trillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of quadrillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of quintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of sextillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of septillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of octillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of nonillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of decillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of vigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of trigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of Giggol, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of quadrigintillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of centillion, Zeta Epsilon-null to the power of ducentillion, zeta epsilon null to the power of trecentillion, zeta epsilon null to the power of milillion, zeta epsilon null to the power of merillion, zeta epsilon null to the power of micrillion, zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggolplex, zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggol, zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggolplex, zeta epsilon null to the power of Graham's number, zeta epsilon null to the power of general, zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggol, zeta epsilon null to the power of Tetherothoth, zeta epsilon null to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, zeta epsilon null to the power of Tritar, zeta epsilon null to the power of Loder's number, zeta epsilon null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, zeta epsilon null to the power of Ryo's number, zeta epsilon null to the power of oblivion, zeta epsilon null to the power of finity, zeta epsilon null to the power of infinity, zeta epsilon null to the power of Aleph 0, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 2, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 3, zeta epsilon null tetrated to pi, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 4, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 5, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 6, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 7, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 8, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 9, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 10, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 100, zeta epsilon null tetrated to 1000, zeta epsilon null tetrated to million, zeta epsilon null tetrated to billion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to trillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to quadrillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to quintillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to sextillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to septillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to octillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to nonillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to decillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to bigentillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to trigentillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Giggol, zeta epsilon null tetrated to quadrigentillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to centillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to ducentillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to trecentillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to milillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to merillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to micrillion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Giggolplex, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Giggol, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Giggolplex, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Graham's number, zeta epsilon null tetrated to general, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Giggol, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Tetherothoth, zeta epsilon null tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Tritar, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Loder's number, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Ryo's number, zeta epsilon null tetrated to oblivion, zeta epsilon null tetrated to finity, zeta epsilon null tetrated to infinity, zeta epsilon null tetrated to Aleph 0, zeta epsilon null, zeta epsilon null plus 1, zeta epsilon null plus 2, zeta epsilon null plus 3, zeta epsilon null plus pi, zeta epsilon null plus 4, zeta epsilon null plus 5, zeta epsilon null plus 6, zeta epsilon null plus 7, zeta epsilon null plus 8, zeta epsilon null plus 9, zeta epsilon null plus 10, zeta epsilon null plus 100, zeta epsilon null plus 1000, zeta epsilon null plus million, zeta epsilon null plus billion, zeta epsilon null plus trillion, zeta epsilon null plus quadrillion, zeta epsilon null plus quintillion, zeta epsilon null plus sextillion, zeta epsilon null plus septillion, zeta epsilon null plus octillion, zeta epsilon null plus nonillion, zeta epsilon null plus decillion, zeta epsilon null plus vigentillion, zeta epsilon null plus trigentillion, zeta epsilon null plus Giggol, zeta epsilon null plus quadrigentillion, zeta epsilon null plus centillion, zeta epsilon null plus ducentillion, zeta epsilon null plus trecentillion, zeta epsilon null plus milillion, zeta epsilon null plus merillion, zeta epsilon null plus micrillion, zeta epsilon null plus Giggolplex, zeta epsilon null plus Giggol, zeta epsilon null plus Giggolplex, zeta epsilon null plus Graham's number, zeta epsilon null plus general, zeta epsilon null plus Giggol, zeta epsilon null plus Tetherothoth, zeta epsilon null plus terrible Tetherothoth, zeta epsilon null plus Tritar, zeta epsilon null plus Loder's number, zeta epsilon null plus Yudkowsky's number, zeta epsilon null plus Ryo's number, zeta epsilon null plus oblivion, zeta epsilon null plus finity, zeta epsilon null plus infinity, zeta epsilon null plus Aleph 0, zeta epsilon null times 2, zeta epsilon null times 3, zeta epsilon null times pi, zeta epsilon null times 4, zeta epsilon null times 5, zeta epsilon null times 6, zeta epsilon null times 7, zeta epsilon null times 8, zeta epsilon null times 9, Zeta epsilon epsilon null times 10, Zeta epsilon epsilon null times 100, Zeta epsilon epsilon null times 1000, Zeta epsilon null times million, Zeta epsilon null times billion, Zeta epsilon null times trillion, Zeta epsilon null times quadrillion, Zeta epsilon null times quintillion, Zeta epsilon null times sextillion, Zeta epsilon null times septillion, Zeta epsilon null times octillion, Zeta epsilon null times nonillion, Zeta epsilon null times decillion, Zeta epsilon null times vigintillion, Zeta epsilon null times trigintillion, Zeta epsilon null times Giggol, Zeta epsilon null times quadrigintillion, Zeta epsilon null times centillion, Zeta epsilon null times ducentillion, Zeta epsilon null times trecentillion, Zeta epsilon null times milillion, Zeta epsilon null times merillion, Zeta epsilon null times micrillion, Zeta epsilon null times Giggolplex, Zeta epsilon null times Giggol, Zeta epsilon null times Giggolplex, Zeta epsilon null times Graham's number, Zeta epsilon null times general, Zeta epsilon null times Giggol, Zeta epsilon null times Tetherothoth, Zeta epsilon null times terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta epsilon null times Tritar, Zeta epsilon null times Loader's number, Zeta epsilon null times Yudkowsky's number, Zeta epsilon null times Ryo's number, Zeta epsilon null times Oblivion, Zeta epsilon null times Finity, Zeta epsilon null times Infinity, Zeta epsilon null times Aleph 0, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 2, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 3, Zeta epsilon null to the power of pi, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 4, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 5, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 6, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 7, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 8, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 9, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 10, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 100, Zeta epsilon null to the power of 1000, Zeta epsilon null to the power of million, Zeta epsilon null to the power of billion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of trillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of quadrillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of quintillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of sextillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of septillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of octillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of nonillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of decillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of vigintillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of trigintillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggol, Zeta epsilon null to the power of quadrigintillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of centillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of ducentillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of trecentillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of milillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of merillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of micrillion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggolplex, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggol, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggolplex, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Graham's number, Zeta epsilon null to the power of general, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Giggol, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Tetherothoth, Zeta epsilon null to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Tritar, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Loader's number, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Ryo's number, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Oblivion, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Finity, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Infinity, Zeta epsilon null to the power of Aleph 0, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 2, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 3, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to pi, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 4, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 5, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 6, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 7, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 8, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 9, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 10, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 100, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to 1000, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to million, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to billion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to trillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to quadrillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to quintillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to sextillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to septillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to octillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to nonillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to decillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to vigintillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to trigintillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to Giggol, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to quadrigintillion, Zeta epsilon null tetrated to centillion, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to ducentillion, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to trecentillion, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to millillion, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to merillion, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to micrillion, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Bugol, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Bugolplex, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Graham's number, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to general, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Giggol, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Tetherothoth, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Tritar, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Loder's number, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Ryo's number, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Oblivion, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Finity, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Infinity, Zeta Epsilon Epsilon-null tetrated to Aleph 0. Zeta Zetanol, Zeta Zetanol plus 1, Zeta Zetanol plus 2, Zeta Zetanol plus 3, Zeta Zetanol plus pi, Zeta Zetanol plus 4, Zeta Zetanol plus 5, Zeta Zetanol plus 6, Zeta Zetanol plus 7, Zeta Zetanol plus 8, Zeta Zetanol plus 9, Zeta Zetanol plus 10, Zeta Zetanol plus 100, Zeta Zetanol plus 1000, Zeta Zetanol plus million, Zeta Zetanol plus billion, Zeta Zetanol plus trillion, Zeta Zetanol plus quadrillion, Zeta Zetanol plus quintillion, Zeta Zetanol plus sextillion, Zeta Zetanol plus septillion, Zeta Zetanol plus octillion, Zeta Zetanol plus nonillion, Zeta Zetanol plus decillion, Zeta Zetanol plus vigintillion, Zeta Zetanol plus trigintillion, Zeta Zetanol plus Giggol, Zeta Zetanol plus quadrigintillion, Zeta Zetanol plus centillion, Zeta Zetanol plus ducentillion, Zeta Zetanol plus trecentillion, Zeta Zetanol plus millillion, Zeta Zetanol plus merillion, Zeta Zetanol plus micrillion, Zeta Zetanol plus Giggolplex, Zeta Zetanol plus Bugol, Zeta Zetanol plus Bugolplex, Zeta Zetanol plus Graham's number, Zeta Zetanol plus general, Zeta Zetanol plus Giggol, Zeta Zetanol plus Tetherothoth, Zeta Zetanol plus terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta Zetanol plus Tritar, Zeta Zetanol plus Loder's number, Zeta Zetanol plus Yudkowsky's number, Zeta Zetanol plus Ryo's number, Zeta Zetanol plus Oblivion, Zeta Zetanol plus Finity, Zeta Zetanol plus Infinity, Zeta Zetanol plus Aleph 0. Zeta Zetanol times 2, Zeta Zetanol times 3, Zeta Zetanol times pi, Zeta Zetanol times 4, Zeta Zetanol times 5, Zeta Zetanol times 6, Zeta Zetanol times 7, Zeta Zetanol times 8, Zeta Zetanol times 9, Zeta Zetanol times 10, Zeta Zetanol times 100, Zeta Zetanol times 1000, Zeta Zetanol times million, Zeta Zetanol times billion, Zeta Zetanol times trillion, Zeta Zetanol times quadrillion, Zeta Zetanol times quintillion, Zeta Zetanol times sextillion, Zeta Zetanol times septillion, Zeta Zetanol times octillion, Zeta Zetanol times nonillion, Zeta Zetanol times decillion, Zeta Zetanol times vigintillion, Zeta Zetanol times trigintillion, Zeta Zetanol times Giggol, Zeta Zetanol times quadrigintillion, Zeta Zetanol times centillion, Zeta Zetanol times ducentillion, Zeta Zetanol times trecentillion, Zeta Zetanol times millillion, Zeta Zetanol times merillion, Zeta Zetanol times micrillion, Zeta Zetanol times Giggolplex, Zeta Zetanol times Bugol, Zeta Zetanol times Bugolplex, Zeta Zetanol times Graham's number, Zeta Zetanol times general, Zeta Zetanol times Giggol, Zeta Zetanol times Tetherothoth, Zeta Zetanol times terrible Tetherothoth, Zeta Zetanol times Tritar, Zeta Zetanol times Loder's number, Zeta Zetanol times Yudkowsky's number, Zeta Zetanol times Ryo's number, Zeta Zetanol times Oblivion, Zeta Zetanol times Finity, Zeta Zetanol times Infinity, Zeta Zetanol times Aleph 0, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 2, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 3, Zeta Zetanol to the power of pi, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 4, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 5, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 6, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 7, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 8, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 9, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 10, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 100, Zeta Zetanol to the power of 1000, Zeta Zetanol to the power of million, Zeta Zetanol to the power of billion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of trillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of quadrillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of quintillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of sextillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of septillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of octillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of nonillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of decillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of vigintillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of trigintillion, Zeta Zetanol to the power of Giggol, Zeta Zetanol to the power of quadrigintillion, zeta Zetanol to the power of centillion, zeta Zetanol to the power of ducentillion, zeta Zetanol to the power of trecentillion, zeta Zetanol to the power of millillion, zeta Zetanol to the power of merillion, zeta Zetanol to the power of micrillion, zeta Zetanol to the power of Giggolplex, zeta Zetanol to the power of Bugol, zeta Zetanol to the power of Bugolplex, zeta Zetanol to the power of Graham's number, zeta Zetanol to the power of general, zeta Zetanol to the power of Giggol, zeta Zetanol to the power of Tetherothoth, zeta Zetanol to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, zeta Zetanol to the power of Tritar, zeta Zetanol to the power of Loader's number, zeta Zetanol to the power of Yudkowsky's number, zeta Zetanol to the power of Ryo's number, zeta Zetanol to the power of oblivion, zeta Zetanol to the power of finity, zeta Zetanol to the power of infinity, zeta Zetanol to the power of Aleph 0, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 2, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 3, zeta Zetanol tetrated to pi, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 4, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 5, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 6, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 7, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 8, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 9, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 10, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 100, zeta Zetanol tetrated to 1000, zeta Zetanol tetrated to million, zeta Zetanol tetrated to billion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to trillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to quadrillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to quintillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to sextillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to septillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to octillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to nonillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to decillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to bigentillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to trigentillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Giggol, zeta Zetanol tetrated to quadrigentillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to centillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to ducentillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to trecentillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to millillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to merillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to micrillion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Giggolplex, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Bugol, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Bugolplex, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Graham's number, zeta Zetanol tetrated to general, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Giggol, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Tetherothoth, zeta Zetanol tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Tritar, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Loader's number, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Ryo's number, zeta Zetanol tetrated to oblivion, zeta Zetanol tetrated to finity, zeta Zetanol tetrated to infinity, zeta Zetanol tetrated to Aleph 0. Zeta Zeta Zetanol, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 1, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 2, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 3, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus pi, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 4, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 5, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 6, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 7, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 8, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 9, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 10, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 100, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus 1000, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus million, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus billion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus trillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus quadrillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus quintillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus sextillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus septillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus octillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus nonillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus decillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus vigentillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus trigentillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Giggol, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus quadrigentillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus centillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus ducentillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus trecentillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus millillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus merillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus micrillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Giggolplex, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Bugol, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Bugolplex, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Graham's number, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus general, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Giggol, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Tetherothoth, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus terrible Tetherothoth, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Tritar, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Loader's number, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Yudkowsky's number, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Ryo's number, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus oblivion, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus finity, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus infinity, zeta Zeta Zetanol plus Aleph 0, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 2, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 3, zeta Zeta Zetanol times pi, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 4, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 5, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 6, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 7, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 8, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 9, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 10, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 100, zeta Zeta Zetanol times 1000, zeta Zeta Zetanol times million, zeta Zeta Zetanol times billion, zeta Zeta Zetanol times trillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol times quadrillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol times quintillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol times sextillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol times septillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol times octillion, zeta Zeta Zetanol times nonillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times decillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times bigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times trigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times Giggol, zeta zeta Zetanol times quadrigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times centillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times ducentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times trecentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times millillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times merillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times micrillion, zeta zeta Zetanol times Giggolplex, zeta zeta Zetanol times Bugol, zeta zeta Zetanol times Bugolplex, zeta zeta Zetanol times grams number, zeta zeta Zetanol times general, zeta zeta Zetanol times Giggol, zeta zeta Zetanol times Tetherothoth, zeta zeta Zetanol times terrible Tetherothoth, zeta zeta Zetanol times tritar, zeta zeta Zetanol times loader's number, zeta zeta Zetanol times Yudkowsky's number, zeta zeta Zetanol times Ryo's number, zeta zeta Zetanol times oblivion, zeta zeta Zetanol times finity, zeta zeta Zetanol times infinity, zeta zeta Zetanol times Aleph 0 zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 2, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 3, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of pi zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 4, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 5, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 6, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 7, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 8, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 9, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 10, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 100, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of 1000, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of million, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of billion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of trillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of quadrillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of quintillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of sextillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of septillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of octillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of nonillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of decillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of bigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of trigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Giggol, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of quadrigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of centillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of ducentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of trecentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of millillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of merillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of micrillion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Giggolplex, zeta 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 null to the power of Bugol, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Bugolplex, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Graham's number, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of general, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Giggol, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Tetherothoth, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of tritar, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of loader's number, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Yudkowsky's number, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Ryo's number, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of oblivion, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of finity, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of infinity, zeta zeta Zetanol to the power of Aleph 0, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 2, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 3, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to pi zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 4, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 5, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 6, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 7, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 8, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 9, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 10, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 100, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to 1000, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to million, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to billion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to trillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to quadrillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to quintillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to sextillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to septillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to octillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to nonillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to decillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to bigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to trigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Giggol, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to quadrigentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to centillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to ducentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to trecentillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to millillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to merillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to micrillion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Giggolplex, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Bugol, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Bugolplex, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Graham's number, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to general, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Giggol, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Tetherothoth, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to tritar, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to loader's number, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Ryo's number, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to oblivion, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to finity, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to infinity, zeta zeta Zetanol tetrated to Aleph 0. Zeta 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 null, zeta 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 null plus 1, zeta 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 null plus 2, zeta 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 null plus 3, zeta 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 null plus pi zeta 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 null plus 4, zeta 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 null plus 5, zeta 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 null plus 6, zeta 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 null plus 7, zeta 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 null plus 8, zeta 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 null plus 9, zeta 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 null plus 10, zeta 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 null plus 100, zeta 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 null plus 1000, zeta 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 null plus million, zeta 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 null plus billion, zeta 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 null plus trillion, zeta 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 null plus quadrillion, zeta 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 null plus quintillion, zeta 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 null plus sextillion, zeta 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 null plus septillion, zeta 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 null plus octillion, zeta 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 null plus nonillion, zeta 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 null plus decillion, zeta 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 null plus vigintillion, zeta 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 null plus trigintillion, zeta 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 null plus Giggol, zeta 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 null plus quadrigentillion, zeta 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 null plus centillion, zeta 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 null plus ducentillion, zeta 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 null plus trecentillion, zeta 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 null plus millillion, zeta 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 null plus merillion, zeta 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 null plus micrillion, zeta 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 null plus Giggolplex, zeta 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 null plus Giggol, zeta 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 null plus Giggolplex, zeta 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 null plus Graham's number, zeta 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 Zetanol plus general, zeta 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 null plus Giggol, zeta 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 null plus Tetherothoth, zeta 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 null plus terrible Tetherothoth, zeta 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 null plus Tritar, zeta 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 null plus Loader's number, zeta 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 null plus Yudkowsky's number, zeta 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 null plus Ryo's number, zeta 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 null plus Oblivion, zeta 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 null plus Finity, zeta 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 null plus Infinity, zeta 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 null plus Aleph 0. Zeta 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 null times 2, zeta 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 null times 3, zeta 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 null times pi zeta 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 null times 4, zeta 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 null times 5, zeta 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 null times 6, zeta 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 null times 7, zeta 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 null times 8, zeta 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 null times 9, zeta 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 null times 10, zeta 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 null times 100, zeta 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 null times 1000, zeta 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 null times million, zeta 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 null times billion, zeta 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 null times trillion, zeta 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 null times quadrillion, zeta 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 null times quintillion, zeta 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 null times sextillion, zeta 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 null times septillion, zeta 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 null times octillion, zeta 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 null times nonillion, zeta 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 null times decillion, zeta 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 null times vigintillion, zeta 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 null times trigintillion, zeta 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 null times Giggol, zeta 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 null times quadrigentillion, zeta 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 null times centillion, zeta 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 null times ducentillion, zeta 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 null times trecentillion, zeta 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 null times millillion, zeta 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 null times merillion, zeta 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 null times micrillion, zeta 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 null times Giggolplex, zeta 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 null times Giggol, zeta 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 null times Giggolplex, zeta 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 null times Graham's number, zeta 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 null times general, zeta 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 null times Giggol, zeta 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 null times Tetherothoth, zeta 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 null times terrible Tetherothoth, zeta 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 null times Tritar, zeta 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 null times Loader's number, zeta 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 null times Yudkowsky's number, zeta 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 null times Ryo's number, zeta 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 null times Oblivion, zeta 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 null times Finity, zeta 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 null times Infinity, zeta 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 null times Aleph 0 zeta 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 null to the power of 2, zeta 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 null to the power of 3, zeta 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 null to the power of pi zeta 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 null to the power of 4, zeta 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 null to the power of 5, zeta 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 null to the power of 6, zeta 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 null to the power of 7, zeta 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 null to the power of 8, zeta 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 null to the power of 9, zeta 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 null to the power of 10, zeta 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 null to the power of 100, zeta 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 null to the power of 1000, zeta 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 null to the power of million, zeta 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 null to the power of billion, zeta 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 null to the power of trillion, zeta 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 null to the power of quadrillion, zeta 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 null to the power of quintillion, zeta 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 null to the power of sextillion, zeta 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 null to the power of septillion, zeta 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 null to the power of octillion, zeta 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 null to the power of nonillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of decillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of vigintillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of trigintillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Giggol, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of quadrigintillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of centillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of ducentillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of trecentillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of millionth, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of merillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of micrillion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Giggolplex, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Giggol, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Giggolplex, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Graham's number, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of general, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Giggol, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Tetherothoth, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Tritar, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Loder's number, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Yudkowsky's number, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Ryo's number, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of oblivion, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of finity, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of infinity, zeta 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 Zetanol to the power of Aleph 0, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 2, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 3, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to pi, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 4, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 5, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 6, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 7, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 8, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 9, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 10, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 100, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to 1000, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to million, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to billion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to trillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to quadrillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to quintillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to sextillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to septillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to octillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to nonillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to decillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to vigintillion, zeta 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 null tetrated to trigintillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Giggol, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to quadrigintillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to centillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to ducentillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to trecentillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to millionth, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to merillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to micrillion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Giggolplex, zeta 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 null tetrated to Giggol, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Giggolplex, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Graham's number, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to general, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Giggol, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Tetherothoth, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Tritar, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Loder's number, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Ryo's number, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to oblivion, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to finity, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to infinity, zeta 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 Zetanol tetrated to Aleph 0. Ordinal, Ordinal plus 1, Ordinal plus 2, Ordinal plus 3, Ordinal plus pi, Ordinal plus 4, Ordinal plus 5, Ordinal plus 6, Ordinal plus 7, Ordinal plus 8, Ordinal plus 9, Ordinal plus 10, Ordinal plus 100, Ordinal plus 1000, Ordinal plus million, Ordinal plus billion, Ordinal plus trillion, Ordinal plus quadrillion, Ordinal plus quintillion, Ordinal plus sextillion, Ordinal plus septillion, Ordinal plus octillion, Ordinal plus nonillion, Ordinal plus decillion, Ada null plus vigintillion, Ordinal plus trigintillion, Ordinal plus Giggol, Ordinal plus quadrigintillion, Ordinal plus centillion, Ordinal plus ducentillion, Ordinal plus trecentillion, Ordinal plus millionth, Ordinal plus merillion, Ordinal plus micrillion, Ordinal plus Giggolplex, Ordinal plus Giggol, Ordinal plus Giggolplex, Ordinal plus Graham's number, Ordinal plus general, Ordinal plus Giggol, Ordinal plus Tetherothoth, Ordinal plus terrible Tetherothoth, Ordinal plus Tritar, Ordinal plus Loder's number, Ordinal plus Yudkowsky's number, Ordinal plus Ryo's number, Ordinal plus oblivion, Ordinal plus finity, Ordinal plus infinity, Ordinal plus Aleph 0, Ordinal times 2, Ordinal times 3, Ordinal times pi, Ordinal times 4, Ordinal times 5, Ordinal times 6, Ordinal times 7, Ordinal times 8, Ordinal times 9, Ordinal times 10, Ordinal times 100, Ordinal times 1000, Ordinal times million, Ordinal times billion, Ordinal times trillion, Ordinal times quadrillion, Eta-null times quintillion, Eta-null times sextillion, Eta-null times septillion, Eta-null times octillion, Eta-null times nonillion, Eta-null times decillion, Eta-null times vigintillion, Eta-null times trigintillion, Eta-null times Giggol, Eta-null times quadrigintillion, Eta-null times centillion, Eta-null times ducentillion, Eta-null times trecentillion, Eta-null times millionth, Eta-null times merillion, Eta-null times micrillion, Eta-null times Giggolplex. Eta-null times Giggol, Eta-null times Giggolplex, Eta-null times grams number, Eta-null times general, Eta-null times Giggol, Eta-null times Tetherothoth, Eta-null times terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-null times tritar, Eta-null times loader's number, Eta-null times Yudkowsky's number, Eta-null times Ryo's number, Eta-null times oblivion, Eta-null times finity, Eta-null times infinity, Eta-null times Aleph 0, Eta-null to the power of 2, Eta-null to the power of 3, Eta-null to the power of pi. Eta-null to the power of 4, Eta-null to the power of 5, Eta-null to the power of 6, Eta-null to the power of 7, Eta-null to the power of 8, Eta-null to the power of 9, Eta-null to the power of 10, Eta-null to the power of 100, Eta-null to the power of 1000, Eta-null to the power of million, Eta-null to the power of billion, Eta-null to the power of trillion, Eta-null to the power of quadrillion, Eta-null to the power of quintillion, Eta-null to the power of sextillion, Eta-null to the power of septillion, Eta-null to the power of octillion, Eta-null to the power of nonillion, Eta-null to the power of decillion, Eta-null to the power of vigintillion, Eta-null to the power of trigintillion, Eta-null to the power of Giggol, Eta-null to the power of quadrigintillion, Eta-null to the power of centillion, Eta-null to the power of ducentillion, Eta-null to the power of trecentillion, Eta-null to the power of millionth, Eta-null to the power of merillion, Eta-null to the power of micrillion, Eta-null to the power of Giggolplex, Eta-null to the power of Giggol, Eta-null to the power of Giggolplex, Eta-null to the power of grams number, Eta-null to the power of general, Eta-null to the power of Giggol, Eta-null to the power of Tetherothoth, Eta-null to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-null to the power of tritar, Eta-null to the power of loader's number, Eta-null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Eta-null to the power of Ryo's number, Eta-null to the power of oblivion, Eta-null to the power of finity, Eta-null to the power of infinity, Eta-null to the power of Aleph 0, Eta-null tetrated to 2, Eta-null tetrated to 3, Eta-null tetrated to pi, Eta-null tetrated to 4, Eta-null tetrated to 5, Eta-null tetrated to 6, Eta-null tetrated to 7, Eta-null tetrated to 8, Eta-null tetrated to 9, Eta-null tetrated to 10, Eta-null tetrated to 100, Eta-null tetrated to 1000, Eta-null tetrated to million, Eta-null tetrated to billion, Eta-null tetrated to trillion, Eta-null tetrated to quadrillion, Eta-null tetrated to quintillion, Eta-null tetrated to sextillion, Eta-null tetrated to septillion, Eta-null tetrated to octillion, Eta-null tetrated to nonillion, Eta-null tetrated to decillion, Eta-null tetrated to vigintillion, Eta-null tetrated to trigintillion, Eta-null tetrated to Giggol, Eta-null tetrated to quadrigintillion, Eta-null tetrated to centillion, Eta-null tetrated to ducentillion, Eta-null tetrated to trecentillion, Eta-null tetrated to millionth, Eta-null tetrated to merillion, Eta-null tetrated to micrillion, Eta-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Eta-null tetrated to Giggol, Eta-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Eta-null tetrated to grams number, Eta-null tetrated to general, Eta-null tetrated to Giggol, Eta-null tetrated to Tetherothoth, Eta-null tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-null tetrated to tritar, Eta-null tetrated to loader's number, Eta-null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Eta-null tetrated to Ryo's number, Eta-null tetrated to oblivion, Eta-null tetrated to finity, Eta-null tetrated to infinity, Eta-null tetrated to Aleph 0. Eta-null, Eta-null plus 1, Eta-null plus 2, Eta-null plus 3, Eta-null plus pi, Eta-null plus 4, Eta-null plus 5, Eta-null plus 6, Eta-null plus 7, Eta-null plus 8, Eta-null plus 9, Eta-null plus 10, Eta-null plus 100, Eta-null plus 1000, Eta-null plus million, Eta-null plus billion, Eta-null plus trillion, Eta-null plus quadrillion, Eta-null plus quintillion, Eta-null plus sextillion, Eta-null plus septillion, Eta-null plus octillion, Eta-null plus nonillion, Eta-null plus decillion, Eta-null plus vigintillion, Eta-null plus trigintillion, Eta-null plus Giggol, Eta-null plus quadrigintillion, Eta-null plus centillion, Eta-null plus ducentillion, Eta-null plus trecentillion, Eta-null plus millionth, Eta-null plus merillion, Eta-null plus micrillion, Eta-null plus Giggolplex, Eta-null plus Giggol, Eta-null plus Giggolplex, Eta-null plus grams number, Eta-null plus general, Eta-null plus Giggol, Eta-null plus Tetherothoth, Eta-null plus terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-null plus tritar, Eta-null plus loader's number, Eta-null plus Yudkowsky's number, Eta-null plus Ryo's number, Eta-null plus oblivion, Eta-null plus finity, Eta-null plus infinity, Eta-null plus Aleph 0, Eta-null times 2, Eta-null times 3, Eta-null times pi, Eta-null times 4, Eta-null null times 5, eta null times 6, eta null times 7, eta null times 8, eta null times 9, eta null times 10, eta null times 100, eta null times 1000, eta null times million, eta null times billion, eta null times trillion, eta null times quadrillion, eta null times quintillion, eta null times sextillion, eta null times septillion, eta null times octillion, eta null times nonillion, eta null times decillion, eta null times vigintillion, eta null times trigintillion, eta null times Giggol, eta null times quadrigintillion, eta null times centillion, eta null times ducentillion, eta null times trecentillion, eta null times millillion, eta null times merillion, eta null times micrillion, eta null times Giggolplex, eta null times Bugol, eta null times Bugolplex, eta null times grams number, eta null times general, eta null times Giggol, eta null times Tetherothoth, eta null times terrible Tetherothoth, eta null times tritar, eta null times loader's number, eta null times Yudkowsky's number, eta null times Ryo's number, eta null times oblivion, eta null times finity, eta null times infinity, eta null times Aleph 0, eta null to the power of 2, eta null to the power of 3, eta null to the power of pi, eta null to the power of 4, eta null to the power of 5, eta null to the power of 6, eta null to the power of 7, eta null to the power of 8, eta null to the power of 9, eta null to the power of 10, eta null to the power of 100, eta null to the power of 1000, eta null to the power of million, eta null to the power of billion, eta null to the power of trillion, eta null to the power of quadrillion, eta null to the power of quintillion, eta null to the power of sextillion, eta null to the power of septillion, eta null to the power of octillion, eta null to the power of nonillion, eta null to the power of decillion, eta null to the power of vigintillion, eta null to the power of trigintillion, eta null to the power of Giggol, eta null to the power of quadrigintillion, eta null to the power of centillion, eta null to the power of ducentillion, eta null to the power of trecentillion, eta null to the power of millillion, eta null to the power of merillion, eta null to the power of micrillion, eta null to the power of Giggolplex, eta null to the power of Bugol, eta null to the power of Bugolplex, eta null to the power of grams number, eta null to the power of general, eta null to the power of Giggol, eta null to the power of Tetherothoth, eta null to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, eta null to the power of tritar, eta null to the power of loader's number, eta null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, eta null to the power of Ryo's number, eta null to the power of oblivion, eta null to the power of finity, eta null to the power of infinity, eta null to the power of Aleph 0, eta null tetrated to 2, eta null tetrated to 3, eta null tetrated to pi, eta null tetrated to 4, eta null tetrated to 5, eta null tetrated to 6, eta null tetrated to 7, eta null tetrated to 8, eta null tetrated to 9, eta null tetrated to 10, eta null tetrated to 100, eta null tetrated to 1000, eta null tetrated to million, eta null tetrated to billion, eta null tetrated to trillion, eta null tetrated to quadrillion, eta null tetrated to quintillion, eta null tetrated to sextillion, eta null tetrated to septillion, eta null tetrated to octillion, eta null tetrated to nonillion, eta null tetrated to decillion, eta null tetrated to vigintillion, eta null tetrated to trigintillion, eta null tetrated to Giggol, eta null tetrated to quadrigintillion, eta null tetrated to centillion, eta null tetrated to ducentillion, eta null tetrated to trecentillion, eta null tetrated to millillion, eta null tetrated to merillion, eta null tetrated to micrillion, eta null tetrated to Giggolplex, eta null tetrated to Bugol, eta null tetrated to Bugolplex, eta null tetrated to grams number, eta null tetrated to general, eta null tetrated to Giggol, eta null tetrated to Tetherothoth, eta null tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, eta null tetrated to tritar, eta null tetrated to loader's number, eta null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, eta null tetrated to Ryo's number, eta null tetrated to oblivion, eta null tetrated to finity, eta null tetrated to infinity, eta null tetrated to Aleph 0, eta null, eta null plus 1, eta null plus 2, eta null plus 3, eta null plus pi, eta null plus 4, eta null plus 5, eta null plus 6, eta null plus 7, eta null plus 8, eta null plus 9, eta null plus 10, eta null plus 100, eta null plus 1000, eta null plus million, eta null plus billion, eta null plus trillion, eta null plus quadrillion, eta null plus quintillion, eta null plus sextillion, eta null plus septillion, eta null plus octillion, eta null plus nonillion, eta null plus decillion, eta null plus vigintillion, eta null plus trigintillion, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-null plus quadrigentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null plus centillion, Eta-eta-eta-null plus ducentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null plus trecentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null plus millionth, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Marillion, Eta-eta-eta-null plus micrillion, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Giggolplex, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Bugol, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Bugolplex, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Graham's number, Eta-eta-eta-null plus general, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-null plus terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Tritar, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Loader's number, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Yudkowsky's number, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Ryo's number, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Oblivion, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Finity, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Infinity, Eta-eta-eta-null plus Aleph 0, Eta-eta-eta-null times 2, Eta-eta-eta-null times 3, Eta-eta-eta-null times pi, Eta-eta-eta-null times 4, Eta-eta-eta-null times 5, Eta-eta-eta-null times 6, Eta-eta-eta-null times 7, Eta-eta-eta-null times 8, Eta-eta-eta-null times 9, Eta-eta-eta-null times 10, Eta-eta-eta-null times 100, Eta-eta-eta-null times 1000, Eta-eta-eta-null times million, Eta-eta-eta-null times billion, Eta-eta-eta-null times trillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times quadrillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times quintillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times sextillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times septillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times octillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times nonillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times decillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times vigintillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times trigentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-null times quadrigentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times centillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times ducentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times trecentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times millionth, Eta-eta-eta-null times marillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times micrillion, Eta-eta-eta-null times Giggolplex, Eta-eta-eta-null times Bugol, Eta-eta-eta-null times Bugolplex, Eta-eta-eta-null times Graham's number, Eta-eta-eta-null times general, Eta-eta-eta-null times Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-null times Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-null times terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-null times Tritar, Eta-eta-eta-null times Loader's number, Eta-eta-eta-null times Yudkowsky's number, Eta-eta-eta-null times Ryo's number, Eta-eta-eta-null times Oblivion, Eta-eta-eta-null times Finity, Eta-eta-eta-null times Infinity, Eta-eta-eta-null times Aleph 0, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 2, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 3, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of pi, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 4, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 5, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 6, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 7, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 8, Eta-eta-null to the power of 9, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 10, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 100, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of 1000, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of million, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of billion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of trillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of quadrillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of quintillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of sextillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of septillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of octillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of nonillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of decillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of vigintillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of trigentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of quadrigentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of centillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of ducentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of trecentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of millionth, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of marillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of micrillion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Giggolplex, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Bugol, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Bugolplex, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Graham's number, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of general, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Tritar, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Loader's number, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Ryo's number, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Oblivion, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Finity, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Infinity, Eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Aleph 0, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 2, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 3, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to pi, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 4, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 5, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 6, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 7, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 8, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 9, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 10, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 100, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 1000, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to million, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to billion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to trillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to quadrillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to quintillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to sextillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to septillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to octillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to nonillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to decillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to vigintillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to trigentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to quadrigentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to centillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to ducentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to trecentillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to millionth, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to marillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to micrillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Giggolplex, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Buggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Buggolplex, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Graham's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to General, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Giggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Tetherothoth, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Tritar, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Loader's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Ryo's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Oblivion, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Finity, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Infinity, Eta-Eta-Eta-null tetrated to Aleph 0. Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 1, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 2, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 3, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus pi, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 4, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 5, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 6, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 7, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 8, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 9, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 10, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 100, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus 1000, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus million, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus billion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null plus trillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus quadrillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus quintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus sextillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus septillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus octillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus nonillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus decillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus vigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus trigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Giggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus quadrigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus centillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null plus ducentillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus trecentillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus milillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus marillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus micrillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Giggolplex, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Buggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Buggolplex, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Graham's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus General, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Giggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Tetherothoth, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null plus Tritar, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Loader's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Yudkowsky's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Ryo's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Oblivion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Finity, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Infinity, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null plus Aleph 0, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 2, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 3, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times pi, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 4, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 5, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 6, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 7, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 8, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 9, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 10, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 100, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times 1000, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times million, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times billion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times trillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times quadrillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times quintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times sextillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times septillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times octillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times nonillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times decillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times vigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times trigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times Giggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times quadrigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times centillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times ducentillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times trecentillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times milillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times marillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times micrillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Eta-null times Giggolplex, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Buggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Buggolplex, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Graham's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times General, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Giggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Tetherothoth, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Tritar, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Loader's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Yudkowsky's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Ryo's number, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Oblivion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Finity, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Infinity, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null times Aleph 0, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 2, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 3, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of pi, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 4, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 5, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 6, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 7, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 8, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 9, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 10, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 100, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of 1000, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of million, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of billion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of trillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of quadrillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of quintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of sextillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of septillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of octillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of nonillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of decillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of vigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of trigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of Giggol, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of quadrigintillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of centillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of ducentillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of trecentillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of milillion, Eta-Eta-Eta-Null to the power of Marillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Micrillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Guggolplex, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Buggol, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Buggolplex, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Graham's number, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of General, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Tritar, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Loader's number, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Ryo's number, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Oblivion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Finity, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Infinity, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null to the power of Aleph 0, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 2, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 3, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to pi Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 4, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 5, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 6, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 7, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 8, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 9, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 10, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 100, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to 1000, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to million, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to billion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to trillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to quadrillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to quintillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to sextillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to septillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to octillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to nonillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to decillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to vigintillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to trigintillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to quadrigintillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to centillion, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to ducentillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to trecentillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to milillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to marillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to micrillion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Guggolplex, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Buggol, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Buggolplex, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Graham's number, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to General, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Giggol, Eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Terrible Tetherothoth, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Tritar, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Loader's number, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Ryo's number, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Oblivion, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Finity, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Infinity, Eta-eta-eta-eta-null tetrated to Aleph 0. Gaminol, Gaminol plus 1, Gaminol plus 2, Gaminol plus 3, Gaminol plus pi, Gaminol plus 4, Gaminol plus 5, Gaminol plus 6, Gaminol plus 7, Gaminol plus 8, Gaminol plus 9, Gaminol plus 10, Gaminol plus 100, Gaminol plus 1000, Gaminol plus million, Gaminol plus billion, Gaminol plus trillion, Gaminol plus quadrillion, Gaminol plus quintillion, Gaminol plus sextillion, Gaminol plus septillion, Gaminol plus octillion, Gaminol plus nonillion, Gaminol plus decillion, Gaminol plus vigintillion, Gaminol plus trigintillion, Gaminol plus Giggol, Gaminol plus quadrigintillion, Gaminol plus centillion, Gaminol plus ducentillion, Gaminol plus trecentillion, Gaminol plus milillion, Gaminol plus marillion, Gaminol plus micrillion, Gaminol plus Guggolplex, Gaminol plus Buggol, Gaminol plus Buggolplex, Gaminol plus Graham's number, Gaminol plus General, Gaminol plus Giggol, Gaminol plus Tetherothoth, Gaminol plus Terrible Tetherothoth, Gaminol plus Tritar, Gaminol plus Loader's number, Gaminol plus Yudkowsky's number, Gaminol plus Ryo's number, Gaminol plus Oblivion, Gaminol plus Finity, Gaminol plus Infinity, Gaminol plus Aleph 0, Gaminol times 2, Gaminol times 3, Gaminol times pi, Gaminol times 4, Gaminol times 5, Gaminol times 6, Gaminol times 7, Gaminol times 8, Gaminol times 9, Gaminol times 10, Gaminol times 100, Gaminol times 1000, Gaminol times million, Gaminol times billion, Gaminol times trillion, Gaminol times quadrillion, Gaminol times quintillion, Gaminol times sextillion, Gaminol times septillion, Gaminol times octillion, Gaminol times nonillion, Gaminol times decillion, Gaminol times vigintillion, Gaminol times trigintillion, Gaminol times Giggol, Gaminol times quadrigintillion, Gaminol times centillion, Gaminol times ducentillion, Gaminol times trecentillion, Gaminol times milillion, Gaminol times marillion, Gaminol times micrillion, Gaminol times Guggolplex, Gaminol times Buggol, Gaminol times Buggolplex, Gaminol times Graham's number, Gaminol times General, Gaminol times Giggol, Gaminol times Tetherothoth, Gaminol times Terrible Tetherothoth, Gaminol times Tritar, Gaminol times Loader's number, Gaminol times Yudkowsky's number, Gaminol times Ryo's number, Gaminol times Oblivion, Gaminol times Finity, Gaminol times Infinity, Gaminol times Aleph 0 Gaminol to the power of 2, Gaminol to the power of 3, Gaminol to the power of pi Gaminol to the power of 4, Gaminol to the power of 5, Gaminol to the power of 6, Gaminol to the power of 7, Gaminol to the power of 8, Gaminol to the power of 9, Gaminol to the power of 10, Gaminol to the power of 100, Gaminol to the power of 1000, Gaminol to the power of million, Gaminol to the power of billion, Gaminol to the power of trillion, Gaminol to the power of quadrillion, Gaminol to the power of quintillion, Gaminol to the power of sextillion, Gaminol to the power of septillion, Gaminol to the power of octillion, Gaminol to the power of nonillion, Gaminol to the power of decillion, Gaminol to the power of bigentillion, Gaminol to the power of trigentillion, Gaminol to the power of Giggol, Gaminol to the power of quadrigentillion, Gaminol to the power of centillion, Gaminol to the power of ducentillion, Gaminol to the power of trecentillion, Gaminol to the power of milillion, Gaminol to the power of merillion, Gaminol to the power of micrillion, Gaminol to the power of Giggolplex, Gaminol to the power of Bugol, Gaminol to the power of Bugolplex, Gaminol to the power of Graham's number, Gaminol to the power of general, Gaminol to the power of Giggol, Gaminol to the power of Tetherothoth, Gaminol to the power of terrible Tetherothoth, Gaminol to the power of Tritar, Gaminol to the power of Loder's number, Gaminol to the power of Yudkowsky's number, Gaminol to the power of Ryo's number, Gaminol to the power of oblivion, Gaminol to the power of finity, Gaminol to the power of infinity, Gaminol to the power of Aleph 0, Gaminol tetrated to 2, Gaminol tetrated to 3, Gaminol tetrated to pi Gaminol tetrated to 4, Gaminol tetrated to 5, Gaminol tetrated to 6, Gaminol tetrated to 7, Gaminol tetrated to 8, Gaminol tetrated to 9, Gaminol tetrated to 10, Gaminol tetrated to 100, Gaminol tetrated to 1000, Gaminol tetrated to million, Gaminol tetrated to billion, Gaminol tetrated to trillion, Gaminol tetrated to quadrillion, Gaminol tetrated to quintillion, Gaminol tetrated to sextillion, Gaminol tetrated to septillion, Gaminol tetrated to octillion, Gaminol tetrated to nonillion, Gaminol tetrated to decillion, Gaminol tetrated to bigentillion, Gaminol tetrated to trigentillion, Gaminol tetrated to Giggol, Gaminol tetrated to quadrigentillion, Gaminol tetrated to centillion, Gaminol tetrated to ducentillion, Gaminol tetrated to trecentillion, Gaminol tetrated to milillion, Gaminol tetrated to merillion, Gaminol tetrated to micrillion, Gaminol tetrated to Giggolplex, Gaminol tetrated to Bugol, Gaminol tetrated to Bugolplex, Gaminol tetrated to Graham's number, Gaminol tetrated to general, Gaminol tetrated to Giggol, Gaminol tetrated to Tetherothoth, Gaminol tetrated to terrible Tetherothoth, Gaminol tetrated to Tritar, Gaminol tetrated to Loder's number, Gaminol tetrated to Yudkowsky's number, Gaminol tetrated to Ryo's number, Gaminol tetrated to oblivion, Gaminol tetrated to finity, Gaminol tetrated to infinity, Gaminol tetrated to Aleph 0. Beta-null, Ackermann ordinal, small Veblen ordinal, large Veblen ordinal, Bachmann-Howard ordinal, Buchholz ordinal, Takayuta-Fieferman Buchholz ordinal, Bird's ordinal, extended Buchholz ordinal, first uncountable ordinal, second uncountable ordinal, third uncountable ordinal, fourth uncountable ordinal, fifth uncountable ordinal, sixth uncountable ordinal, seventh uncountable ordinal, eighth uncountable ordinal, ninth uncountable ordinal, 10th uncountable ordinal, 100th uncountable ordinal, 1000th uncountable ordinal, millionth uncountable ordinal, ommegath uncountable ordinal, worldly cardinal, hyperworldly cardinal, worldly cardinal of uncountable cofinality, inaccessible cardinal, 1 inaccessible, hyper-inaccessible, malo cardinal, 1 malo, hyper-malo, greatly malo, weakly compact cardinal, first indescribable cardinal, 10th indescribable cardinal, ommegath indescribable cardinal, ineffable ordinal, strongly unfoldable ordinal, gamma iterable, omega 1 iterable, 0 hashtag exists, 0. Wooden cardinal, Ramsey cardinal, strongly Ramsey cardinal, huge cardinal, rank interrank cardinals, Hunan inconsistency, Reinhardt cardinal, Berkeley cardinal, absolute infinity cardinal gap, and finally, absolute infinity. Let's go beyond it in part 17.